Chapter 291. Shinshur didn't care what the ancestral spirits were thinking. His roundabout approach to contacting the Thousand Alliance was simply to fabricate a powerful and well-established force. He was already very adept at this, and humanity had the foundation for it. While human civilization's overall strength was lacking, its potential was incredibly high. Whether it was him, a time manipulator who was no longer even considered a master of primal energy, or the Holy Land, a completely extra-standard relic device, both possessed power far exceeding the Thousand Alliance's comprehension. Disguising top-tier power, as ordinary power naturally elevated the perceived strength of human civilization. As for the possibility of exposure, it simply meant a full-scale war with the Thousand Alliance. But why war? Human civilization's goal was merely to gather and take away as many civilizations as possible to fill the foundation of the human system. To better recruit, exaggerating their own strength and potential, even resorting to fraud, was perfectly normal. Ancient star system, a remnant device. The moment Shinshur appeared, his incredibly vast spiritual energy enveloped everything in this star field. Even the ancestral spirit fleet, which was still not far away. Yes, Shinshur possessed such power. He was now no weaker than the strongest member of the Children of the Earth Primal Energy Civilization, rumored by the Mold system to be able to withstand a B9 level civilization. Before him, this ancestral spirit fleet, which was hardly a main force, was naturally insignificant. At this moment, the commander-in-chief of the ancestral spirit fleet truly felt like he was going mad. Such immense power was unprecedented. Has the rancher appeared? The only comparison he could think of was the strongest being in the universe, who ruled the entire mud system. Yes, the rancher was the most powerful individual intelligent life form known to the Thousand Alliance and the mud system. Only such an existence could possess the power to control an entire powerful fleet single-handedly in an instant. However, they quickly received their answer. In the name of humanity, you have been captured. Shinshur's voice rang out again. Your entire civilization will pay the price for this attack. Please forgive my recklessness. The ancestral spirit commander could no longer remain seated. He disregarded the potential consequences and hurriedly said, We are a civilization belonging to the Thousand Alliance. We are willing to pay the price for today's offense, but please, for the sake of the Thousand Alliance's strength, grant us some leniency. His statement and emotions were extremely humble. This was because he knew that such powerful beings were mostly as strong as gods. Like the rancher, even the slightest disrespect could become a reason for anger. Personal emotions sometimes outweigh interests. However, the next moment, that incomparably powerful consciousness seemed to penetrate directly into his soul, his memories, and made no attempt to conceal it. This strongest being in the ancestral spirit fleet, an existence that could make countless weak civilizations tremble with a single thought, now clearly felt everything about him being brutally explored. This enormous gap left him only able to tremble, unable to even muster the slightest resistance. He only hoped that the other side would restrain themselves after learning of the Thousand Alliance's power. However, he was destined to be disappointed. No matter how he imagined or calculated, he could never have imagined that this whole thing was a trap, a deliberately crafted excuse. No civilization can offend the great humanity without paying a price. Your entire civilization will become our servants. This is your only worth. Shinshur delivered his final words like a judgment, and in that instant, the ancestral spirit felt his consciousness being distorted. He was acutely aware of this, but fanaticism still surged uncontrollably from within, instantly filling his entire being, even causing him to prostrate himself and utter words he would never have said before. Yes, great human emissary. Go back and proclaim the judgment I brought you to the entire civilization, Shinshur said again. The ancestral spirit, whose will had been distorted, was left only with fanatical emotions. Then, a warship departed, and all the remaining members of the ancestral spirit, under Shinshur's command, voluntarily entered a state of slumber. They will all be taken away. And the people of this primitive planet too. While their value is negligible, taking them away demonstrates humanity's yearning for intelligent life, a measure based on the future persona of the human system. With this, the first step is complete. Once they relay their fear back, we strike and, as quickly as possible, plunder and take away the entire ancestral spirit civilization, Shinshur explained the plan to everyone. In fact, they had already devised a detailed plan. Now, they were merely refining and supplementing it based on the current situation. Meanwhile, the ancestral spirit commander, already under control, returned alone to his home planet. The ancestral spirits were a civilization also skilled in primal energy technology, but unlike the Three Suns civilization, where every individual in their race abandoned their physical body at birth and existed as consciousness within the collective, the ancestral spirits concentrated the consciousness of all those destined for death, managing and deciding the major events of the entire civilization. The most widely circulated saying among their race was, "Death is the beginning of greatness." When each ancestral spirit reached the end of their physical life, they would relinquish their personal emotions, even their own consciousness, merging into their great ancestral spirit. For thousands, tens of thousands of years, since the day the great ancestral spirit was born, this had always been the case. Now, their ancestral spirit had become the most powerful trump card of their entire civilization. It was also a deity guiding their civilization forward. Yes, the name of the ancestral spirit civilization is not a transliteration, but a semantic translation. Of course, for Shinshir's purposes, this powerful aggregate of primal energy consciousness does present a slight challenge. From this perspective, the ancestral spirits seem unsuitable as the first target for humanity's system, but in the short term, there is indeed no better target. Moreover, Shinshir has ample confidence in plundering this civilization. From this perspective, they might be a better adversary. Nothing demonstrates strength more than defeating a being with powerful primal energy at the level of primal energy itself. Therefore, Shinshir focused almost all his attention on the ancestral spirit being he had controlled. Following Shinshir's instructions, this fleet commander, who held a considerable position within the ancestral spirit civilization, directly announced his identity as they approached their home planet. "I have been assimilated by the great human envoy, and have come with a noble mission. My compatriots, it is our highest honor to grovel at the feet of the great humans, just like me." The ancestral spirit's undisguised words immediately drew the attention of the ancestral spirit civilization. "Damn it, are you being controlled? Stop immediately. We will examine your consciousness. Who is it? Don't worry, our compatriot. You will soon return to normal and regain yourself. And those who control you will pay the price." For the ancestral spirit civilization, skilled in primal energy technology, a solution was naturally conceived immediately. They swiftly stripped the ancestral commander of all his authority, then dispatched an independent intelligent fleet to bring him back, and finally sent an entire powerful squad of primal energy masters to completely surround him, aided by the most powerful primal energy devices. This couldn't be described as a lack of attention. On the contrary, it was an act of extreme importance. On their own territory, with the combined power of countless ancestral spirits, and under the watchful gaze of the great ancestral spirit, they couldn't conceive of any insurmountable possibility. Unfortunately, this time they faced a power beyond their comprehension. Since being influenced and modified by the Bronze Palace, Shinshir's power had, to some extent, transcended primal energy. His power level, his influence on consciousness, operated in a completely different manner from primal energy. This was a difference in level, not something that could be resolved through sheer size. Of course, the most crucial point lies in what Shinshir did to this ancestral spirit commander. He implanted an avatar of himself, in a future timeline where existence itself is in the form of avatars. This is no easy feat, but remember, this is the main timeline. Here, Shinshir is complete and powerful, and his avatar is equally powerful. Thus, the moment the ancestral spirits came into contact with the commander's consciousness, indescribable power erupted in their sea of consciousness. Submit as servants. This is your only fate, and even self-destruction cannot stop it. This was the first time Shinshir had used his full power since being transformed by the Bronze Palace. He invaded the consciousness of the ancestral spirits using an extremely powerful, virus-like intrusion method, and poured into their ancestral spirit consciousness without reservation. And the result of this was an effect far beyond his expectations. The ancestral spirits were indeed powerful. As the collective consciousness of countless powerful ancestral spirits, who abandoned their individual selves over countless years, its sheer size exceeded Shinshir's imagination. Under normal circumstances, even the combined power of all the individuals within a powerful civilization might not be enough to win a direct confrontation. That vast consciousness, like a tsunami, like a colossal curtain, was enough to crush and deal with most primal energy attacks simply by its sheer size. This was the foundation of the ancestral spirit civilization, one of the reasons for their strength. However, facing an opponent almost incomparably powerful in size, what Shinshir possessed was precisely their nemesis. That was an unwavering resilience capable of breaking through the entire enemy system with a single point. Realizing this, Shinshir decisively overturned his entire plan. The original plan was simply to use the full power of this avatar to shock the ancestral spirit civilization, then use this as a pretext to launch a rapid plunder, eventually taking the entire civilization with him, while simultaneously displaying extraordinary power and gaining sufficient fame within the 1,000 alliances. But now, he realized he could seemingly start directly with the ancestral spirit. Once he controlled the ancestral spirit, he could control the entire ancestral spirit civilization. At this moment, Shinshur even communicated with a large number of humans through the Holy Land, mobilizing countless amounts of human primal energy, all of which swirled and surged violently towards the ancestral spirit's control center. There were no fancy techniques, no sophisticated methods. It's the embodiment of power. This is impossible. I feel the wailing of the great ancestral spirit. It's over, all over. Where did this enemy come from? Its power is even greater than the legendary rancher. Amidst the despair of countless ancestral spirit powerhouses, Shinshur finally, in one last burst, completely charged into the center of the ancestral spirit, gaining complete control of this behemoth, the collective consciousness of countless ancestral spirit ancestors. Then, everything became very simple. Unlike the central AI of ordinary civilizations, which only serves as an assistant rather than the main body, for the ancestral spirit civilization, the ancestral spirit is the highest authority, the supreme deity, the center of the entire civilization. And with this center under control, the entire order of the ancestral spirit civilization was also under Shinshur's control. Even if a few tried to break free, the power of the ancestral spirit alone was enough to subdue them. Even in interstellar space with its powerful computing capabilities, unexpected surprises like this can still happen. Begin consolidating your forces. I will lead you away. As your master? Shinshur's command and intentions were undisguised from beginning to end, especially now that the ancestral spirits were powerless to resist. Moreover, in interstellar space, submission to the strong is a perfectly normal truth. Not just them. Even A-level civilizations, far more powerful than them, had to submit to the rancher's power, didn't they? Therefore, even though they were unwilling, even though they couldn't immediately accept this sudden, nightmarish reality, most of the ancestral spirits, under the rationality brought by their primal energy, made the most beneficial and correct choice. When Shinshur told the other counselors this news, even those counselors far away on their home planet cheered. This is practically a surprise delivered right to our doorstep. I think we can set our expectations even higher. Exactly. This result is enough to create a powerful deterrent. The subsequent plans must be completely scrapped, all of them. My inspiration has exploded. I can definitely come up with a better solution. Your Excellency, with these first batch of system members, the system structure should now be finalized. The servant system might be good, but we must be careful not to let it lead to excessive arrogance. Chapter 292. This initial success truly boosted the morale of everyone present. Although they had long known that with human civilization having developed to this point, establishing an interstellar social system was inevitable. However, taking a solid step towards this grand goal still brought indescribable excitement. Especially for those who had come from the Earth era. Even counselors like Todd, who possessed extremely high levels of primal energy mastery, and were all-powerful primal energy masters, found it difficult to control their emotions at this moment. Almost 6,000 years had passed. It was an incredibly long time, but the brief period spent on Earth was firmly etched into the depths of their memories. He still remembered the indescribable shock and despair he felt when he first heard about the mud system and the existence of an interstellar system. Awe at the power of this vast galaxy, despair at the power of this vast galaxy. An interstellar social system, what a terrifying term. To be honest, after learning the true nature of the universe and the existence of the mud system, he never dared to hope that human civilization could have reached such a level. As a mature middle-aged man, he clearly understood the helplessness of reality and his own insignificance. Humanity is not the protagonist, in fact, incredibly weak. The cosmos holds countless civilizations far greater, more brilliant, and richer in opportunities than human civilization. The greatest wish of him and many others at that time was for humanity to live with dignity in this universe. But he never imagined it. Over the past 6,000 years, human civilization had actually progressed step by step to this level. Now, they were even qualified to establish an interstellar society like the mud system, qualified to truly reach the pinnacle of all known existence in this universe, even surpassing everyone else. How could this reality not excite them? Todd's gaze toward Shinshur was almost uncontrollable. He and everyone else understood how all this had come about, how humanity's glory had been achieved. And Shinshur, at this moment, also felt the emotions emanating from the others at the meeting. He knew that his prestige within human civilization had once again reached a peak. Perhaps, continuing to move forward step by step, becoming stronger step by step, isn't bad either. Shinshur also recalled his initial thoughts. For a long time at the beginning, he was actually prepared to take his family, abandon the entire human civilization, and escape, wandering freely in this sea of stars. But he didn't know when. This thought had long since vanished without a trace. Indeed, he was not the type to drift aimlessly. From the very beginning, he understood this. He craved status, power, and glory, and he also yearned to build a greater enterprise, a more magnificent legacy. And now, that glory was within reach. The interstellar social system must be established. Shinshur thought of the rancher he had seen that day, and his resolve from that time was reaffirmed. I can take his place. You all need to come up with a plan as soon as possible, but don't rush. For us, the construction of an interstellar social system will inevitably change with the times, Shinshur said to everyone else. The more we discuss, the better we understand the issues. That's one point. Secondly, although we've taken a step, the real troubles are yet to come. Our immediate goal should be the next step, to absorb and settle the entire ancestral spirit civilization as quickly as possible, while preparing to deal with the Zisic civilization. The Zisic civilization is one of our biggest objectives on this trip. Shinshur understood the excitement of these counselors. To become counselors, one must have truly dedicated everything to the great mission of the prosperity and strength of human civilization. And with the crucial path to hegemony within reach, it would be abnormal not to be excited. Therefore, under Shinshur's command, all the counselors calmed down and began to handle the next steps. Just as Shinshur said, even the next step, taking all the ancestral spirits away, would not be an easy task. Yes, the ancestral spirit of the ancestral spirit civilization is now under their control, directly resulting in the entire civilization's order being at their disposal. The problem is, many among the ancestral spirits understand this. Even as they discuss this, numerous voices begin to rise within the ancestral spirit civilization. The great ancestral spirit has fallen. The invaders have taken control of the ancestral spirit. We must not surrender. From this day forward, temporarily revoke all authority of the ancestral spirit until we reclaim it. The war has begun. The enemy is powerful. They have even taken control of the ancestral spirits. But we are fearless, and our great allies will not abandon us. In my name, we will rise up in resistance. Although, over a long period, the ancestral spirits have become accustomed to obeying the commands of their ancestral spirits, their entire social and developmental system relied on this. It could be said that without the ancestral spirits, they would be essentially half-collapsed. However, half-collapse did not mean complete collapse. Complete collapse did not mean the complete absence of any remnants. Therefore, humanity had to react swiftly. Otherwise, even if they controlled the ancestral spirits, they would still lose this hard-won opportunity. Fortunately, Shinshur's reaction was swift enough. Early after gaining control of the ancestral spirits, he severed all communication channels with the entire ancestral spirit civilization and began broadcasting messages in some areas claiming that some rulers have launched a rebellion for their own ambitions to confuse the public. This directly resulted in those rebels, who knew the truth, being forced to fight individually, and their influence could only reach a limited area. In addition to this, Shinshur took a series of actions. For example, he listed charges, and he directly used the ancestral spirit to issue information to most of the secondary leaders, who possessed high authority but were unaware of the situation. Of course, after implementing all these measures, they could only temporarily prolong the chaotic period within the ancestral spirit civilization. If no further action was taken, this chaos would eventually end. Because although the ancestral spirits appeared to be in chaos, they already had a common enemy, and this chaos could not last long. However, human civilization ultimately won the crucial battle early on. So it wasn't as difficult as it seemed. Under the command of the Supreme Council, human civilization began rapidly deploying warships using the Holy Land. Countless already prepared legions were directly led to key areas with significant influence, and then a swift and bloody suppression was launched. Even if news leaked, it could still be suppressed within the larger star system controlled by the ancestral spirits. Moreover, the ancestral spirit civilization was already in a precarious situation due to the influence of the suzerain civilization Zisic. The ancestral spirit civilization had been in a rather unstable state recently, and could fully utilize various information to divert attention. Even Shinshur decisively intervened several times. He forcibly controlled some high-ranking ancestral spirit individuals, ordering them to correct their mistakes, and conveying different commands than before, which undoubtedly exacerbated the chaos. At the same time, he used the ancestral spirits to amplify the transmission, deepening the ancestral spirits' influence over the ancestral spirits, and continuously maintaining order in areas outside the key regions. This caused some who had previously doubted the ancestral spirits to regain their faith. Furthermore, a large-scale migration had begun. The power of the Holy Lands, And the strength displayed by Shinshur also attracted many high-ranking members of the ancestral spirits, who knew the truth to pledge their allegiance, all of which further enhanced humanity's advantage. Thanks to these human actions, the chaos within the ancestral spirit civilization did not last long. The entire process of packing up and moving everything away took approximately 150 years. The number of personal terminals in the Holy Lands did, to some extent, affect the efficiency. In the end, most of the ancestral spirits didn't even need mind control. They were simply informed that their civilization had seceded from the Thousand Alliance and joined a more powerful interstellar society. This wasn't so difficult for the ancestral spirits, or rather, for most civilizations, to accept. They had no affection for the Thousand Alliance. Even if they did, it was utterly insignificant in the face of greater interests. Therefore, the previous chaos could even be reasonably explained. The great ancestral spirit, based on the actual situation, decided to betray the Thousand Alliance and join another system. But a small number of despicable ancestral spirit high-ranking members refused for their own benefit. They betrayed the great ancestral spirit, ultimately leading to that period of chaos. Basically, after about a century, the entire ancestral spirit civilization had been largely taken away. And the next phase of the plan began. The Sisek have taken notice of the ancestral spirit's problem, Shinshur announced at the highest meeting. Moreover, they likely have traitors among them, who may know the truth about the ancestral spirit's defeat. Of course, this truth is merely a facade. Recently, we discovered that the Sisek people have gone to that primitive life-bearing planet to conduct an investigation, a counselor in charge of this matter reported. It seems our plan has been very successful, Todd laughed. From the moment we left the factory, we've been wearing a mask. The full strength we displayed is only the strength beneath this facade. I believe the Sisek's investigation will surprise them greatly. An investigation by someone from an unknown region, with bizarre strength, capable of taking away such a vast ancestral spirit civilization in a mere 100 years, without even finding a trace of their warp drive. Such results should make even the 3A-level civilizations of the Mud system uneasy, let alone the Sisek civilization, another counselor chuckled. Clearly, the atmosphere at the meeting was quite relaxed. Achieving this much in just a century was even more efficient than their initial plan. This series of plans was a step-by-step process. They had done their best from the start, naturally giving them more confidence for the future. However, Shinshur had to pour some cold water on their enthusiasm. The Sisek civilization is not comparable to the ancestral spirit civilization. Their raw strength is actually not much weaker than ours. This is Thousand Alliance territory. If a true rival to the Thousand Alliance emerges, even if the other powerful civilizations dislike the Sisek civilization, they may not continue to target them. Therefore, our plan against Sisek can only be soft, not hard. This is not easy, and everyone cannot be too complacent. After Shinshur spoke, the atmosphere in the meeting became serious. In fact, no one was complacent. The reason for their relaxed mood was simply that they had made all the necessary preparations. At least until new problems arose, they didn't need to do anything extra, hence the slight ease. However, since Shinshur had said so, they naturally had to be fully prepared. The next step was to wait. Yes, wait. They had already established their persona, already demonstrated their power through the ancestral spirit civilization, and in this posturing, the more they did, the more mistakes they would make. Moreover, it wasn't them who would panic next, but Sisek. Sisek's situation was indeed dire. As the only staunch advocate of war among the major super-civilizations in this star system, they were facing collective suppression from the other civilizations, practically pushing them to their limits. Then, suddenly, such an incredibly powerful and mysterious force appeared, easily severing one of their left and right arms in a short time. This pressure instantly brought the entire civilization to the brink of life and death. The more this is the case, the more cautious they must be. To act rashly without sufficient information is clearly suicidal. If this mysterious system suddenly attacks them, given the immense power it has displayed on the ancestral spirit, they will be severely weakened, if not killed. Then they will be further attacked by the rest of the Thousand Alliance civilizations. Therefore, just as human civilization had calculated, Sisek began its cautious investigation. First, they investigated the location of the mysterious force's sudden appearance. Then, they investigated what was happening within the ancestral spirit civilization. Finally, they delved into the ancestral spirit civilization to investigate its current state, while simultaneously attempting preliminary contact with this mysterious force to obtain more information. It must be said that Sisek's strength is quite formidable. Within the Mud system, although far inferior to the 3A level civilizations, it has comprehensively surpassed the 18B9 level civilizations. The reconnaissance forces they dispatched were also exceptionally powerful. Even though human civilization had made preparations long ago, they hadn't yet discovered anything. Ultimately, it still comes down to Shinshur. Yes, the crucial task of investigating Zizek is the next step in this plan, and Shinshur, for the first time in a long time, is once again paying close attention to information about the future timeline. Chapter 293. This kind of precise utilization of future timeline information was nothing new for Shinshur. Whether it was dealing with the Voran fleet initially, or later dealing with the covert incursions in the Gus lands, he had made extensive use of the future timeline's predictive capabilities. The same was true now. It wouldn't even take much time, because even according to the current future timeline, Zizek had already been conquered by human civilization, and all information and data were readily available. This was tantamount to the future Zizek people betraying the present Zizek people. Absolutely no one could have imagined such a thing happening. Therefore, facing the investigators sent by Zizek, Shinshur's approach was very simple. Intercept them all, then use their own information transmission methods to warn them. Yes, it was that simple. Although he intended to take action against Zizek, Shinshur was also very clear that now was not the best time to act, and that acting now could easily lead to serious consequences, lessons learned from the history of the future timeline. Therefore, it was better to use the next period of time to strengthen their public image. This was undoubtedly successful. After employing various methods, and sending out several waves of probes, all of whom were discovered merely by approaching the ancestral spirit land, and whose covert communication methods were easily uncovered, the Zizek people fully realized that the mysterious force that had taken away the ancestral spirit civilization as punishment was far beyond their capabilities. Therefore, a new choice lay before them. Should they pass on the crucial intelligence about the emergence of a powerful force to the Thousand Alliance's leadership? Under normal circumstances, this would be a no-brainer. The Zizek were staunch supporters of the Thousand Alliance, including during the war with the Mult system. In their minds, the strength of the Thousand Alliance was their own strength, and the future of the Thousand Alliance was their own future. However, the situation was different now. To prevent them from further waging war and supporting it, the other powerful civilizations in this star system had even completely surrounded the Zizek civilization, doing everything possible to cut off their communication with the Thousand Alliance civilizations in other star systems. Because of this, even news of the emergence of such a powerful force couldn't be transmitted in time. Give this intelligence information to the other civilizations, the Zizek leadership ultimately decided. Even facing the combined attacks of several other Thousand Alliance civilizations, they wanted to make one last stand. After the intelligence was transmitted, it indeed attracted considerable attention. The sudden appearance of such a mysterious and powerful force in this star system was bound to affect every civilization. Thus, an investigation ensued. This investigation was, after all, a joint effort by several civilizations in this star system, each with technological capabilities surpassing the B9 level civilization of the ancient lands. Such an investigation was undeniably powerful. Even within the Thousand Alliances, only a very few civilizations could likely stop it. However, this investigation too yielded nothing. It was no different from Zizek's investigation. They were all discovered the moment they approached, and then the entire investigation team vanished without a trace. Even the warning messages were relayed back using their own secret communication methods. Mysterious, terrifying, powerful. That was the only impression humanity left on them. Even the Zizek civilization hadn't expected this outcome. It seemed this joint investigation was merely a pretext to further emphasize the power of this mysterious force. But just when the Zizek civilization thought the other civilizations would finally take it seriously and jointly issue warnings and appeals to the Thousand Alliance, those civilizations chose a completely different path. We cannot transmit intelligence about this mysterious force. That's right, it's extremely dangerous. Once the Thousand Alliance civilizations unite, they will naturally become the main force for war in order to advance their collective interests. At that time, Zizek will gain their support, and everything we've done before will likely bring us enormous losses. What we should be more worried about now is this mysterious civilization. Yes, that's my reasoning. Based on the intelligence we gathered so far, this civilization has only slightly punished the ancestral spirit civilization, even merely taking things away without destroying them. The likelihood of them attacking us is low, but once the Thousand Alliance gets involved, if a new battlefield opens, we will be the first to suffer heavy losses. The analysis of interests is clear. So what should Zizek do? Strengthen the blockade? Yes, these civilizations did not notify the Thousand Alliance. Instead, they decided to increase the information blockade against the Zizek civilization. Shinshur knew all of this from the future timeline's history. To be honest, the Thousand Alliance civilization was far less united than the Mud system. After all, they didn't actually have a unified voice. Although there were several powerful civilizations within the Thousand Alliance that dominated the collective decisions, even just two would inevitably have disagreements due to differing interests. Therefore, for most civilizations within the Thousand Alliance, the most important thing wasn't the collective interest of the Alliance, but their own personal interests. This is why, in this star system, only the Sisek civilization was a warmonger. Even the Sisek's reason for supporting the war wasn't for the benefit of the Thousand Alliance, but because their cultural characteristics allowed them to gain greater benefits from war. So they were still acting in their own self-interest. This is also why, when faced with these probing attacks, Shinshur only issued warnings and didn't actually take action. This also influenced decision-making. Only Shinshur, with his godlike perspective from the future timeline, could perform such precise operations. In short, while human civilization had completely taken away the ancestral spirit civilization, the fact that Sithik remained under galactic blockade was a significant shock to them. Without the ancestral spirit civilization, even without human intervention, they would inevitably suffer a substantial decline due to the targeting by other civilizations. This would even further impact their gains on the front lines, plunging them into an unpredictable abyss. Even for a powerful civilization like theirs, such a crushing defeat was unacceptable. The Thousand Alliances are not a place where everyone is on good terms. The loss of status and power will transform them from plunderers into the plundered. Once this transformation is complete, they will likely lose everything they currently possess, and will be unable to protect themselves in future wars. Sisek is facing a life-or-death crisis. The situation has changed drastically. We must change accordingly. Where is the way out? Breaking through the blockade is extremely risky. If discovered, they are likely to suppress us directly. That's right, competition within the Thousand Alliances is allowed. Is there any possibility of utilizing the power of that mysterious force? We know too little information. Utilizing them might lead to greater costs and a worse outcome. In the end, their gaze fell upon the Supreme Being. The Sisek civilization is an imperial civilization, but the Emperor, revered as the Supreme Being, does not possess absolute power. What he possesses is the ability to make decisive choices at crucial moments. Yes, they accepted the Supreme Respect's wrong choice, and believed that even if the Supreme Respect's choice was wrong, it was the fate that the Sisek civilization deserved. In some ways, this is similar to current human civilization. However, in the main timeline, Shinshur has yet to make any wrong choices. The Supreme Respect, on the other hand, has made quite a few wrong choices. In a sense, advocating war was also one of his wrong choices. Now, a mistake would make things even worse. Therefore, even the Supreme Being, born to bear this responsibility, was caught in a dilemma. But the rest of the Sisek leadership, and indeed the entire Sisek civilization, remained silent. They silently awaited the choice of fate. Finally, the Supreme Being of Sisek spoke. We should change our strategy, abandon our primary focus on war, and simultaneously try to deepen our ties with the mysterious forces, to see what they need and whether we can achieve cooperation. Yes, he didn't directly gamble everything on the mysterious forces, nor could he. Because of the deliberately crafted persona, the intelligence information provided by human civilization at this moment was far too limited. They were completely aloof, making them difficult for other civilizations to understand and analyze. However, what they absolutely couldn't have imagined was that the consequences of everything they did had already been clearly understood by Shinshur. In future history, they would be the same. Now is not the best time for us to take the initiative, Shinshurya said at the highest human council. Our direct strength is enough to crush a nearly collapsed ancestral civilization, but if we confront the Sisek head-on, we will inevitably be exposed. Therefore, our only path to success is to let the Sisek civilization approach us. Until that opportunity arises, we only need to lie low. But, the probability of that opportunity appearing. Someone couldn't help but express their concern. In the negotiations between interstellar civilizations with powerful computing capabilities, there are actually not many conspiracies or tricks, but only a lack of information leading to errors in probability calculations. However, given the current situation, the likelihood of such an opportunity appearing is not high. Unless, the sage possesses intelligent sources unknown to them. And indeed, that is the case. The opportunity will appear, Shinshur said. Therefore, all the counselors breathed a sigh of relief, and the meeting was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. Shinshur's single sentence was enough to drastically change the probability data. They would all prepare for the opportunity Shinshur spoke of. This day, in fact, did not arrive for long. Soon, humanity discovered that the encirclement of the Zizek civilization by other civilizations had not lessened, but had gradually intensified. Yes, the Zizek civilization had shown signs of surrender, abandoning their role as the main proponents of war. However, humanity's attack on the ancestral spirit civilization also provided other civilizations with a perfect opportunity, an opportunity to devour the Zizek civilization. Normally, during times of external warfare, such intense internal competition would be impossible. Such behavior would inevitably incur punishment from the entire Thousand Alliance system, leading to severe consequences. This is why the Zizek civilization failed to anticipate such an outcome. However, the intelligence discrepancy stemmed from humanity. The emergence of humanity presented the other civilizations with an opportunity, a chance to evade the Thousand Alliance system's punishment. Because human civilization seemed to have occupied the ancestral spirit civilization's territory, and showed no signs of retreat. Therefore, the Thousand Alliance needed them to monitor this mysterious and powerful system. Furthermore, the targeting of the Zizek civilization and the threat posed by humanity, driven by self-interest, led these civilizations to forge an even stronger alliance. Dividing the Zizek civilization's interests and jointly confronting the Thousand Alliance would undoubtedly deepen their alliance. Faced with such a tightly structured alliance, during this period of external war, the harm of punishing them outweighed the benefit of maintaining internal order. All these factors combined ultimately altered the probability of calculating interests, further driving the current situation. The vast majority of civilizations in interstellar society are, in reality, merely slaves to interests, Shinshur said with a light laugh. This is a widely circulated saying in the universe, not uttered by a single celebrity, but rather a similar sentiment found in almost all interstellar civilizations. This is also an inevitable phenomenon. Even lower-level civilizations might be influenced by individual emotions, greed, or abilities, leading the entire civilization in a direction contrary to its interests. However, in interstellar civilizations, these flaws diminish rapidly with development, until they almost disappear. In the end, only the survival instinct to pursue interests remains. Even Shinshur, even human civilization, is no exception. Therefore, humanity, possessing more intelligence and a grasp of the future, can more easily predict the actions of other civilizations. Like at this moment. At this critical moment, when the Zizek civilization is on the verge of collapse, the opportunity has arrived. Prepare to act, Shinshur said. Hundreds of years have passed since they conquered and took away the ancestral spirit civilization, and now the Zizek civilization is on the verge of collapse. During these hundreds of years, humanity has not merely been an observer. The human civilization possessing sacred sites is the best at stealth operations, not to mention that their raw power in this star system is also the most formidable. Chapter 294. Of course, the preparations made by human civilization were not intended to attack the Zizek civilization at this time. That would undoubtedly expose their purpose. It also wouldn't fit the image of human civilization. The so-called preparations were essentially a grand performance. Within the territory of the Zizek civilization, a small, wandering civilization's fleet unwittingly approached the territory of the ancestral spirit civilization. This wandering fleet originally came from a subordinate civilization of the ancestral spirit civilization, an extremely weak one. It had suffered a crushing defeat in a civilizational conflict, losing its home planet and everything. The king, leading the remaining fleet in escape, had some contact with a nobleman within the ancestral spirit civilization, and thus led his entire wandering fleet towards the ancestral spirit civilization's location. They were unaware that the ancestral spirit civilization had vanished, and had no right to contact them beforehand. Naturally, human civilization was involved behind this. However, humanity did very little. They merely delayed their arrival. What they did was quite simple: slightly disrupt the route and create some obstacles. In short, the fleet arrived at the location of the ancestral spirits. Then, they learned a shocking reality. The ancestral spirit civilization has completely submitted to another power, and been taken away entirely. Such news was nothing short of devastating for this wandering fleet. In this dangerous universe, a force as weak as theirs simply cannot survive for long. Even if some powerful civilizations disdain to attack them, the space hyenas, pirates, and some weaker civilizations alone would be enough to completely tear a fleet like theirs apart. That is indeed the case, but it is truly our honor. The ancestral spirit, who handed over the fleet, was filled with pride and relief. We have submitted to a truly powerful civilization, their greatness beyond description, surpassing even the 1,000 alliances. But more importantly, they possess a strict yet not harsh order. Therefore, this is truly an opportunity for the ancestral spirit civilization, And even our great ancestral spirits have made the right choice to submit. Yes, the ancestral spirits remaining here have been completely subdued. There's no need to even control their primal energy. Having already controlled the ancestral spirits and eliminated the opposition, turning public opinion around and gaining the initial submission of the remaining ancestral spirits was incredibly easy. Wasn't the ancestral spirit civilization itself subservient to the Zizek civilization? Now, submitting to a civilization far more powerful than the Zizek civilization can indeed be seen as the right choice for them. Hearing these words, an uncontrollable desire welled up within the leader of the wandering fleet. I wonder if we can continue to submit to the great ancestral spirits, he said. Though our strength is weak, we are willing to do anything as long as there is hope for survival. Even the smallest benefit is still a benefit. Yes, even the smallest benefit is still a benefit. However, this statement clearly cannot be applied to this situation. For the vast majority of civilizations in interstellar space, readily accepting weaker civilizations is obviously not a good thing. Firstly, the benefits brought by weaker civilizations are almost negligible. Secondly, there's the management cost. Finally, there's the issue of reputation. In interstellar space, the law of the jungle is a stark rule, not to be violated by every civilization. Goodwill without self-interest is meaningless. For one thing only. Which powerful civilization hasn't created several exiled civilizations? If every exiled civilization could find a good home, their power would lose some of its deterrent effect. At worst, they abandon their home planet, wander the universe, and seek refuge with a more powerful civilization. If this wandering fleet weren't so weak that no one would care, and if they didn't have some connections, they wouldn't even consider seeking refuge with the ancestral spirits, and their chances of success would be slim. Even this ancestral spirit being felt this idea was utterly delusional. But he didn't have the power to decide. So the message was relayed. But ultimately, he received an unexpected answer. It's allowed. How is this possible? Not only this ancestral spirit being, but every ancestral spirit being who knew about this was utterly astonished. Such a worthless fleet would be allowed to join? Even the status of a slave among slaves is a tremendous opportunity for such weaklings, as it means the number of forces that can determine their life or death is drastically reduced. Even if they could be destroyed by the very entity they follow at any moment, the probability is far smaller than the probability of being destroyed while wandering through interstellar space. As this news spread, so too did the cultural attitudes towards human civilization. Intelligent life should possess the most basic dignity and right to survival. Destroying a civilization is a serious matter. It's not about pitying the weak, but about respecting civilization. Yes, that's the attitude. This attitude doesn't exist in either the Mulder system or the Thousand Alliance system. The reason is simple. Interstellar society is a social system where power levels vary greatly. Under this system, the so-called those who act justly gain much support. Those who act unjustly gain little support simply doesn't exist. No matter how good your reputation or how benevolent you are, you won't gain any extra benefits, you might even lose most of them. You could clearly exploit and oppress the weaker, but you give up because of this foolish pity. Isn't that losing benefits? In an interstellar society where profit is the driving force behind all actions, there is no room for pity for the weak. However, human civilization still utter such words. This could only mean that behind this pity lies a greater benefit. Yes, this is an answer that any weakling could understand according to the thinking of interstellar society. But so what? Whatever intelligence they might be unaware of, as long as the result is true, it brings even greater benefits. This news began to gradually spread throughout the star system. And it spread wider and wider. At first, it was some similar wandering fleets, or some civilizations that couldn't survive, who began to probe. They sent people to the territory of the ancestral spirit civilization, expressing their intention to submit. Then, they were permitted by the ancestral spirits, who had already received orders. Although subject to strict control, it was only behavioral control, not cultural control. They remained themselves, and even those who joined would only give without receiving any support. But that was enough. They had obtained what they valued most in interstellar space: security. Thus, as time passed, this news quickly spread to some slightly more powerful civilizations. However, civilizations that could guarantee their own security to a certain extent did not make a decision easily. "We need to find out the reason behind this," said a member of a subordinate civilization called Yuan, also belonging to the Zizek civilization, during an internal high-level meeting. "The Zizek civilization is in dire straits. If anything goes wrong, we will be greatly affected. The only breakthrough lies with this mysteriously appearing force. However, we must first find out the reason behind their massive acquisition of information from other civilizations. Otherwise, We cannot predict the dangers of joining them. But how do we find out? The reconnaissance forces deployed by other civilizations have all been discovered, not to mention ours. So, there's only one way to find out. Ask them directly. Will we get a response? Will we suffer serious consequences? They came because of the ancestral spirits. Even the worst consequences won't be worse than those from the ancestral spirits. Yes, staying here is also very risky. We all know that those civilizations have long wanted to bring their subordinate civilizations into the Thousand Alliance. According to the rules of the Thousand Alliance, for every civilization that enters, another must leave. Shinshur chose this moment to transmit the message, revealing the purpose of his plan. He knew very well that the Zisic civilization, along with the civilizations to which it belonged, was about to face a dangerous period. In such a perilous time, their message would be sufficiently enticing to attract these civilizations to approach willingly. Actively, rather than passively, offering the conditions of human civilization was the choice that maximized benefits. Therefore, faced with the cautious behavior of some civilizations, human civilization did not conceal anything. Nor was there any need to conceal anything. Our system is built upon incredibly powerful warp technology. We have truly conquered space and distance. Once any force joins, it cannot escape our control. Therefore, we exchange freedom and security for obedience and benefits. This statement was conveyed by some ordinary humans. It concerned the fundamental principles of the human system. Even an ordinary human should know this. And this news, unsurprisingly, caused a real shock. It conquered space and distance. Why is ruthless plunder so prevalent in interstellar systems? Don't these civilizations understand that a gradual, sustainable approach is necessary to gain benefits, simply because they can't? Neither the Mud system nor the Thousand Alliance system can. They cannot spread their true power throughout every corner of their system. They can only control more power within the system through the forced subjugation of their cultures. Forced subjugation relies on plunder and control. Even so, with layers of civilizational oppression, without harsh measures, without resorting to death and destruction, they cannot gain greater benefits. They can only watch helplessly as most of the profits are harvested layer by layer by their subordinate civilizations. This could lead to other civilizations becoming more powerful than them. Therefore, the system is about plunder, not development. The weakness of weak civilizations is the foundation for the gains of powerful civilizations. However, this is different for humanity, which has conquered distant lands. All civilizations within the system truly belong to all. Whether weak like a primitive planet or powerful like an A-level civilization, they don't need to control other civilizations. They only need to control themselves and obey humanity. Strictly speaking, this can no longer be considered an interstellar social system. It is a true interstellar imperial system. Yes, all civilizations belong to the human empire. This is the foundation of the system conceived by human civilization. Of course, this is only a preliminary concept. In actual operation, countless problems remain. For example, if a powerful civilization is located next to a weaker civilization, predatory internal strife is inevitable. This is the nature of self-interest, and even if human civilization can enforce management, it is impossible to completely eliminate it, and management will require an even greater cost. The internal situation of the Gus lands is a case in point. Strictly speaking, the land of Gus was a small, nascent empire, and the various trade missions incorporated into it were individual civilizations. Even with incredibly strict rules, it couldn't prevent the struggles and plundering that existed beneath the surface. Therefore, the discussions continued, and the detailed rules of the system could not be finalized. However, under the current circumstances, this did not prevent humanity from developing its core principles. And their greatest source of confidence, amidst the immense upheaval, more and more civilizations focused their attention on the territory of the ancestral spirit civilization, and on the watchful eyes of human civilization. Even the weakest interstellar civilization understood the significance of conquering distance. To put it bluntly, if this were true, then even if human civilization was far less powerful than the Thousand Alliance in Mud, it would hold immense appeal for these weaker civilizations. This meant that their interests in the eyes of powerful civilizations were not merely about being plundered, but also about development and power. This was undoubtedly what they desperately desired. Some weaker civilizations even decisively made the decision to connect with humanity, expressing their desire to join. Such activity naturally could not go unnoticed by the Zisic civilization. At this moment, the high command of the Zisic civilization once again engaged in serious analysis. How likely is it that they conquered the distance between star systems? Based on the information we have so far, the probability is very high. We currently cannot detect the migration patterns of the ancestral spirit civilization, nor can we investigate their origins. All their jump nodes left no trace, which is enough to show that their jump technology is far more advanced than ours. I believe they have at least conquered the distance between star systems. If they truly possess such technological strength, then in any case, they already have the qualifications to establish a powerful system. A system more powerful than the Thousand Alliance, more powerful than the Mud system. In fact, they may very well have already established it. Chapter 295. Humanity has conquered distance. This is not a lie. On the contrary, it is the most real reality. Therefore, in this respect, humanity is not afraid of having any information known, and has even intentionally revealed some information. This includes using the Holy Land to relocate the ancestral spirit civilization, which was actually based on this consideration. Now it has clearly worked. Even the Zisic civilization, under the current circumstances, has to seriously consider whether to ally with human civilization. However, Zisic is ultimately inferior to some weaker civilizations. The weak have no choice. But they have many choices. Even if they are completely suppressed by other civilizations and lose their current status, they will not perish, and there is even a considerable probability that they can still make a comeback. Their past connections are there. As staunch supporters of the Thousand Alliance, even in weakness, other civilizations of the same stance and camp will come to their aid in order to protect their interests and fighting spirit. Therefore, allying with humanity is a high-interest, but equally high-risk, option for them. We can send a delegation to make contact with this mysterious force, a high-ranking member of the Sithic leadership concluded. In any case, more information will help us make the most accurate choice. All attention once again turned to their emperor. The time for the emperor to make a choice had arrived once more. In the past, such opportunities might not have occurred even once every few thousand years, but in the last few centuries, they had appeared repeatedly. This shows that the entire known universe has begun to become unsafe, and even such a powerful civilization is unable to make the right choice. The emperor didn't hesitate for long. Further hesitation was pointless at this point. He followed his most fundamental choice. Send an envoy to discuss surrender with this civilization. Without such a statement, we won't obtain any useful intelligence. This answer silenced many of the high-ranking officials of Sisic. Human civilization might not be cruel, but it is undeniably domineering. This is evident from the fact that even the mere oppression of a single ruin's owner could quickly mobilize the entire force. Furthermore, having truly conquered this region, they would inevitably employ such methods to strengthen their control over all those who join. Because they must establish their authority. This is the system of a hegemon. Knowing this, yet still choosing to negotiate surrender, undoubtedly demonstrates the emperor's ideological bias. This also means, unless the final intelligence confirms that not joining is more beneficial, there is essentially no room for hesitation. Understood? Everyone remained silent, simply accepting the outcome of the meeting. For such a powerful civilization, its own system had been upheld for countless years and deserved the respect of every individual. However, the Sisic people never expected this. Humanity's influence had completely enveloped them, and even their emperor had been unknowingly affected. The emperor was indeed the most powerful individual in the entire civilization, but Shinshur's strength far surpassed that of the emperor. With power comparable to a rancher, coupled with control over the time domain and the portability of the Holy Land, Shinshur had long since become the most terrifying ghost assassin in interstellar space. If Shinshur weren't inferior to the rancher in both methods and power, he would likely have already considered launching a surprise attack. But regardless, everything was proceeding according to Shinshur's plan. Once the Zisic delegation arrives, we will proceed according to plan, Shinshur emphasized to the others. Everyone was to be prepared. The most crucial juncture in this operation was approaching. Even in the future timeline, problems arose during this event, a past that Shinshur had to change. The Zisic delegation arrived remarkably quickly. It was a powerful fleet of 200,000 warships. While their power was immense, enough to wipe out any civilization in this star system except for a few others, for the Zisic civilization, this number was merely a number to be respected and revered. It posed no threat to civilizations of the same level, or even more powerful ones. The person in charge sent out by the Zisic is named Shi Qian. Shinshur shared the information he obtained through precognition. Shi Qian's primal energy strength is second only to the emperor. In fact, he was originally a candidate for emperor, and even came very close to succeeding. Although he ultimately failed, he is still the true second in command within the Zisic civilization. In fact, with the emperor's power highly restricted, he is practically the number one figure. They really value him. Everyone became serious. They all understood the Zisic civilization system, and therefore understood the importance of this person. To put it bluntly, he had the right to take any action unless it potentially affected the future of the entire civilization. We do value it, but this Shi Qian was wounded on the front lines, Shinshir said, his expression also quite serious. I can tell you, it was during the war against the ranchers. In other words, he survived a direct confrontation with the ranchers, and since then, he hasn't participated in any direct clashes involving primal energy. It's safe to assume his injuries haven't healed, and his consciousness has been greatly affected. I suspect that unless a direct agreement on submission is reached this time, he will inevitably lose his current position upon returning. Just that one sentence made everyone's expressions even more serious, because the Zisic civilization had begun to speak. Yes, sending this person was already announcing to humanity, we are very sincere, but we are also prepared for a fight to the death. Since this person is so powerful, we can't get too involved, some human counselors, including Gong Chu, said, expressing regret and resentment. 6,000 years, a full 6,000 years. Their individual strength is still holding back the sages. Especially warriors like Shin Feng, who initially followed Shinshir, can only remain silent with resentment and regret. It's safer for me to personally oversee things, Shinshir said, not seeing anything wrong with it. Even without this incident, he intended to act personally. After all, only he could personally handle the regrets and flaws in the future timeline. In short, Shinshir waited silently. The arrival of the Zisic civilization delegation was indeed not treated the same as that of weaker civilizations. While humanity needs a certain degree of bluffing, it must also maintain a proper balance. If they appear disdainful of a civilization like Zisic, it would easily reveal their true intentions. After all, humanity is incapable of projecting such power, not even a glimpse of its true strength. Therefore, after receiving a warm welcome from the ancestral spirits, it didn't take long for the higher-ups of the Zisic delegation to receive permission to meet the special envoy. Special envoy, what is your status within your esteemed community? Shi Qian inquired of the person who received them. It was the collector. The collector of the main timeline had already returned from the land of Gus, and was also one of the 5 permanent counselors. His strength was so formidable that he was among the top 10, if not the most powerful, within human civilization. Therefore, when he appeared as a host, Sheila couldn't help but deepen her suspicions about human civilization. Because this person's strength was only slightly weaker than hers. Equipped with a more powerful device, in a direct confrontation, she might not necessarily lose. And this wasn't even a special envoy. Just from the perspective of primal energy alone, Sheila already felt the pressure. Of course, obtaining more intelligence was also his core objective. The special envoy is actually the owner of the Great Coordinate, the collector said casually, seemingly without any intention of concealing anything. The ultra-long-distance jump technology we control doesn't use fixed locations as coordinates. On the contrary, we use people as coordinates. In other words, the special envoy can teleport their subordinate forces to their side at any time. You should understand the strategic significance of this. Of course, Sheila controlled his emotions well, and wasn't actually too surprised, though his probability calculations had already increased the likelihood of them siding with humanity. He was all too familiar with the strategic implications. In interstellar warfare of this scale, a primal master, unless they reached the level of a rancher, rarely played a decisive role. Your primal mastery is stronger, but you have more of your own kind with comparable primal devices, so you lose. Even if I win, facing a more powerful primal attack, my individual strength is extremely limited. Unless I use primal spores, I can maximize the power of a primal master. But primal spores come at a price. That price, strictly speaking, is no less than the price of numerical superiority. However, a primal master has another advantage. That is infiltration. While ordinary primal energy masters may not possess the absolute infiltration capabilities of Shinshir's time domain, with the aid of special devices, the ability to influence consciousness, and the presence of inconspicuous individual life forms, they can still infiltrate enemy bases relatively easily, at least infiltrating the rear without any problems. At this point, summoning countless legions. In some ways, this is not much weaker than the rancher who can summon a fantasy legion at will. The only difference lies in the strength of the legion. I think I understand your special envoy system now, Sheila said. This must be your core power control system. Special envoys with this potential can launch surprise attacks on surrendered forces at any time, quickly handle emergencies, monitor the entire sphere of influence, and exert a powerful deterrent effect on subordinate civilizations. Only with strong control can there be a foundation for security. Isn't that right? The collector didn't deny Sheila's statement. He simply smiled. Yes, indeed, Sheila nodded solemnly. Neither the Thousand Alliance system nor the Mud system can support the development of subordinate civilizations, but you can. This was the real attraction for them. Seeking greater power is also an instinct of civilization, a universal desire shared by all civilizations. However, the Thousand Alliance couldn't provide them with the satisfaction of developing their strength, because their own development had stagnated, and the more powerful civilizations within the Thousand Alliance couldn't offer them any support, and might even suppress them. This was naturally because those civilizations couldn't absolutely control them, and therefore feared their power. The Zisic civilization treated its subordinate civilizations in the same way. The Mud system was even more so. They controlled other civilizations more through suppression than through benefits. Therefore, Sheila's anticipation for the upcoming meeting grew stronger with each passing day. Finally, he met Shinshur. There was no elaborate setup, no breathtaking first impression. Simply in a small, ancient room devoid of any technological sophistication, they met Shinshur, dressed simply and with a calm demeanor. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Great Envoy." Sheila greeted Shinshur with the highest courtesy, following the etiquette of the Scythic civilization. He had sensed the immense power before him from the very first moment, for his primal energy was completely unable to perceive the presence of the person before him. Is this the special envoy's strength? At least in terms of primal energy mastery, they far surpassed them. "I already know your purpose," Shinshur said calmly, speaking in the ancient Eastern language, but his meaning was crystal clear to Sheila before him. "We are a great civilization undergoing rapid development. Our powerful warp transfer capability is the foundation of our system. Under this system, the vast majority of participants can bring us benefits. Therefore, as long as the rules are followed, we will not refuse anyone, regardless of strength or weakness." This was a statement. A statement based on the logic of self-interest. And humanity had indeed acted this way before. Even the weakest fleet, once it arrived here, was still allowed to join. Why? Naturally, because of the benefits. Even the smallest benefit is still a benefit. No civilization would refuse a benefit for a meaningless reason. We are indeed filled with admiration for the system behind Your Excellency, and even more so with anticipation for the abilities you all possess. We see in you what a truly great universe should look like, Sheila said, making no attempt to conceal her stance amidst the flattering exchange. However, please forgive our concerns. We know too little about you to warrant a decision. Chapter 296. However, Shinshur was even more decisive in response to Sheila's straightforward statement. "We don't care," he said. "Even with such strength and such a system, we can't treat all newcomers equally. Fairness doesn't exist in this universe." Sheila fell silent. He could sense the undisguised emotion in the other party. Indeed, it was true. They could hesitate, but hesitation comes at a price. If the other party truly possessed such strength and potential, they wouldn't care about anyone joining. Many civilizations were eager to join them. After all, this was a superior system. "We hope to experience your warp jump capability," Sheila concluded. "Once that's confirmed, I think we can make a decision immediately." "You should understand that everything comes at a price," Shinshur said, still maintaining his indifferent attitude. "Yes, I understand," Sheila said. His core purpose in coming here was to gather more intelligence to better analyze the benefits of various options. Therefore, he made no attempt to conceal anything. Faced with an entity that surpassed him in both technology and primal energy, all pretense and lies were meaningless. In fact, Sira himself could already make a choice. Unfortunately, before acquiring more intelligence, he did not have the authority to make the choice on behalf of civilization. "In that case, where do you want to go?" Shinshur was quite straightforward. "This is our first time in the Thousand Alliance. We don't have many coordinates, but you can make requests of any star system within the Mud system." "Choose any star system?" Sheila keenly noticed the implication in Shinshur's words. If it weren't for his powerful mastery of primal energy, he probably would have already lost control of his emotions. Originally, according to their predictions, the opponent's warp drive ability was at most capable of traversing an entire star system. That would already be a breakthrough. It was the foundation for establishing a powerful system, already surpassing the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system in terms of confidence. But choosing any Mud system star system? That's directly bypassing the front lines and reaching the enemy's rear. Sheila, of course, knew what this meant. It meant that as long as the opponent cooperated with the Thousand Alliance, or even just handled transportation, they could easily tear apart the Mud system's rear. Even if all the advanced civilizations of the Mud system escaped, the loss of those weaker civilizations, the loss of their own star systems, would already determine the outcome of the war. This warp drive ability. No, how could you possibly achieve this level? Sheila's mind raced, and with his powerful calculation abilities, he found the final possible answer in the shortest amount of time. Have you obtained the relevant relics? Shinshur didn't answer this time. He simply said calmly, remember my words, every moment of hesitation you have now is consuming your future. It really is a relic. Sheila slowly exhaled. But the turbulent waves surging within him were known only to himself. A relic. An incredibly mysterious and powerful term in the universe. It wasn't unimaginable that an interstellar society would possess powerful relic devices, even relic technology. The Thousand Alliance is even built upon the unique relic technology of primal energy spores. The fantasy legion possessed by the rancher is also believed to be an effect of the relic device. This relic device seems to exist solely to disregard all technological conclusions and defy all material rules. Therefore, the appearance of any relic device is not surprising. But it is clear. Neither primal energy spores nor fantasy spores can compare to the ability to jump across dozens of star systems, or even potentially across the entire known universe, because this is the foundation for a far superior, more advanced, and more efficient system. I still request to experience it, Sheila said finally. Let's go to the star system, where the 3-day civilization resides. Their primal energy technology is impressive, and the influence of their consciousness terminals can cover the entire star system. This cannot be fate. Shinshur could clearly sense that Sheila was almost losing control of her emotions. For a primal energy master as powerful as him, this was practically impossible. But it still happened. This shows just how intense his emotions were at that moment. Okay, Shinshur said. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheila felt an indescribable pressure surge into his consciousness. Before he could even resist, and in just an instant, he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he immediately began a self-examination. He repeatedly examined himself. He confirmed that his consciousness and memory showed no signs of manipulation. Only then did he gradually become aware of everything around him. He was now silently suspended in a vast expanse of space, where all the galaxies appeared identical. Beside him floated a clearly high-level medium-sized spaceship, and he could distinctly sense the special envoy watching him from within. No further words were needed. Sheila began to determine her location. In the universe, determining one's location is relatively easy. No matter the distance, even hundreds of millions or billions of light years, one can clearly detect the light emanating from distant stars and easily pinpoint one's location by observing numerous galaxies. This is why humanity's home planet, even after escaping to desolate regions, must constantly shift its position through jumps to maintain secrecy. Sheila quickly determined her location. This was the system of the Three Suns civilization. As a staunch advocate on the front lines, the 3-day civilization had left a deep impression on him. While its overall strength was actually inferior to the Sisic civilization, its unique primal energy technology, aside from its unimaginably vast system, was still remarkable. And here, the primal energy aura of the 3-day civilization permeated everything. Sheila was even able to easily excavate several 3-day primal energy terminals at great distances, thanks to his powerful primal energy expertise. How much time has passed? Sheila asked. Soon, less than an hour, Shinshur replied. Sheila fell silent again. Less than an hour. Whether it was a single jump or multiple jumps at a high frequency, it was enough to signify its terrifying value. Was the previous coma a necessary condition? Sheila, keenly aware of something, asked again. Of course, Shinshur said, it was a necessary condition, including for us. Without sealing our consciousness, we simply cannot perform the leap. Shinshur was now completely open about this undeniable intelligence. In fact, he could already sense Sheila's inner thoughts. This being, second only to the Emperor in the Sisic civilization, had now determined a new path for his civilization. Great human envoy, he lowered his head, no longer communicating through consciousness, but reciting in the ancient language of the Sisic civilization, I have confirmed your glory and greatness. Please allow our entire Sisic civilization to join us. We will serve you with everything, and consider our common interests as our own. Shinshur was certain that, at least for this moment, Sheila had made a decision. Therefore, half of the purpose of coming to the Thousand Alliance system had been achieved. The reason it was only half was that the current situation of the Sisic civilization, including the secrets within the Thousand Alliance, required further processing. But regardless, the construction of the human system has already taken a firm step forward. Shinshur originally wanted to say something more, but suddenly a thought struck him. He felt Ling's heart fluttering within him. Could it be? Shinshur felt a slight joy, but didn't intend to say anything more to Sisic, simply saying, in that case, Let's proceed according to procedure. Your treatment will be calculated naturally. I take you back first. Because Shinshur didn't try to hide it, Sheila knew he suddenly had something more important to do. A mere special envoy could have something more important than the joining of the Zizek civilization. Sheila was once again certain that the other side wasn't just a civilization that had luckily obtained the relic device, but a civilization that had already developed and matured using it, completely on par with the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system. Thinking of this, Sheila's heart couldn't help but burn with excitement. Their pro-war stance wasn't based on any loyalty to the Thousand Alliance, but simply because their own culture dictated that they would choose a more risky option to gain greater benefits. Undoubtedly, humanity would have a future far superior to that of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system. They might even be the ultimate victors in the known universe. No wonder they didn't actively invite other civilizations to join. They have the right to seize the initiative. Perhaps this time, we Zizek haven't made a risky choice, but rather seized an invaluable opportunity. With this realization, Sheila deliberately let her consciousness fall into slumber. Shinshur, who had sent them back to the Thousand Alliance star system, couldn't care less about anything else at the moment. He found a safe place, and then immersed his consciousness in Sherling's mind. Shinshur's emotions were undoubtedly incredibly excited at this moment. This had nothing to do with his primal energy strength, it was simply because he didn't want to control himself. Because the changes in Sherling meant that the fourth future line had appeared. Although it came somewhat suddenly, Shinshur had actually anticipated it. The appearance of such a crucial node in the future line wasn't due to the surrender of the Zizek civilization, but rather because humanity had successfully made a powerful civilization as strong as an A-level voluntarily surrender. With the first one, the second was easy. In the previous future timeline, although Zizek ultimately sided with them, humanity made too many meaningless moves, and some of their underhanded tactics were even discovered, creating a significant discrepancy with the current reality. But regardless, Shinshur ultimately succeeded. Clearly, with the first, there will be a second. The next 3,000 years will not be 3,000 years of rapid growth for human civilization, but 3,000 years of rapid expansion for the human interstellar empire. The system is finally complete. Shinshur slowly exhaled, closing his eyes slightly, experiencing the power emanating from the changes in the time crystal. He could feel his connection with time deepening further, and his use of the time dimension becoming even stronger. However, individual evolution seemed less important to him at this moment. More important was the future human civilization, the one that truly became the interstellar overlord, a powerful civilization comparable to the Mud system. With a thought, Shinshur's consciousness delved into the sacred ground of the fourth future timeline. Unlike previous new future timelines, the Holy Land in the fourth future timeline is not significantly different from the past. Aside from being slightly larger and having a slightly larger population, it is essentially identical. If one had to pinpoint a difference, it would be the presence of many beings who are not native to primitive humans. Clearly, this is drastically different from the situation in the second timeline. These intelligent beings from other civilizations and races did not forcibly seize personal terminals within the Holy Land. Rather, they were granted this qualification by humanity, by Shinshur. From Shinshur's memories, it was clear that the human empire now ruled over 7 star systems, scattered throughout the strongholds of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system, carving holes in the star maps of their domains. Of these 7 star systems, only 2 were conquered, the other 5 had surrendered willingly. Even among the 18B9 level civilizations of the Mud system, 5 had joined humanity. Furthermore, 14 of the top 100 powerful civilizations within the Thousand Alliance had joined humanity. One of them, even ranking among the top 10 within the Thousand Alliance, was called Holy Radiance. This powerful civilization, whose culture did not inherently crave plunder, but only sought to explore the truths of the universe, was the strongest civilization within the human system. While its strength might be considerably weaker than the 3A-level civilizations of the Mud system, the presence of primal energy spores allowed it to confront them head-on. More importantly, 2 of the 3A-level civilizations of the Mud system had secretly established ambiguous connections with human civilization. They dared not defy the ranchers, yet they recognized humanity's potential. They even provided many crucial technologies, enabling humanity's own technological strength to grow rapidly. In short, while the human civilization in Future Line 4 is still somewhat inferior to Mud and the Thousand Alliance in terms of strength, it is already capable of self-preservation with the powerful support of the Holy Land. Chapter 297. A human civilization that has reached this level can be considered a truly established and formal system without any problem. To put it bluntly, the Holy Land originally possessed this power. However, when humanity was still weak, It couldn't announce it, let alone use it to attract other civilizations to join. Only after human civilization had reached this stage could the Holy Land truly be used for its rapid advancement. Shinshur could roughly predict that the fourth future line was likely the last future line world of human civilization. After all, the 3,000-year time span remained unchanged from beginning to end. The requirement for the birth of a new world line is that the future line changes within an extremely short period of time, to the point that even changes in the world line cannot be reasonably distorted. Only in this way can a completely new future line be born. For human civilization to have reached this level, to be able to go from its initial state to building a truly formal system within a mere 3,000 years, is already an incredible feat. In short, they are even prepared for a major undertaking. Of course, a major undertaking is inevitable. The emergence of each new world signifies a vast potential for change within that entirely new timeline. In this future timeline, my reputation has truly reached its peak, even surpassing the ever-reliable main timeline. Shinshur activated the memories of his avatar within the fourth future timeline. These 3,000 years have been a period of immense change for human civilization and even the human system. However, for Shinshur, there has been little change. A mere 3,000 years is insufficient for his mastery of primal energy to undergo a fundamental transformation. At most, it would just create some additional special applications. Therefore, he could directly fuse with, digest, and absorb this avatar. And that's exactly what he did. After the fusion, all 3,000 years of memories were incorporated into his consciousness, significantly increasing his strength. But this wasn't the greatest gain. The truly important gain was that he finally achieved the manifestation of the Fantasy Legion, a feat unique to humanity. Yes, over these 3,000 years, thanks to the analysis of the rancher's strength within the Thousand Alliance, the Thousand Alliance's own primal energy foundation, and most importantly, the information provided by a few traders within the A-level civilization of the Mud system, Shinshur had finally taken this step. He even had a direct confrontation with the rancher over 400 years ago. Although there was no victory, only a brief encounter, it was precisely that clash that propelled Shinshur's prestige within the human empire to its peak. With strength comparable to the rancher, coupled with the Thousand Alliance's technology and control over the Holy Land, it's no exaggeration to say that Shinshur could easily become an emperor, a second rancher, enslaving an entire star system. But he didn't. Nor was it necessary. The existence of the Holy Land meant that systems, like the Thousand Alliance and Mud, were destined to be eliminated. This was a fact even weaker civilizations could see. This is why so many civilizations from the Thousand Alliance and Mud systems were showing goodwill towards humanity, even willing to join. Of course, not everyone flocked to them, because the superiority of a system did not guarantee absolute victory. At this point, the human interstellar empire is still relatively weak. If the Thousand Alliances and the Mud system can completely conquer humanity, whether by plundering or destroying the Holy Lands, it will signify the ultimate defeat of the human interstellar empire. The probability of this is not low. Even among the forces joining the human interstellar empire at this moment, there are bound to be spies from the other two systems. Not to mention, as human civilization continues to grow stronger, more and more people are joining the human interstellar empire, and the fierce war between the Thousand Alliances and the Mud system is beginning to ease, showing a tendency to temporarily cease hostilities. Perhaps the human interstellar empire has not yet gained the absolute attention of these two systems, but any sign of them easing hostilities will directly lead to a major blow to the human interstellar empire's reputation, thus severely impacting its development speed. This is the greatest crisis facing the human interstellar empire in the fourth future timeline. Every timeline seems to be in a bad situation when it first opens, Shinshur pondered. He couldn't quite explain whether this was a natural pattern in the creation of new world lines, or whether the emergence of each new world line meant humanity had reached a completely new level, thus attracting the attention of hostile forces. In short, he still needed to pursue a two-pronged approach. On one hand, he would focus on this newly emerged world line, where his strength had greatly increased. On the other hand, he needed to leverage the power of the new world line to rapidly develop the main world line, thereby allowing the new world line to also begin to show positive changes. This virtuous cycle had, to date, been the method by which humanity had rapidly achieved growth. However, as his understanding of the new world line deepened, Shinshur couldn't help but frown. This was because human civilization's technological development in this world line hadn't advanced significantly. After all, it was only 3,000 years. Even with numerous civilizations coming to join them, the assistance that Shinshur could offer could still be obtained from other future timelines. The equipment was similar. In the third future timeline, the human civilization that had profited handsomely from the battlefields of the Thousand Alliance and Mud didn't lack the most powerful devices. Therefore, even if they brought back some more devices, it would likely be difficult to trigger future changes. Then I can only start with intelligence, Shinshur sighed inwardly. He still missed the early days when obtaining a sufficiently powerful device could easily bring significant help to the main world line. But long ago, such a thing became almost impossible. After all, the more powerful a civilization is, the harder it is to become even more powerful. This is an inevitable trend. However, just as Shinshur was pondering the information, he was startled. Then a look of delight appeared on his face. Although he wasn't consciously controlling his emotions, for someone of his strength to even show a change in emotion was extremely rare. This clearly indicated that it was indeed a pleasant surprise. I was so focused on the Rancher's Fantasy Legion that I didn't realize I also made such a huge discovery about primal energy spores, Shinshur murmured to himself. The reason he hadn't realized it at first was simply because the Rancher's Fantasy Legion's strength was closer to individual power, and its strength had greatly increased. Furthermore, after being modified by the Bronze Altar, it had become even more superior, as if it had evolved. Under such circumstances, it wasn't surprising that they could research a Fantasy Legion. But the primal energy spores are different. This power is clearly more universal, and with the entire Thousand Alliance directly sharing its technology with every powerful ally, researching it for countless years, theoretically, further optimization should be difficult. But that's precisely the case. After in-depth understanding and contact, Shinshur suddenly discovered that the essence of these primal energy spores is still primal energy, or rather, a variant of primal energy, an application of primal energy. And it's different from the application of the Rancher's Fantasy Legion. It's a completely different direction. However, their rank is likely lower than Shinshur's near complete control. Therefore, through in-depth understanding and continuous experimentation, Shinshur still achieved a crucial technological breakthrough. Creating primal energy spores no longer requires completely harvesting the consciousness of intelligent life. It's important to understand that before this, the source of the primal energy spores was a weak civilization's primal energy master who harvested the consciousness of intelligent individuals within their own civilization to create them. In other words, this meant turning all the intelligent life within their race into single-use primal energy batteries. The damage this caused to a civilization was undoubtedly immense. This is why, despite possessing such technology, the Thousand Alliance only deployed small groups of primal energy masters to use it on the battlefield, rather than deploying large numbers. This was a war of attrition. Even though the Thousand Alliance's territory contained numerous weak civilizations, the development of civilizations, especially population growth, requires a foundation. If the war continued to escalate, the number of usable civilizations would rapidly decrease, and the Thousand Alliance's defeat would be inevitable. This reveals the significance of Shinshur's research. With this technology, primal energy spores will no longer have a significant impact on the system's development. All intelligent life forms whose primal energy consciousness has been harvested and transformed into primal energy spores will no longer die, but will only be weakened for a period of time. In fact, the primal energy spores produced in this way are even more powerful than those from harvesting life in the past. After all, they no longer contain the resentment of intelligent life towards those who have lost their lives. In fact, a large number of powerful individuals wielding powerful primal energy spores have already gathered in the Fourth Future line, simply because these powerful individuals do not come from weak civilizations, but from powerful civilizations. The intelligent individuals of powerful civilizations, in terms of both quantity and quality of primal energy consciousness, far surpass those of weaker civilizations, as Shinshur has confirmed. This is the truly correct way to use primal energy spore technology. However, what truly matters to Shinshur is not the increase in the strength of the human interstellar empire, but the attraction of this technology to the Thousand Alliance. No one has devoted more energy to primal energy spores than the Thousand Alliance. Attracted by the immense profits associated with primal energy spores, they even directly shared primal energy spore technology with some powerful civilizations, successfully distributing all their research. This can be considered a true concentration of the entire system's power. Furthermore, Shinshur currently knows that some of the technology and primal energy spores have already slipped into the hands of the Mud system. This too was intentional. Because within the Mud system, there aren't many primal energy masters from weaker civilizations. Don't forget their breeding system. In the initial history of Future Line 1, both the Voran fleet and the Dake civilization had only one word for the primal energy masters born from human civilization: kill. As for those powerful civilizations, the Thousand Alliance wasn't worried about them using it. Even if Mud were to gain some strength as a result, it would inevitably lead to more serious consequences in the long run, and their technological level couldn't possibly match the Thousand Alliance's long-term research in a short time. Therefore, as Shinshur saw, the Mud system did indeed master some of the primal energy spore technology, but it didn't use it, only conducting some research in the hope of finding a way to counter it. But it didn't hold much hope. It was completely useless. Useless to use, but a pity to discard. Even initially, the Thousand Alliance system held a similar view regarding the human interstellar empire gaining the allegiance of some high-level Thousand Alliance civilizations. Even if the acquired technology was more mature, it was meaningless for the human interstellar empire's size, and might even prevent weaker civilizations from joining, further weakening the human interstellar empire's strength. However, everything changed after Shinshur made this breakthrough in his research on primordial spores. The civilization that ranked near the top 10 within the Thousand Alliance system chose to join the human interstellar empire only after secretly learning this. And the current trend of the Thousand Alliance slowing down its war with the Mold system may well be due to their knowledge of this. This is a devastating weapon against the Thousand Alliance. A weapon that, once discovered, will inevitably gain the Thousand Alliance's attention. However, this is also a deadly weapon against the Thousand Alliances. Many Thousand Alliance civilizations will therefore decide to join the human empire. Therefore, bringing this technology back to the main timeline will have varying impacts, both positive and negative. But after only a short period of consideration, Shinshur made his decision. Bring it! Possessing the time crystal means possessing the future. Avoiding potential risks and maximizing benefits is something he excels at. This breakthrough lies in this technology, Shinshur thought to himself. Unlike before, this time, he didn't convene a Supreme Council meeting to discuss it. After all, the key to this war is to absolutely prevent the technology's performance from being leaked in the early stages. Shinshur didn't distrust the council members. After all, no one could hide their true emotions or inner thoughts from him. He simply didn't trust their abilities. Yes, although 6,000 years had passed, and with the assistance of various powerful devices, all the human council members were now Origin Energy Masters, and some even possessed strength comparable to the strongest individuals in A-level civilizations. However, their primal energy capabilities were still too weak in this war. Pass on my orders. Begin the gradual takeover of the Zisik civilization, focusing on its primal energy technology, especially primal energy spore technology. This order from Shinshur also appeared in the fourth future timeline, but it lacked the final sentence. Clearly, in the future timeline, the avatar Shinshur initially didn't expect to gain much from the research on primal energy spore technology. Chapter 298. Back then, Shinshur, the avatar, hadn't even fully understood the Fantasy Legion, let alone had the energy to research primal energy spores. But things are different now. Adding Shinshur's statement almost explicitly revealed his interest in primal energy spores. When this news reached the Zisik civilization, Sheila sought him out again. Primal energy spores originate from an ancient device, but they don't manifest as a device, they're a technology. Because when we obtained this technology, it was already significantly incomplete. Therefore, even after concentrating most of the Thousand Alliance's top forces, and researching it for hundreds of thousands of years, the results are still scarce. Although Sheila didn't directly state his opinion, it was clear he was worried that the human interstellar empire was wasting too much time on primal energy spores. No one understood primal energy spores better than the Thousand Alliance. They didn't even care if this technology leaked to hostile forces. This alone demonstrates their confidence in primal energy spores. Hundreds of thousands of years. Meaning, the Thousand Alliance had already discovered this technology when it was first established. Shinshur keenly noticed the information in Sheila's words. To be precise, the Thousand Alliance was established because of the primal energy spores. Sheila recounted the earliest history of the Thousand Alliance. At that time, the Thousand Alliance had not yet appeared. Within our known universe, there were 5 most powerful civilizations, and they were embroiled in seemingly endless wars. It wasn't until the emergence of primal energy spore technology that cooperation became possible among these 5 civilizations. Each civilization individually only managed to seize a portion of the technology. Only by combining their resources could they unleash the power of the primal energy spores. And these initial 5 alliances were the prototype of the Thousand Alliance. Shinshur nodded. He understood why technologies, like primal energy spores, were so widely shared within the Thousand Alliance. Besides the difficulty of researching primal energy spore technology, this rule was likely passed down from the very beginning of the Thousand Alliance. Perhaps the Thousand Alliance initially relied on sharing this technology to attract so many civilizations. Shinshur also recalled information from the early days of the mud system. The same lore, the same unification. The ranchers might have obtained the power of the Fantasy Legion around that time, and built the mud system upon that power. The ancient civilizations were truly unfathomable. Many thoughts flashed through Shinshur's mind, but they were fleeting. He quickly said, "It's alright, we're just trying it out. If it fails, we seal it away." Yes, Sheila nodded. He hadn't come to truly stop the human interstellar empire from researching primal energy spores, but rather to demonstrate the stakes. And more importantly, to show his stance. This demonstrates that the Sisek has truly pledged allegiance to the human interstellar empire, showing no hesitation in any aspect or detail. Don't assume that a cosmic civilization of this level wouldn't care about such details. On the contrary, they care even more and place even greater importance on them. Once a decision is made, there's rarely any further hesitation. However, in the future history that Shinshur knows, the Sisek did indeed have thoughts of betraying the human interstellar empire. After all, their joining was largely based on lies stemming from insufficient information. As the true level of human civilization gradually came to light, the Sisek civilization itself suffered considerable shock, and dissenting voices emerged. Although the rebellious forces and their representatives were ultimately suppressed, the upheaval still significantly impacted the nascent human interstellar empire. Only when Shinshur developed the correct technology for using primal energy spores was this internal turmoil quelled. However, now that he knew this, Shinshur naturally wouldn't allow it to recur. He acted as if nothing had happened, discussing the next steps with the Sisek civilization. While their approach was largely the same as the ancestral spirit civilizations, relocating their entire civilization's sacred site to the void, the Sisek civilization was, after all, one of the most powerful civilizations in this star system, with countless subordinate civilizations. Therefore, its involvement differed greatly from that of the ancestral spirit civilization. At least for now, the Sisek civilization had begun contacting several major subordinate civilizations. Ultimately, they might not be able to take all the subordinate civilizations, but they could definitely take most of them. Suddenly, activity in this star system intensified. Massive numbers of people and equipment from various civilizations began migrating towards the location of their ancestral spirits, disappearing and being directly relocated to desolate lands to rebuild their civilizations. Such activity could not possibly go unnoticed by other powerful civilizations. Initially, they remained silent. However, when the Sisek civilization also intensified its migration, they could no longer remain silent. For interstellar civilizations of this level, territory was not the primary resource. The various civilizations and resources contained within that territory were the true assets. Another purpose of their encirclement of the Sisek civilization was to seize this opportunity to take a large bite out of the Sisek civilization and its remaining territories. If the entire Sisek civilization were to relocate, it would undoubtedly harm their interests. More importantly, the fact that such a powerful civilization within the Thousand Alliances could leave so quietly before their very eyes would also undoubtedly harm the interests of the entire Thousand Alliances. It's important to understand that even in the most intense internal strife, the benefits only shift within the Thousand Alliances. Once the other members of the Thousand Alliances find out, they can only accept this reality. However, if the entire Sisek civilization is forced to completely align itself with an unknown civilization, and the entire civilization, along with all the intelligent civilizations and useful resources in the region, disappears, this would also become a reason for the other powerful civilizations of the Thousand Alliances to attack and punish them. Furthermore, they are uncertain whether this mysterious force, after acquiring the Sisek civilization, will turn its guns on them. In any case, the situation has escalated to this point, and they cannot ignore it. Just as the Sisek civilization began its actions, more and more probes from other civilizations began to be directed at the location of the ancestral spirit civilization. The numbers increased. The methods became more sophisticated. After all their probing attempts were detected and controlled by Shinshur, who seemed to have a grasp of the future, these civilizations realized that relying on such petty tricks to gather intelligence was virtually impossible. They began mobilizing their fleets, and all sorts of devices were being deployed towards this location. Their intentions were now clear. Even the Sisek civilization had to take it seriously. They really couldn't wait any longer, Sheila told Shinshur, but we still need at least 300 years to complete the relocation. For a civilization as powerful as the Sisek, relocating an entire race is no simple matter. Not to mention, it's not just them who need to relocate. 300 years has passed, and that's only because Shinshur dispatched many beings with sacred sites to assist them. Otherwise, the travel time from the furthest point to the ancestral spirit base would likely exceed this time. However, this time would be enough for those civilizations to launch a full-scale attack. But compared to Sheila's worries, Shinshur remained remarkably calm. He had already foreseen all of this from the future. Even in the original history, humanity successfully resolved this crisis, let alone now. Don't worry, Shinshur said somewhat mysteriously. In about 40 years, you might be able to give those old rivals a real surprise. A surprise? Sheila confirmed Shinshur's emotions. Indeed, there was no worry whatsoever, so she relaxed as well. To be honest, facing the mysterious and powerful human interstellar empire, he didn't believe that these civilizations' encirclement and suppression would be effective. After all, their powerful warp-like capabilities allowed them to easily mobilize large legions at any time. What Shira worried about was that the Sisic civilization hadn't received the attention it deserved from the human interstellar empire. However, at this moment, Shira couldn't possibly imagine what the surprise Shinshur was talking about was. Until 40 years later. Faced with the technology Shinshur had shown him, Shira's shock was completely undisguised. This is really primal energy spore technology? He explained with unimaginable excitement. How is this possible? How did you do this, master? In just over 100 years. To achieve such a technological breakthrough. Primal energy spores that no longer harvest life. These are primal energy spores that no longer harvest life. Our entire Thousand Alliance spent tens of thousands of years researching this project, and no one had ever succeeded. A project that the entire Thousand Alliance had researched for tens of thousands of years without success was actually successfully developed by the human interstellar empire in just over 100 years? This comparison alone makes it easy to imagine the disbelief in Shira's eyes. He looked at the results of the technological experiments again and again, examining the parameters repeatedly. He had to admit that the primal energy spores, this relic technology signifying the origin of the Thousand Alliance, had indeed found true glory in the hands of the human interstellar empire. Although he had acknowledged the choices made by the Sisic civilization more than once, at this moment, all he could feel was luck. Yes, luck. Luckily, that primitive race activated the device left behind by humanity. Luckily, the ancestral civilization attracted human civilization. Luckily, they were facing a life-or-death crisis at the time, and thus decided to ally with humanity, at this moment, even if they were surrounded and annihilated by the remaining old rivals. Or even if they offended the entire Thousand Alliance and were surrounded and annihilated by it, Sheila would no longer worry. This breakthrough in origin energy spore technology alone is enough to establish an interstellar society system even more powerful than the Thousand Alliance. There's no such exaggerated comparison of strength. It's just that we happen to have mastered the relevant relic technology, making up for the deficiencies in origin energy spore technology, Shinshur said calmly, facing the incredibly excited Sheila. He simply asked, how is it? Can this technology solve your current crisis? Absolutely no problem, Sheila said decisively, his emotions still fervent. My lord, you may not understand the significance of origin energy spore technology to the Thousand Alliance, but even without considering its practical significance, this breakthrough technology alone is enough to make many Thousand Alliance civilizations ally with us. Shinshur nodded slightly. He naturally knew this. In the history of Future Line 4, the human interstellar empire experienced its second wave of rapid growth precisely after Shinshur achieved this technological breakthrough, which truly drew the attention of the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system. Now, this moment had arrived more than 2,000 years earlier. Of course, Shinshur still remembered the crisis. Don't spread this news widely, at least not at this stage. We don't intend to wage a meaningless war with the entire Thousand Alliance, Shinshur instructed. Sheila obeyed the order thoughtfully. This sentence actually contained a lot of information. One possibility was that the human interstellar empire's strength wasn't as great as Sheila remembered. Of course, if this possibility had been known before this day, things might have changed, just like in the history of Future Line 4. But at the moment, Sheila didn't care. Frankly speaking, even if the true strength of the human interstellar empire is weaker than that of the Sithic civilization, with just this one piece of originium spore technology, coupled with that powerful warp ability, the future of the human interstellar empire wouldn't be much weaker than that of the Thousand Alliance. Moreover, the strength that humanity has currently demonstrated is clearly superior to theirs. After Sheila left, Shinshur's thoughts stirred, and he created an avatar that arrived at the fourth future line. Sure enough, the situation in the fourth future line had once again undergone a significant change. The birthplace of a new world line always presents many possibilities for change. Not to mention the fact that the new originium spore technology had emerged more than 2,000 years earlier. The Thousand Alliance began to focus on dealing with us more than 2,000 years ago. Shinshur once again realized the importance the Thousand Alliance placed on the new Originium spore. In the current Fourth Future line, although the number and quality of civilizations that have pledged allegiance to the human interstellar empire are more than double what they were before the timeline shift, with the majority coming from the Thousand Alliance, the number of star systems controlled by the human interstellar empire has actually shrunk to only 3. These 3 are still under continuous suppression by the Thousand Alliances. War has almost broken out. They've even been forced to relocate most of their main forces to desolate areas, constantly on the run. To sum up the result of this timeline shift in one sentence, increased power, but a more dangerous situation. Indeed, even with the best possible secrecy regarding the new primal energy technology, complete secrecy is impossible if they want to use it to attract the Thousand Alliance civilizations, Shinshur muttered to himself. Chapter 299. This is indeed a difficult point to resolve. Human civilization can no longer afford to be low-key, yet it still lags far behind in strength, making direct confrontation impossible. However, other methods are virtually non-existent. Shinshur frantically calculated in his mind, finally realizing that to resolve the predicament and truly make human civilization the absolute hegemon of this interstellar space, he needed to start with the main timeline. After all, the Fourth Future timeline was already beyond its reach. The new primal energy spore technology was discovered, probably several hundred years later. No, it should be that it was taken seriously. Shinshur reviewed history in detail again, easily discovering that although the Thousand Alliance's initial actions were over 2,000 years ago, this trend had already emerged much earlier. In other words, the new primal energy spore technology had already begun to spread within the Thousand Alliance much earlier, and it had attracted the attention of the truly high-ranking members. Although the Thousand Alliance's overall cohesion wasn't as strong as the Mud system, and it lacked a truly powerful ruler and a highly unified will, this didn't mean the Thousand Alliance lacked cohesion. The top 10 civilizations represent the cohesion of the Thousand Alliance. Even after humanity mastered this crucial technology and clearly demonstrated the potential to surpass these two systems and dominate the entire universe, only one of these 10 civilizations chose to join the human interstellar empire. This alone demonstrates the considerable cohesion within the Thousand Alliance's leadership. Therefore, strictly speaking, humanity's greatest adversary is not the entire Thousand Alliance. Instead, it concerns the remaining 9 civilizations and the numerous civilizations they control. Perhaps, we can disperse the Thousand Alliance as soon as possible, Shinshur thought, turning his gaze to the only civilization that had joined the human interstellar empire. This was a civilization called Entropy. Yes, it was a literal translation of the name. This entropy is the meaning of entropy in human language. The Entropy civilization had been a member of the Thousand Alliance for a considerable time, but this civilization possessed very distinct cultural characteristics. They were born in a very impoverished star system with a small star. The entire star system, including the life-bearing planet that nurtured their civilization, had only 3 planets. This directly resulted in their civilization living in extremely harsh environments from its inception. Non-existent natural disasters and scarce resources. Therefore, over a long period of development, the entire civilization gradually established a culture of resisting natural disasters, which further evolved into a culture of resisting the apocalypse. This is also the origin of their name. The Entropy civilization firmly believes that everything is destined to perish, including the universe itself, which is also on the path to extinction. All civilizations, including themselves, ultimately aim to survive the universe's demise. This culture is extremely rare. To some civilizations, it sounds like nothing more than an interstellar version of needless worry. After all, regardless of whether the universe will perish, that day, without any foreseeable trend, is undoubtedly extremely distant. Perhaps most civilizations will perish for various reasons before that day even arrives. Worrying about such things seems pointless. But it is precisely this steadfastness, this faith, that continuously drives the Entropy civilization to power. Shinshur is certain that their choice to join the still weak, and perhaps not even fully developed, human interstellar empire must be partly due to this cultural factor. After all, the human interstellar empire may not be able to truly defeat the Thousand Alliances, and the Mud system may not be able to truly become powerful, and faces a considerable risk of premature demise. However, it is undeniable that the human interstellar empire, possessing a holy land, new primal energy spore technology, and even the Fantasy Legion technology, has the qualifications and potential to go further than the Thousand Alliances and the Mud system. If the Entropy civilization's development goal is indeed to reach the end of the universe and overcome its destruction, then it should rightfully stand on the side of the more promising human interstellar empire, rather than abandoning the distant future for temporary gains. Therefore, Shinshir pondered whether it was possible to make contact with the entropy civilization sooner. But this carries enormous risks. It's not that just because humanity has more potential, they will necessarily join. There are many other ways to make good use of this potential. Putting aside other considerations, with humanity's current strength, rashly seeking out the entropy civilization could very well lead to losing the initiative and being suppressed in return. Utilizing humanity's potential doesn't necessarily mean prioritizing humanity. However, given the possibility of seeing the future, it might be worthwhile to make some risky attempts. In short, first we need to figure out which civilization was the first to leak this information. Shinshir already had some vague ideas in his mind, but it would take time to turn them into a feasible plan. This didn't prevent him from simultaneously eliminating and avoiding mistakes made by his avatar, Shinshir. Putting aside other considerations, preventing the spread of information as much as possible, minimizing human attention, and delaying development were always essential. Shinshir quickly located the first civilizations the Sisic civilization attempted to win over. However, he discovered that even based on his memories of the future world, he couldn't determine which one was the traitor. After all, even civilizations that later explicitly joined the human interstellar empire might not have been entirely innocent. However, he could still roughly determine which civilization wasn't the traitor. Several civilizations were indeed staunch supporters of the human interstellar empire, and their reasons for support were very firm. It wasn't entirely due to humanity's potential, but more so because their situation within the Thousand Alliances was precarious. The Sisic civilization wasn't an isolated case within the Thousand Alliances. The war with the Mud system itself had brought about certain divisions and splits within the Thousand Alliances. After conducting a detailed analysis, including sending people into the Fourth Future Timeline to investigate more detailed and confidential historical information, Shinshir summoned Sheila. This Prime Minister of the Sisic people, both in his heart and outward demeanor, had completely sided with humanity, his allegiance utterly thorough. Clearly, he understood that his strength was no match for the person before him. Since he couldn't hide his thoughts, he could only abandon any unnecessary considerations. "Have you chosen your target during this time?" Shinshir asked, treating him according to human customs. "Several targets have been selected," Sheila replied. "Some are those with good relations with us, and others, after analysis, are deemed highly likely to join us. This is consistent with history." "No need to rush." Shinshir poured himself a cup of tea, took a slow sip, and said unhurriedly, "You should understand that while we need these civilizations to increase our power and interests, we are not currently prepared to wage war simultaneously with the Thousand Alliance and Mud. In this special period, in this war between them, we can gain more benefits and more opportunities." "Yes, I understand," Sheila said. In fact, when Shinshir reminded him not to directly spread the news of the new primal energy spore technology, he had already realized that for the human interstellar empire, staying in the shadows was the best option at present. Even if they selectively emerge, it should be for worthwhile gains. This doesn't necessarily mean weakness. After all, the selection principle for civilizations in interstellar space is that no matter how powerful they are, there is no need to act against their own interests. But to Sheila's surprise, Shinshir shook his head and said, "No, you don't understand." Sheila remained silent. "I don't know if you calculated how likely your choices are to spread intelligence about the new primal spore technology, or how likely they are to cause the Thousand Alliance to increase its focus on us, even at the cost of slowing down the war with the Mud system. But in my opinion, your calculations have clearly failed. If you could have calculated these things correctly, you wouldn't have given such a list." After Shinshir finished speaking, a list appeared before them. Sheila's emotion surged dramatically at that moment. Not because of Shinshir's accusations, of course, but because of the list before him. The list he had received was merely a selection. Even he himself hadn't fully decided yet. But this list seemed to have already made its decision. This meant that the other party had not only silently obtained the information within his consciousness, but had also predicted his analysis. In the realm of primal energy technology, this could be considered complete control. From thought processes to consciousness to real-world intelligence data, everything about an intelligent life form, all its reactions, had been completely controlled. Only in this way could such accurate predictions be made. This also meant a tremendous disparity. It was like a god watching over the fate of mortals. However, he was no ordinary person, much less a mortal. As the leader of one of the top 50 known civilizations in the entire universe, his strength, even if not comparable to the rancher, should be among the strongest. No one could control everything about him. Not even the rancher. What is this? Sheila's consciousness even began to falter, to the point that he couldn't produce a logically sound response. The reason was simple. He didn't know if his current reactions were also under the other's control, which would trap his thinking in a vicious cycle. If it weren't an intelligent life form, but merely a computationally capable one, he might already be trapped in a loop of thought, unable to extricate himself. Just some methods you're unaware of. Don't worry about them too much. After reinforcing his powerful and mysterious image, Shinshur didn't continue. He simply waved his hand, letting him skip the point, and then pointed to the list, saying, "Back to the present matter, it's obvious that you didn't truly take my words seriously and lack sufficient information. Yes, I admit my mistake and accept punishment." Following human custom, Sheila bowed his head in apology. He had finally recovered. He no longer dwelled on the list. Setting aside matters that might affect him was easy for him. After all, even a powerful being couldn't remain fixated on one thing forever. However, refocusing on the present matter still couldn't calm his emotions. Because the person before him could not only produce this list, but also determine which civilizations on it were unsuitable choices. This meant that the other party's understanding of the Thousand Alliance was likely far greater than he had originally thought. Even greater than his own. He'd only been here for such a short time. Was this some kind of method he didn't know about? I share some intelligence with you, but depending on the situation, you still need to absolutely obey my instructions to do this well. Shinshur took out another list. First, make contact with the civilizations on this list, including the targets, the methods of contact, and things to be aware of. I listed everything here. If anything needs to be changed, I notify you promptly. Furthermore, we try to minimize our presence, so the civilizations surrounding us are your responsibility. Any questions? No problem. Sheila's resolve was unwavering. He knew perfectly well that he had made a mistake by providing the list earlier, which would inevitably affect his own, and indeed the entire Sisic civilizations, standing within the human interstellar empire, and even its future. No system, no power, would value an entity that couldn't make a reasonable contribution. Therefore, this current mission was crucial to the future of their entire Sisic civilization. As for the few old buddies outside, preparing for battle, as long as he could complete this mission and bring all the civilizations on the list over, even some envoys, why worry about them? There was no need for humanity to intervene. After returning, Sheila carefully examined the list and intelligence information Shinshur had sent him, and once again remained silent for a long time. Much of the intelligence on this is information we don't possess, and it's the latest, most confidential, and most important intelligence, Sheila said to the many high-ranking officials of the Sithic civilization before her. From now on, we better abandon unnecessary preparations, and bind our interests, and our stance more deeply with the human interstellar empire. Otherwise, as their strength continues to grow, we will continuously lose benefits and opportunities. Shinshur didn't know what Sheila said after returning, but he could see how the Sithic civilization acted from the future timeline's history. Chapter 300. When Shinshur once again began to focus on the history within the fourth future timeline, as expected, another significant change occurred. If we consider the Thousand Alliance's formal commencement of its focus on humanity as a point in time, then this change represents a postponement of that point. It was postponed by several hundred years. Don't underestimate these several hundred years. They directly granted the human interstellar empire an extra period of rapid development, increasing its strength by at least 20% 3,000 years later. This demonstrates that Shinshur's thinking was correct. It is essential to fully utilize future intelligence and information to delay leaks as much as possible, thus providing human civilization with more time to develop. Furthermore, there are many things that can be done in advance. For example, Shinshur discovered a plan to search for new star systems. The star systems existing in the universe are not limited to those managed by the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system, they are countless. For hundreds of thousands of years, besides their own development, the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system have largely focused on expanding into these star systems. These two systems met precisely through this clash. After all, compared to distances often exceeding hundreds of millions, or even billions of light years, even with the technology of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system, the distances were still far too vast. Such immeasurable distances rendered them incapable of developing these distant star systems, significantly slowing their progress. However, human civilization did not have this problem. Given enough time for the personal terminals of the Holy Land to arrive, humanity's footprint could also spread there. Those places are untapped treasures for human civilization. If humanity could find a relatively safe, or even sufficiently weak star system, they wouldn't need to painstakingly seize it from the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system, and could even resolve the resource crisis caused by suppression in the fourth future line. In the fourth future line, Humanity only officially began promoting this plan 1,500 years later. Now, it can be accelerated. With the most powerful spaceships, it would only take about 4,000 years to cross the territories of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system and reach a wider world. If everything goes smoothly, human civilization will have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system will no longer be able to restrict them. The spaceships specially developed for the future line should also be brought out, allowing them to conduct further research and development, continuously spreading them out one by one from the main timeline. Shinshur began to take action. And this is just one example. Besides this, there are many others that can be carried out ahead of schedule. For example, the excavation of some ruins, the early provision of some key technologies, and the acquisition of future intelligence. While these things didn't bring about the same dramatic changes as the Fantasy Legion or the new Primal Spore technology, they accumulated over time. As Shinshur began to focus and address each issue one by one, the fourth future timeline was also undergoing increasingly significant changes. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years had passed. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, the legions of the top civilizations of those star systems were ready, completely surrounding the entire Zisic civilization, along with the ancestral spirit civilization. They appeared extremely cautious. After all, humanity, this suddenly emerging force, was far too mysterious. But ultimately, self-interest was paramount. If they didn't take action, they would suffer heavy losses once the Zisic civilization and all its subordinate civilizations vanished. At this point, Shinshur finally began to spare some attention, focusing on the development of this matter. Because, judging from the historical events of the future timeline, this time, there was also an opportunity to change things. However, they didn't directly confront the Zisic civilization. In Sheila's view, humanity seemed completely indifferent, leaving everything to them. If our entire legion were to blockade them, how long could we hold out? Sheila asked at his military council. Less than a century. He received a sufficiently poor answer. But it wasn't beyond his expectations. Sheila had already prepared for this, given that their power had shifted significantly over the past few centuries, not to mention the heavy losses they had suffered on the front lines against the Thousand Alliance and Mud. Furthermore, the overall strength of each of these factions was now comparable to their former selves. Even the simplest calculations told them they were doomed to lose. Therefore, the option of direct confrontation can be abandoned. Sheila made the right decision. First, we need to send out the support we secured. Over the past few centuries, Sheila had used the Holy Land's resources to contact many of the civilizations on the list provided by Shinhe, successfully winning over most of them and gaining their support. It's important to understand that this current encirclement actually began before the emergence of humanity, its purpose being to prevent the Scythic civilization from conveying its suggestions to the top echelons of the Thousand Alliance, the 10 most powerful civilizations, regarding increased support for the frontline war and the management of their rear. However, the support offered by Sheila, while involving fewer and less powerful civilizations, is enough to demonstrate that Sheila has broken through their information blockade. This still carries a certain deterrent effect. In reality, if humanity were to request it, even mobilizing troops from these civilizations wouldn't be difficult, given that these civilizations have already pledged allegiance to the human interstellar empire. But if it really comes to that, Sheila and the Scythic civilization appear somewhat inadequate. Therefore, Sheila decided to take a gamble. And his opponents didn't keep him waiting long. The reply came quickly. They say we betrayed the Thousand Alliance? And they say they get evidence to accuse us after attacking us? Sheila frowned. But they don't have any evidence at all. They don't need evidence, just a plausible reason, a high-ranking member of the Scythic team analyzed. But based on this reply, the possibility that they obtained some crucial intelligence has greatly increased. How likely is it that intelligence about the primal energy spore technology has been leaked? Sheila asked first, addressing the most important question. That's unlikely. All the known information so far has passed the consciousness test. They probably only know that we intend to leave the Thousand Alliance, and that we know our systemic identity within the human interstellar empire. Sheila breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he quickly realized that a tricky test had begun. Having seized upon this pretext, the enemy could now relentlessly pursue their siege. The chances of stopping them through negotiation were extremely slim. Therefore, they needed to offer something tangible. At least more information to influence their decision. How are the Primal Spore Legion's preparations? Sheila asked again. All preparations are complete, a leader immediately replied. Including those of our own people who have already left, over 40% have contributed primal energy to this primal spore attack, roughly equivalent to the amount generated by the previous sacrifice of 10% of our people. 10%. Sheila murmured the number. This was a rather risky number. If this number were fully invested, there was a possibility that the enemy would make connections, because this sacrifice was extremely significant for a civilization like Sithik. In interstellar society, unless it was a truly critical moment, few would willingly accept a 1 in 10 chance of sacrifice. After all, civilizations like these are invariably incredibly wealthy, where every member can find the life they desire, achieve their goals, and even harbor a sense of superiority over the weaker races scattered throughout the universe. The stronger the civilization, the harder the sacrifice. But now, it seems there is no other way. From now on, prepare for a fight to the death. Sheila finally ordered. A fight to the death means that the civilization's leadership is prepared to pay a far greater price to prevent the enemy from plundering it. The primal energy bonds created from the 10% sacrifice are the best proof. Shinshur, who was also observing this completely unequal confrontation, understood that the Zisik civilization had made the same choice as the historical information he had seen. It seemed that his influence this time had not affected this scene. But Shinshur was also very clear. While the Zisik civilization's opponents did not speculate on the direction of the new primal energy spore technology, they were not intimidated by the Zisik civilization's stance. On the contrary, it strengthened their conviction that the Zisik civilization had indeed betrayed the Thousand Alliance and joined another unfamiliar system. Because of this, the nature of their proactive encirclement and suppression had changed. It was no longer an internal struggle based on interests, but rather the protection of the interests of the entire Thousand Alliance. Even if they would pay a considerable price under the Zisik civilization's desperate resistance, they were confident that they could recoup the cost through compensation from the Thousand Alliance. Not to mention, if they could obtain more intelligence information about the third party in this encirclement and suppression campaign, they would gain even greater benefits. The problem with Sheila's decision lay in insufficient intelligence. He hadn't considered, or rather, miscalculated the probability of his adversary confirming the nature of humanity. So where did Shinshur's opportunity lie? In history, the Zisik civilization, relying on its new primal energy technology and several other Thousand Alliance civilizations within the star system that sided with us, managed to withstand this battle and hold out until everyone withdrew. But he didn't know that one of these adversaries could actually be won over. Shinshur carefully reviewed the historical information he had received from the future once more, then silently boarded his warship and disappeared from the spot. Yes, this was the opportunity he discovered. The Liliana civilization. The name of this civilization, when translated literally, has no particular meaning, and when transliterated, it sounds somewhat feminine. Yet, in reality, it is a race with a sufficiently domineering culture, who revere the strong above all else. Within the entire civilization, all intelligent individuals are divided into strict hierarchical levels based on their individual strength. This is rare in the interstellar age. After all, individual strength in interstellar space is not the benchmark for the strength of an entire civilization, and it is extremely susceptible to influence. A sufficiently valuable mechanical modification is enough for a weakling to surpass a so-called strongman. It's less about comparing individual strength and more about comparing wealth and technology. But the Liliana civilization truly embodies this. On their home planet, there exists a plant that grows rampantly, spreading throughout the entire planet, yet possesses a certain degree of neurotoxicity. This plant, while causing problems with their mental state and logical thinking, also spurred the germination of their primal energy technology. Therefore, they knew how to utilize the power of primal energy very early on, which resulted in enormous differences in strength between individuals even in their very primitive stages. The powerful can easily control the weak. Millions under their control. Therefore, some tyrannical kings can maintain their brutal rule for a very long time. If things had continued to develop in this way, they might have developed into a powerful primal race, just like the children of the Earth civilization in the Mold system, which was once personally wiped out by the ranchers. However, this civilization, before it became truly powerful, was discovered by an even more powerful alien civilization. Then, following the style of the Thousand Alliance, they were enslaved, their development path altered, and they joined the Thousand Alliance. They were arguably one of the earliest civilizations to join the Thousand Alliance in this way. In the end, this civilization did not follow the path of the primal energy civilization, but instead pursued the conventional development path of the three major technological routes. However, their culture was not completely abandoned as a result. In fact, it became even more extreme. After all, their original culture was highly similar to the ruling culture of the Thousand Alliance. For ordinary people, being ruled by a former, High-ranking king and being ruled by another equally powerful and high-ranking civilization made little difference. They even considered it natural and began to exploit the rules at all costs to become powerful and to rule others. This is why they have reached their current level. Shinshur's understanding of this race came about during a war 2,300 years later. When Shinshur, in his avatar, first demonstrated the strength of the Fantasy Legion on the battlefield, this civilization began to show its admiration for him. They initially held the rancher in exceptional esteem, even believing that only someone like the rancher was qualified to rule a powerful system. Therefore, if the Zisic civilization was the staunch war faction among the Thousand Alliances, then the Liliana civilization was the potential surrender faction. Chapter 301. This is actually not normal. Powerful groups like the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system have certain means to ensure internal unity. Even if there is fierce internal competition or even struggle in some areas at certain times, they can at least maintain a unified behavior as a basic interest group. Therefore, the emergence of such a traitor seems somewhat strange. Shinshur even conducted a detailed analysis, trying to find the possibility of an undercover agent. But ultimately, he was unsuccessful. He could only come up with the explanation that nothing is impossible in the vast universe. In fact, this is indeed the case. The culture of the Liliana civilization is a special existence within the Thousand Alliance. Their own cultural heritage maintains a high degree of consistency with the cultural heritage of the entire Thousand Alliance. It is this consistency that allows them to retain details that distinguish them from the Thousand Alliance even after being powerfully impacted by outsiders. That is, the worship of powerful individuals. And it is this worship that has shaped the traitor at this moment. However, for Shinshur, exploring the reasons for this outcome is not very meaningful. He only needs to know how to use this result. The Fantasy Legion is a good starting point, Shinshur murmured. At this moment, he was on his way to this civilization. However, he couldn't go directly there, much less proactively display his strength and demand their submission. That would seem too deliberate, too knowing. Yes, being too deliberate was also unacceptable. An overly deliberate display would reveal the preparations behind it, and a true powerhouse doesn't need so much preparation with the weak. Shinshur needed to reveal his strength by chance. That was his plan. The area Liliana is responsible for defending isn't anything special, but I might not need to start from there. Instead, there should be a hidden relic device in another location. This blockade wasn't a blockade by some civilizations against a particular civilization or a particular star system. It was against a single force. A powerful force with hundreds, even thousands, of subordinate civilizations, whose own strength spanned the entire star field. The scope of the blockade was beyond imagination, covering almost more than 1/5 of the entire star system. This is why the preparation alone took so long. A struggle of this level would be a colossal event that might not occur for hundreds of thousands of years in a star system like this. A small clash could potentially lead to the annihilation of billions of intelligent life forms. This is precisely why finding a location where a relic device might be discovered in the future isn't difficult. Shinshur actually had several targets to choose from, but he chose this one simply because the relic device in this location was the most useful, barely fitting his current identity as a powerful special envoy. As Shinshur's warship approached without any concealment, it naturally attracted the attention of the numerous pursuers, who were currently on high alert. Especially when they noticed the warship's distinctive appearance. A special envoy from the human interstellar empire. This news began to spread rapidly in the area where Shinshur was approaching. During this period, these civilizations employed various methods to gather intelligence on the human interstellar empire. Although their direct infiltration attempts were all detected by Shinshur through future historical information, they still indirectly obtained a considerable amount of intelligence. The most important and crucial piece of intelligence was the term special envoy. This seemed to represent the strongest being from the human interstellar empire within the current star system, and also the highest commander. This was a key reason for their sudden appearance, and even the complete allegiance of the Scythic civilization. Now, such a warship, such an important figure, had brazenly left that mysterious place that was impossible to approach, and arrived before them. This alone was an opportunity they absolutely could not miss. Even knowing that the other side must have something to rely on to dare to do this, from an intelligence perspective, whether successful or not, they would gain invaluable information. Therefore, ambushes and traps began to be silently laid. Of course, Shinshur had already learned of all this from the historical changes in the fourth future timeline. It's simpler than expected, Shinshur said, looking at the history log. The advantage in intelligence is indeed greater than the advantage in technology. We don't need to do anything special, we can simply control everything. Captain, The first wave of attacks is coming, Ivan's voice rang out in the captain's cabin. As Shinshir's longest-serving warship and partner, Ivan had long been aware of Shinshir's prophetic power from his words and actions. But she never asked. She simply silently factored in this intelligence, which was virtually impossible to obtain beforehand, calculating it with a near 100% probability, so she could better follow Shinshir's instructions. Shinshir, in turn, never offered any explanation, simply using this intelligence flexibly each time and accepting Yuan's suggestions. In a sense, this was a tacit understanding between them. And now it was the same. It's a batch of primal energy spores, isn't it? They threw out a bombshell right off the bat. They certainly think highly of us. Shinshir glanced out the window. Unfortunately, they underestimated our strength. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous, dark red gourd suddenly appeared in the void. Its appearance was so abrupt that the enemies were more focused on its arrival than on its shape, which didn't resemble a warship. Is this the seamless warp technology mastered by the human interstellar empire? Indeed, it leaves no trace. All the warp nodes around here are clearly under our control. We must be careful. Ignore this gourd, attack that warship directly. Throw out all the primal energy spores. The longer we delay, the greater our chance of failure. Although he didn't know what the enemy was discussing, Shinshir could clearly see those enormous monsters continuously forming and converging in the endless vast universe. Judging from the star map alone, the Yuan was completely surrounded. There wasn't a single weak point in the entire space that could be breached. It was as if a giant beast had opened its mouth wide to swallow a tiny flying insect whole. No matter how much it struggled, it could only sink into the giant mouth. Given the characteristics of the primal energy spores, the Ivan indeed had no way to escape at this point. Transmission within this area had been completely disrupted. Let alone the Ivan. Even the most powerful warship created by combining all the most advanced warship technologies from the Mold and Thousand Alliance systems, exerting all its efforts, would be helpless against this level of encirclement. After all, the reason relic technology is called relic technology is because its level surpasses this known universe. However, the Ivan showed no hesitation, no transmission, and no additional movement. She acted as if nothing had happened, as if the roaring maw of the abyss that threatened to swallow her whole never existed. Completely unconcerned. She didn't even change direction. Such actions undoubtedly increased the unease of the encirclers. They must have a trump card. The probability is impossible to calculate accurately, but we're likely to fail. What method is it? Could it be that strange thing? But we didn't see any devices on it, not even phase armor. Stay vigilant. And so, the predator, its jaws agape, remained restless, while the seemingly insignificant insect remained calm and composed. At the moment the two truly clashed, Shinshir, half reclining in the captain's cabin, took a sip of his tea, slowly exhaled, and whispered, "Please turn around, my darling." Yes, a very soft voice. So soft that in this universe, probably only Shinshir himself and Ivan could hear it. In that instant, the enormous, dark red gourd's mouth streaked across the void with a crimson flash. No, it shouldn't be called light. Its speed completely exceeded the speed of light. This undoubtedly violated the fundamental physics of this universe. In this universe, anything exceeding the speed of light is sliced, dismembered, and annihilated into primal energy by the curvature of space. Even the most powerful civilization cannot change this. At most, they can only continuously optimize their warp drive technology, but cannot skip warp drives and directly accelerate. However, the existence of the Fantasy Legion is inherently about breaking the foundation and shattering reality. When Shinshir successfully mastered the Fantasy Legion, what he manifested was not the various powerful warships or even armor like those of the Rancher, but rather, it was a fantasy originating from his own culture. It was the core condensed within his world of consciousness. For example, the one before him was naturally the renowned immortal slaying gourd. It was even more powerful than the legend suggested, for it could not only slay immortals, but also eradicate anything it desired. There was no particular reason. The rules were bestowed by Shinshir, and so was the power. It originated from Shinshir's understanding, yet it was far more powerful than Shinshir's perception. Thus, amidst the disbelief of all its enemies, the Thousand Alliance's irresistible primal energy spores, power that only the Rancher was qualified to contend with, were torn open with an unhealable wound. The tiny flying insect calmly departed. From beginning to end, neither its speed nor its direction changed in the slightest. This was just the tip of the iceberg of Shinshir's Fantasy Legion. It wasn't until the Ivan left the encirclement and approached its predetermined location that the civilizations involved in the siege hastily readjusted their plans. Cancel. Cancel all subsequent plans. The trap is useless. Then what exactly is it? A new type of unknown relic? What about feedback? Why haven't we received feedback from the spore manipulators at the front lines? Why haven't the primal spores healed? We must find out the reason. Our primal spore technology cannot be allowed to have weaknesses exploited. Yes, at this moment, the betrayal of the Sisic civilization, the ambush of Shinshur, the acquisition of intelligence about the human interstellar empire star system. All of that seemed unimportant. What truly mattered was what methods the enemy had used to defeat their primal spore technology. Could this method be replicated? Could it be used extensively on the battlefield? Could it be countered with technological means? These are the things these civilizations, even all the civilizations of the Thousand Alliance, must know. Even if a new relic device or technology has indeed appeared, they need to know what it is. Fortunately, deducing the answers didn't take too long. When the primal spores were attacked, the feedback parameters were highly consistent with those when they were suppressed by the rancher's fantasy army. That must be a special kind of fantasy army. Very powerful, even more powerful than the rancher. There's absolutely no trace of technical logic to it. It's pure fantasy. Even the rancher couldn't do that. Another rancher-like individual? The emergence of such an intelligent individual is simply the greatest provocation to the existence of a collective civilization. It could be said that upon confirming the true nature of Shinshur's methods, the Fantasy Legion, these civilizations breathed a sigh of relief, but also sensed the malice of the universe. While it wasn't a completely unknown method, having fought the mud system for so long, they naturally understood the rancher's power. They understood the power of the Fantasy Legion. It was practically challenging their, or rather, all civilizations and intelligent life in this universe's understanding of this endless cosmos. And now, besides the rancher, a second intelligent individual possessing such power has appeared. And from a mysterious, unknown third-party force. This alone suggests that this force likely possesses power no weaker than the mud system. But regardless of whether this is true or not, this event is no longer something they can easily handle. Leaving aside everything else. Relying solely on the power of their few civilizations, they likely couldn't threaten an entity like the rancher. While the rancher might not be able to directly counter them, he could easily handle most of their tactics. Even if he couldn't, he could easily escape, establishing an invincible position on a power level. Therefore, their actions, objectives, and many other matters needed adjustment. Thus, from then on, no more traps awaited Shinshur, and no more attacks occurred. Even though Shinshur made no attempt to conceal his actions, they could only watch, and nothing more. Chapter 302. Under countless gazes, Shinshur calmly walked to the designated spot and retrieved the relic device, which was neither particularly useful nor useless. Then he returned the way he came. The entire process was purposeful. The attack along the way seemed to have had no effect on him whatsoever. With insufficient information, the other civilizations couldn't analyze whether this was a deliberate show of force or simply a ploy to retrieve the relic. But regardless, one thing was very clear. The strength possessed by this mysterious human interstellar empire far exceeded their expectations. This is the Fantasy Legion. Although it differs greatly from the Fantasy Legion possessed by the rancher, they are fundamentally similar. Even within the mold system, only the rancher possessed the technology for the Fantasy Legion. This was the foundation upon which the rancher controlled the entire mold system, capable of nurturing countless civilizations and intelligent life. Now, a second one has appeared. If this person were within the mold system, wouldn't he immediately possess the qualifications to challenge the rancher, or even replace him? This alone elevates the strength of the human interstellar empire to an undeniable degree. Therefore, when these civilizations had already deployed their legions, awaiting the order for a full-scale invasion, they suddenly hesitated to act. Because the human interstellar empire's status had exceeded their capacity to handle it. All they could do now was to quickly disseminate this news and let the Thousand Alliance handle it. Judging by the current progress, by then, the entire Sisic civilization might be swept away by this civilization, its fate unknown. The situation on the ground froze. It seemed no one could foresee the future. But Shinshur could see it clearly from the historical changes to the future. His move had indeed deterred these civilizations, preventing them from acting rashly. However, even after the Sisic civilization had largely migrated, they still launched some probing attacks, causing losses to the Sisic civilization and seemingly exposing part of the human interstellar empire's strength. Therefore, Shinshur needed to take further action. And he was prepared. Had the Sisic civilization sent people to the Liliana civilization to seek their allegiance? Yes, Shinshur hadn't forgotten his purpose for this trip. It was still focused on the Liliana civilization. Although not much had been revealed before, their formidable individual strength had already been demonstrated. The Liliana civilization's veneration of ranchers was a semi-open secret among these civilizations. After Shinshur demonstrated such strength, it wasn't surprising that the Sisic civilization would proactively send people to seek support, or even persuade them to surrender. It wouldn't cause any unnecessary repercussions. And the result was exactly as Shinshur had predicted. The Sisic civilization's secret envoys were welcomed to some extent. The Liliana civilization itself, and indeed the entire human interstellar empire, showed great interest in Shinshur. While they wouldn't immediately surrender, they certainly had that tendency, provided human civilization was powerful enough. So, the matter once again fell to Shinshur. You want me to demonstrate my strength? Shinshur looked at Sheila, who had personally brought him before him, and chuckled twice. If it can enhance the Empire's interests, I naturally have no problem with it. But are you sure this is the Liliana civilization's own intention? Sheila's emotions instantly turned to astonishment. You understand the cultural characteristics of the Liliana civilization, I understand them, and the other civilizations understand them just as well, Shinshur said slowly. That's the problem. Although I asked you to try to make contact, I didn't actually expect the Liliana civilization to agree immediately. After all, cultural characteristics are ultimately just cultural characteristics. A civilization's decisions are still primarily based on interests. If I'm not mistaken, the Liliana civilization is outwardly relaxed but inwardly tight. In reality, it has already been nailed down by the other civilizations. Under the pull of interests, no matter how unwilling they are, they can only obey. Sheila understood. In the end, it was still a matter of insufficient intelligence. With their continuous migrations, the Sisic civilization's strength and interests in this star system are steadily diminishing. Past intelligence sources have been lost, resulting in dwindling intelligence. This directly impacts the accuracy of their calculations. However, Sheila gave Shinshur a deep look. The human interstellar empire is indeed very mysterious, and it seems they were well prepared for this star system, and even for the entire Thousand Alliance, possessing so much intelligence that even the Sisic civilization is unaware of. It's important to understand that in this interstellar world, the primary manifestation of strength is technology, and the second is intelligence. If one civilization can monitor another civilization comprehensively without their knowledge, obtaining all intelligence information, it essentially indicates an absolute disparity in strength between the two civilizations. In other words, without a third party, the monitored civilization would be no match for the monitor. This demonstrates the crucial importance of intelligence in interstellar space. Human civilization, exhibiting formidable intelligence capabilities, has in fact demonstrated equally formidable strength. Sela probably couldn't imagine that a civilization could directly obtain intelligence from the future. He asked again, if that's truly the case, then sending you, sir, is a genuine trap. What do you plan to do, sir? Sela didn't say anything about it being a trap, and that he shouldn't go. Speaking of traps, the previous ones were no less powerful. There's no reason for this trap to be any more powerful. Of course, this decision rests with Shinshur. And Shinshur, naturally, had already devised a countermeasure. While their actions have prevented Liliana from drawing closer to us, they also pushed her further away. Therefore I will go, Shinshur said softly. The benefits of going far outweigh the negligible risks. In the future, Shinshur already knew what would happen this time. But he felt no worry. He knew that his power with the time crystal and his avatar without it were on completely different levels in terms of direct combat strength. Those civilizations didn't intend to use this trap to annihilate him. If ranches were so easy to wipe out, the war with the mold system wouldn't have been so difficult. They just wanted to know more. In that case, let them know. The current human interstellar empire's strength in many aspects is somewhat fabricated and deceptive. But there's only one thing that's absolutely real. That is Shinshur's personal strength. With his primal energy fully enhanced by the Bronze Altar, coupled with the already formed Fantasy Legion, and even some primal energy spore weapons that had been tested at the human base and gathered here through the Holy Land, Shinshur's strength had already risen to a level that even he himself couldn't predict. In an interstellar world where individual strength doesn't play a decisive role, such a stage for him to fully demonstrate his abilities is rare. How could he not cherish it? So Shinshur set off. As before, alone, in a warship, he headed directly towards Liliana's homeworld. The entire process didn't take much time. In fact, for an A-level civilization, there are very few places between star systems that a single jump wouldn't reach. Even when they do, the travel time isn't too long. The real challenge lies between star systems themselves. Different star systems in this vast universe are like isolated islands, occupying over 99% of the cosmos, essentially empty spaces between islands. This time, however, there were no traps along the way. In fact, upon approaching, Shinshur received the highest level of hospitality from the Liliana civilization. Truly the highest level. Countless warships were neatly arrayed to pave the way for him. Countless asteroids were forcibly swept away, and even stars were mercilessly destroyed, creating a straight passage with fireworks comparable to a supernova explosion, requiring no detours. In the culture of Liliana's home planet, only truly supreme beings, those who survey the cosmos, were entitled to such absolute honors. Clearly, while the actions of the other civilizations prevented Liliana from directly submitting, they were not without resentment. Their actions served two purposes: appeasing their culturally sensitive populace and expressing their discontent with the other civilizations. In Shinshur's view, Liliana's submission was a foregone conclusion. He also intended to take this opportunity to thoroughly observe this civilization with its unique culture. When the Evan arrived unimpeded on Liliana's home planet, Shinshur saw a peculiar life-bearing planet, half desert and half forest, yet devoid of oceans. The hallucinogenic plants still blanket the planet, but they hold little effect on the current Liliana people. Therefore, few people actually inhabit the area. It exists primarily as a place of faith, a sacred site. However, at this moment, it is teeming with people. Shinshur can clearly see countless Liliana people scattered throughout the universe. Some travel in spaceships, but many more stand directly in space. They have undergone obvious alien modifications, or still retain their original green skin, but all possess immense power. Many of them unabashedly radiate their primal energy consciousness, converging on individual primal energy masters, filling the entire universe with a raw, wild energy that envelopes the entire space. Shinshur could sense their excitement and anticipation. Clearly, this was also part of the etiquette. This level of etiquette was probably unprecedented in the entire history of Liliana. However, Shinshur also keenly sensed that it contained a considerable number of powerful individuals, who were clearly not Liliana, including the devices themselves. These powerful individuals were mostly tense and uneasy, and not only were they numerous, but they also held important positions. Clearly, this was the other civilization's way of restricting the Liliana civilization. Judging from their behavior and arrangements, they were clearly wary of the Liliana civilization suddenly rising up, annihilating them, and then betraying them. How interesting, Shinshur chuckled. He had traversed the interstellar space for nearly 7,000 years, encountered countless civilizations, and personally visited many places. It was difficult for him to be moved by any scene anymore, but even with his experience, this scene was unprecedented. At that very moment, a Liliana, accompanied by several powerful cyborgs clearly from other civilizations, slowly approached Shinshur's spaceship. Their speed was slow, and they constantly emitted an emotion and consciousness that was not hostile. The Liliana leader was filled with anticipation. Shinshur had already recognized him. This was the Liliana Emperor. For the Liliana civilization, the Emperor was the most powerful person among them. Every so often, new powerful individuals would come to challenge them, and whoever succeeded would become the new Emperor. And just as they approached, a colossal figure, larger than a planet, suddenly appeared above the Evan. Clad in golden armor, wearing a golden crown, and wielding a golden cudgel, any earthling present could instantly recognize this figure's name, the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Yes, just like the previously manifested immortal Slang Gord, this was also a member of Shinshur's fantasy army, and moreover, it had long existed, manifested, and even possessed a vibrant will within Shinshur's consciousness. In the instant of its appearance, its domineering, invincible, and godlike tyranny swept across the entire space. It also engulfed every intelligent life present. It possessed no offensive power, yet it wielded immense influence. All the Liliana people went mad in that instant. Yes, they didn't know who this figure was, or what kind of person he was, but they knew it was the Fantasy Legion. They could feel its power, its overwhelming brutality, and a primal sense of belonging rooted in their own culture. This was what they wanted, what they craved, and what they worshipped. Even the arrangements made by the other civilizations here could never have predicted Shinshur's sudden move. But after feeling the fervor of the Liliana people around them, even the most oblivious person could almost react. The betrayal of the Liliana civilization was inevitable. The more powerful a civilization, the more important its culture, because it is the crucial linchpin that allows a vast interstellar civilization to function as a unified whole. Chapter 303. Shinshur clearly knew that this display of strength was the right step. But that alone wasn't enough. Now, the true homeworld of the Liliana civilization was controlled by several other civilizations. Facing the risk of their homeworld's destruction, no matter how much they were inclined toward Shinshur, they were unlikely to do anything outrageous. This is why, in the original history, the incarnation of Shinshur failed to successfully win over the Liliana civilization this time. But Shinshur had already made preparations. While his current fantasy legion could directly materialize a fantasy entity from his own consciousness into reality, possessing various incredible powers, it also had its limits. It wasn't truly a matter of wish fulfillment. What he could understand was the primary condition. This is why what Shinshur materialized were all myths and legends from human culture. It's likely that the rancher spaceships, possessing various incredible powers, were also cultural fantasy figures deeply remembered by his entire race. So, the question arises. What is one of the most prominent characteristics of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King? 72 transformations, the somersault cloud, these are all examples. But what Shinshur manifested at this moment was a power most suited to this situation: millions of clones. Shinshur didn't even give the others any extra time to think. Before everyone's eyes, the enormous Monkey King reached out and pulled at his head, then made a blowing motion. In an instant, countless clones, each only the size of an ordinary person, appeared everywhere within sight, on the Liliana civilization's home planet, in the surrounding space, and even on spaceships. These monkeys, essentially manifestations of primal energy, all targeted every non-Liliana being present. Shinshur had already locked onto these intelligent beings, who appeared so conspicuous to him, using his powerful primal energy. Individual strength may seem weak and useless in a massive system war, but for someone as powerful as me, dominating a battlefield is a piece of cake. Shinshur's consciousness transmitted to everyone's minds at this moment. Therefore, you should pay the price for your ignorance and foolishness. His consciousness contained no passion, no fervor, and no fighting spirit. Compared to the spirited Monkey King, it was more of a cold indifference. However, combined with the power he displayed at this moment, and the cries of countless outsiders, this scene still ignited the fervor of countless Liliana people. Even the Liliana Emperor spread his arms, and terrifying primal energy swept wildly across the two powerful figures from other civilizations beside him. That exhilarating feeling of release was the power that their culture pursued. As for Shinshur, after completing his task, he directly channeled his consciousness into Shurling and the Holy Land, glancing at the future. No problem. Liliana's defection was brought forward by him once again, by 2,000 years, and the predicament facing the Zizek civilization was already resolved. Therefore, Shinshur said nothing more. Instead, he directly ordered Ivan to return. It was as if his arrival this time was solely for the purpose of resolving the problems of the Liliana civilization. However, just as when he arrived, his departure was also marked by countless Liliana people forging a straight path of the strong, from which any civilization could feel the utmost respect. Subduing the Liliana civilization felt even easier to Shinshur than subduing the Zizek civilization. This seemed to offer him a starting point. Start with culture. To be honest, after the entire civilization crossed the threshold of the primal energy master, the importance of culture seemed to have diminished somewhat. After all, it no longer played a decisive role in the future or present of the entire civilization. However, it was clear that as a crucial hub connecting the entire civilization, its very existence was a huge benefit, though this benefit was often forgotten in past interactions and negotiations. Only a civilization like Liliana, with its exceptionally prominent culture, could truly highlight the benefits of culture. So, could this be used to accelerate the development of the human interstellar empire? Of course. We don't need to maintain a high degree of cultural uniformity, Shinshur murmured to himself. Both the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system adopted an attitude of expulsion, absorption, and merging towards the cultures of weaker civilizations, because only in this way could they ensure their own rapid growth. At the beginning of the second future timeline, human civilization faced a cultural threat, and the Mud system's higher-ups established a very distinct Mud culture. The Thousand Alliance did the same. In fact, by now, Shinshur had a pretty good understanding of the purpose of the Mud system's animal husbandry. Just as the primal energy sport technology in the Thousand Alliance had a huge flaw, the power of the Fantasy Legion controlled by the ranchers also posed a huge threat. This was because these two technologies from the ancient civilization were not originally designed for primal energy. Only Shinshur's power, which transcended primal energy, could truly and correctly utilize these two technologies. Therefore, the rancher's Fantasy Legion's weakness lies in its enormous demand for primal energy. It's so enormous that even all the intelligent life forms of a powerful A-level civilization combined couldn't provide it. Therefore, the rancher needs even more primal energy. That is, more primal energy batteries. It's likely that the countless primal energy batteries submitted layer by layer through the entire Mud system were ultimately consumed by the ranchers, manifestation of the Fantasy Legion. As for the Thousand Alliance, it's probably for the purpose of better manufacturing and producing primal energy spores. However, Shinshur is different. Humanity is different too. Neither humanity nor Shinshur needs the other civilizations within their jurisdiction to be identical in culture and primal energy. Those who join can preserve their own cultural characteristics, Shinshur murmured, his eyes slightly brightening. He was certain that this statement would be fatally attractive to some civilizations, especially to relatively weaker civilizations. The weaker a civilization is, the more it values its own culture rather than its own interests. Conversely, powerful civilizations are often assimilated, yet even assimilated, they may still yearn to reclaim their own culture. Of the three major systems in the known universe, only the human interstellar empire can satisfy such a cultural pursuit. I need to find a way to spread this. Shinshur pondered a solution, then quickly realized it wasn't too difficult. For example, wasn't the Liliana civilization a perfect example to promote? Shinshur swiftly traveled to the fourth future timeline, retrieved historical records, and as expected, the Liliana civilization had cautiously expressed its cultural needs when it allied with humanity. Humanity readily agreed, and the Liliana civilization was quite satisfied. However, Shinshur, in his avatar, hadn't considered establishing a model for promotion, or rather, the importance of this point hadn't been recognized. The same was true for the nearly 3,000 years that followed. It seems that even 3,000 years isn't enough for humanity to find all the mistakes it has made. Shinshur once again felt the brevity of 3,000 years. However, it didn't matter. After the Liliana civilization surrendered, humanity's strength in the fourth future timeline had increased again. Unfortunately, the stronger they became, the more attention they received from the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system. The number of star systems they controlled had decreased to 2.5. The one star system they previously controlled was now embroiled in a three-way war with the Thousand Alliance and Mud, and they had lost half of its territory. Furthermore, with the increase in surrendering civilizations, humanity in the fourth future timeline could be said to be facing a resource crisis. It's important to understand that even the most powerful civilizations cannot create things out of thin air. From warship production to people's daily lives and technological development, everything requires resources. This is why, even under the harsh conditions of the Thousand Alliance and Mud, few civilizations have fled to the wastelands. Entering places lacking resources is tantamount to abandoning civilizational development and choosing a path of inevitable annihilation. Even humanity, without its sacred sites, wouldn't flee to the wastelands. But now, with the establishment of the human interstellar empire and its ever-expanding system, simply stealthily transferring resources from star systems is no longer sufficient. True conquest of star systems is necessary. Therefore, after understanding the current state of the fourth future line, Shinshur understood that this problem was now urgent. Trying to resolve this through the fourth future line itself has become unrealistic. Shinshur, constantly scrutinizing the various intelligence reports flowing before him, became increasingly certain of this. The Thousand Alliance and the Mud system's objectives are clear. Neither side wants a direct confrontation that benefits the other, nor do they want to see us grow rapidly and threaten their future. Therefore, restricting human development has become their primary choice. Without sufficient direct strength, there's indeed no way to acquire new star systems in the fourth future line. So, what about the other world lines? Shinshur focused his attention on the remaining 4 world lines. The main world line goes without saying, every step requires extreme caution, and it's the foundation of the fourth future line. Not only does the main world line require a vast amount of resources, but even if they were available, using them to support the fourth future line would be impossible. Therefore, his focus must be on the other 3 future lines. In fact, since the birth of the fourth future line, Shinshur's attention to the other 3 future lines had begun to decline sharply. After all, the fourth future timeline has just been born and still possesses enormous potential for change. Furthermore, it's the future timeline where humanity has successfully established a system, resulting in a dramatic transformation in both strength and technology, far surpassing the other future timelines. Of course, although attention has decreased, Shinshur hasn't been completely oblivious. He has also invested considerable resources in supporting human civilizations in the other 3 future timelines. The human civilization in the first future timeline has already fled entirely into a desolate region. However, due to its still insufficient scale, and with the support of the Holy Land and Shinshur, the human civilization in future line 1 is in a phase of rapid development, relying entirely on plundering resources from other star systems through the Holy Land. Yes, the human civilization in this future line is still in the Pirate Alliance stage. However, while plundering can easily sustain its own development, reaching a stage where it can support future Line 4 is virtually impossible. A change is necessary. Each world line is a completely new universe with countless resources, and Shinshur, who uniquely controls the transmission channels between these universes, essentially holds immense power. Not utilizing this power would be a huge loss. Shinshur quickly came up with an idea. Simply plundering is neither stable nor can it yield much. Most importantly, I found a crucial channel for humanity, using cheap, large quantities of resources to exchange for powerful technological devices, including technology. Shinshur has now arrived in future Line 1 and convened a supreme meeting. Star C, have you started experiencing resource shortages lately? The collector astutely noticed something in Shinshur's words. However, Shinshur had no intention of hiding anything from the beginning. That's right, he responded directly and readily, so you should know how precious this opportunity is. Interstellar systems, like Shanghai, rarely experience a severe shortage of conventional resources, let alone high-tech devices in exchange. This is actually a kind of semi-investment in us. Normally, even if there's a great need, high-tech devices would be tightly held onto, because they represent a real threat. Shinshur also provided a detailed list. The moment this list was presented, the meeting room erupted in commotion. People certainly had reason to be excited, because the list even included A-level devices. They had been escaping the Milky Way for thousands of years, and naturally knew just how powerful A-level devices were. The interstellar migration device had played a crucial role in keeping them undetected and undiscovered, and now, all they needed were some conventional resources that could be found anywhere in a star system to exchange for them. If it weren't for their powerful primal energy cultivation keeping them calm, some counselors might have already suggested exchanging some of their own star system's reserves for better items first. They haven't even exhausted Saturn's resources in their star system yet. Don't get too excited. The demand for these resources is considerable. If we just try to plunder them, we won't get much, given our limited resources, Shinshur said, having laid the groundwork, and then offered his own solution. Therefore, the most suitable method for us is actually to follow the example of the ancient lands and profit as middlemen through trade. Chapter 304. Shinshur didn't intend to directly contact the human civilization within future Line 1 through support this time, because the core of this deal wasn't about supporting future Line 1. It was the other way around. Future Line 1 would provide resources to future Line 4, and even to the human civilization of the main world. In fact, this transaction model was the most suitable, because as long as Shinshur didn't fully disclose the existence of the other future lines, and instead used the Star C as a pretext, it was unlikely he could provide unconditional support in the long run. This would not only violate the principles of interstellar society, but would also cause concern and panic among the human civilization within future Line 1. After all, if visible benefits weren't needed, then what was sought would inevitably be invisible. Now, as Shinshur began to explain his plan in detail, and what Star C needed, the highest-ranking members present were quite relaxed, even relieved. At least, they finally knew what Star C wanted. Cultivating spokespeople within other systems, and engaging in large-scale transactions of basic resources is perfectly reasonable. This allows them to have a clear understanding of their role, and the source of their benefits. With such cutting-edge technology and the existence of the Holy Land, our advantages far surpass those of the ancient lands, someone quickly exclaimed excitedly. Putting everything else aside, our logistical advantages alone are unmatched by the ancient lands. We also possess strong latent advantages. The mud system is equally helpless against us. Furthermore, we can expand into the market within the Thousand Alliance system. The definition of this matter is indeed very clear. Just like the trade in the land of Gus, it's limited to civilizations below grade B. The same applies to humanity. After all, they only need basic resources. This level of trade won't threaten the interests of the higher-ups in the Mud and Thousand Alliance systems, at least not too much. And with the help of the Holy Land, it's not easy for the higher-ups of these two systems to stop their trade. Therefore, this matter is not only efficient but also very safe. And human civilization can also profit greatly from it. Whether it's high-tech technology or basic resources, human civilization will not lack them for a long time. This is enough for them to maintain or even surpass their current development speed. Now that the plan has been finalized, let's refine it and execute it, Shinshur said. I will stay here for a long time to be responsible for the advancement of the entire project. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Shinshur's position in future Line 1 is actually somewhat special. His time spent in future Line 1 is arguably the shortest. Strictly speaking, the true leader of future Line 1 should be Gong Chu. However, Gong Chu has already been branded with the seal of obedience, And Shinshur also occupies an extremely important and exalted position in the history of future Line 1. This is compounded by the enormous benefits that Shinshur can bring. All of this has shaped Shinshur's current position. He possesses a dominant role, yet seems to be somewhat isolated from the rest of civilization. The biggest difference lies in the fact that he finds it difficult to get the human civilization of future Line 1 to make large-scale, selfless investments. However, even this kind of transaction model was sufficient, given that the human civilization in future Line 1 still lacked certain strength. Right? There were also the origin energy spores. Shinshur suddenly thought of this. For him, creating origin energy spores was indeed extremely convenient. Aside from anything else, while the human civilizations in the 4 future lines might differ in strength and numbers, they could all undoubtedly produce origin energy spores that Shinshur could personally control. This could also be part of the transaction, exchanging recoverable and replenishable renewable origin energy for the necessary benefits, a very good deal. Therefore, for the next period of time, Shinshur began to devote some of his energy to future Line 1. Everything proceeded smoothly according to plan. The Pirate Alliance began its gradual transformation. Countless humans possessing personal terminals from the Holy Land led powerful small spaceships to various civilizations, using powerful devices and advanced technology to exchange for large amounts of basic resources from these weaker civilizations. This was tantamount to turning these civilizations into miners for human civilization, but without exploitation. Rather, it was beneficial to their development. And so, 300 years passed. The human civilization in future Line 1 had actually begun to provide a steady stream of resources, and hadn't been excessively targeted by more powerful civilizations. It had stabilized. Next, as the human civilization in future Line 1 grows stronger, and its trade network expands, it's possible that this timeline's human civilization could truly become a unique existence surpassing the Land of Gus, and even now, in some ways, it's already no weaker than the Land of Gus. Shinshur then turned his attention to future Timeline 2. Future Timeline 2 was slightly more difficult. Because the human civilization in this future timeline had already exposed the existence of the Holy Land, even escaping right under the noses of an A-level civilization. It was conceivable that once humans appeared, it would inevitably attract the high attention of an A-level civilization, leading to a full-scale investigation. Because the potential of the Holy Land had been fully exposed. Under such circumstances, future Timeline 2 would find it difficult to replicate the success of future Timeline 1. However, Shinshur was not without options. Because the human civilization in future Timeline 2 was quite powerful. With a previous investment from the G-Emperor, the strength of human civilization was already comparable to that of the human civilization in future Line 3. After thousands of years of development, it had become a civilization second only to the 3 major A-level civilizations, ranking at least in the top 100 among the 1,000 alliances. Such a civilization was capable of self-defense, and the trade Shinshur offered them was in transportation. Even in interstellar warfare, the battle is still about transportation and logistics, Shinshur said at the highest meeting in future Line 2. Since the role of the Holy Land can no longer be concealed, there's no need to hide it anymore. Tell the 1,000 Alliance and Mute that we can provide logistical services to both sides and take a service fee. I believe they know how to choose. Many counselors present were somewhat excited. They certainly knew where their advantages lay. In this war, whichever side they sided with would have a huge advantage, but would also bring them great danger. Only by siding with both sides could they minimize this danger and maximize their advantage. Therefore, Shinshur's plan was entirely feasible. However, the risks remained considerable. But they could also choose to eliminate our envoys at the same time. Someone voiced their biggest concern. They wouldn't even need to act themselves, they could rely on their infiltrators. After all, our people would have to show themselves to complete the deal. I will naturally provide some means of self-defense, Shinshur said, already prepared. Besides the most advanced warships, have you heard of primal energy spores? This question immediately caused a stir among many. Primal energy spores, of course, they had heard of them. The 1,000 Alliance's secret weapon, requiring only a single spaceship and a few dozen origin energy masters, could destroy an entire fleet of the Mud system. The Sage actually possessed this technology? One crucial point is that our origin energy spore technology is even more advanced than the 1,000 Alliances. Therefore, it must remain top secret. Because the usage is exactly the same, the frontline users we send out won't know how origin energy spores are made, making secrecy highly feasible. With this power, our battlefield delivery business can easily take off, acquiring a large amount of basic resources, which can then be used to exchange for substantial profits from the Star Sea. As Shinshur explained, the path of future Line 2 became increasingly clear. Shinshur also stayed here to oversee the project. He had noticed that after the G Emperor's incident, the human civilization in future Line 2 held him in more fear than respect. However, this also ensured his status and benefited the development of the entire civilization, so Shinshur didn't pay too much attention. The same 300 years passed. Actually, the plan in future Line 2 was simpler than that in future Line 1, but it took so long mainly because the process was much more complex. Its trading partners were, after all, high-level civilizations within the Thousand Alliances and the Mud System, and their holy sites had already been exposed. Even specific intelligence information had been revealed, making it difficult to fabricate a background or strength. Therefore, the entire process encountered numerous problems. Even Shinshur chose a time to directly expose the power of his fantasy legion, engaging in a cautious, indirect conflict with the rancher. Ultimately, things stabilized as well. It was able to continuously provide a large amount of resources to the main timeline. Shinshur then turned his attention to future Line 3. It must be said that the situation in future Line 3 is the most dangerous after future Line 4. This is because the human civilization in future Line 3 has already participated in the war between the two major systems as a third party. Although they quickly withdrew and retreated to the wasteland, their reputation has been thoroughly established. At this point, it's better not to show their faces. Once they do, they will inevitably attract even more intense scrutiny than in future Line 2. However, Shinshur's previous 600 years were not wasted. He had already devised a plan for future Line 3. That is, to establish a human interstellar empire, only a secret front. Unlike the main world, they cannot openly raise their banner, they must remain hidden. The reputation they have built up is their best asset. Based on this, coupled with the Fantasy Legion and new primal energy technology, they can definitely secretly win over some civilizations and obtain a large amount of basic resources from them. Shinshur remained confident. However, the plan for future Line 3 required extreme caution and could not be easily exposed. Therefore, it demanded an extremely detailed plan and even more specific objectives. Shinshur took a clever approach here. The targets he chose were all civilizations within future Line 4 that had already fully aligned themselves with the human interstellar empire. After all, Shinshur possessed detailed intelligence on these civilizations. He even knew clearly which high-ranking officials within which civilizations had a definite chance of being won over, and which high-ranking officials were extremely dangerous and highly likely to betray him. With this detailed intelligence, this project, like a microsurgical operation, could be successfully executed without error. Shinshur spent the longest time in future Line 3, a full several centuries, and after successfully winning over some powerful civilizations, and even indirectly controlling 5-star systems, he decisively withdrew, shifting to covert consolidation and strengthening his control. Thus, after more than 1,000 years, Shinshur successfully obtained a large amount of resources from 3 other parallel universes, and continuously poured them into the main timeline for storage. 3,000 years later, when the 4th future timeline began to experience a severe shortage, these resources could be directly retrieved and used. This undoubtedly further propelled the development of the human interstellar empire in the 4th future timeline. It even subtly altered the future timeline itself once again. By this point, the human interstellar empire in the 4th future timeline had established an internal hierarchy of civilizations. For ease of comparison, it largely adopted the hierarchy of the mold system, but with greater detail, and the addition of levels B1 to B9 and A1 to A9. The 3 A-level civilizations in the mold system are standard examples of A9-level civilizations. According to this hierarchy, the current human interstellar empire in the 4th future timeline possesses 1 A8-level civilization, 21 A-level civilizations, 346 B-level civilizations, over 2,000 C-level civilizations, and tens of thousands of civilizations below that level. While their raw power still lags significantly behind the Thousand Alliance and the Mud System, the sheer number of civilizations already demonstrates the systemic and institutional advantages of the human interstellar empire. That is, the strength of every civilization is growing at an astounding pace. Especially the weaker civilizations. With ample resources, technology, and equipment, sea-level and lower civilizations are maintaining a development speed comparable to that of human civilization at its inception. Of the more than 300 Shinshur B-level civilizations, half were newly promoted from C9-level civilizations in a short period after joining the human interstellar empire. Even powerful civilizations are able to achieve an even faster development speed than before, as the key to rapid development lies in the technological support provided by the human interstellar empire. Chapter 305. However, As the development speed of many civilizations that had joined the human interstellar empire was publicized under Shinshur's deliberate control, the undercurrents within the starry sea of the fourth future line seemed to intensify. The institutional advantages of the human interstellar empire had begun to emerge. Not to mention the powerful civilizations joining the human interstellar empire held immense appeal for even the weaker ones. In fact, some civilizations had already been secretly trying to leave their own systems and establish connections with the human interstellar empire. Just as humanity had desperately wanted to escape the mold system, these civilizations also wanted to escape the mold and Thousand Alliance systems. Clearly, neither mold nor the Thousand Alliance would stand idly by and allow such behavior to continue. For a time, the entire known universe was abuzz with undercurrents. However, Shinshur did nothing unnecessary. The current strength of the human interstellar empire is still too weak, especially on the front lines. Even with the continuous supply of resources from other timelines, absorbing too many civilizations at once would be a heavy burden on development, ultimately hindering progress. Therefore, Shinshur plans to observe the current situation while consolidating his position for a period. The good news is, because of the human interstellar empire's low profile, the Thousand Alliance and the mold system don't seem to be focusing too much attention on them. Their biggest rivals remain each other, and the system war, which had somewhat stalled, seems to be showing signs of resuming its intensity. Shinshur is naturally pleased with this. It's important to understand that his original 5,000-year development plan for human civilization was nearing its end, with only a little over 1,000 years remaining. According to the original goals, the main world was to develop its hard world to A level within 5,000 years, while the future human civilization was to reach around A3 level, placing it among the top 50 in the Thousand Alliances. Now, with the deadline approaching, this goal seems increasingly attainable. It's crucial to understand that achieving A-level civilization isn't simply a matter of having readily available technology, it also demands extremely high levels of energy technology, population size, and even the development of the entire civilization's industry. Especially for current human civilization, the resources and strength it possesses far exceed its actual capabilities. If human civilization hadn't maintained this level of development for so long, this disparity would have significantly hampered its progress. Fortunately, everything was progressing relatively smoothly. Time passed in a process of consolidation. Unbeknownst to many, over 1,000 years were about to pass. Currently, even in the main world timeline, it had reached the 8,732nd year of the star era. The solar system has completely changed since its initial state. The entire system no longer contains only 9 planets, but tens of thousands of planets of all sizes, scattered throughout the solar system. Each planet can fully absorb and utilize the light of the star. There are even many small artificial stars in the solar system. For human civilization at this time, energy is no longer a concern. What is truly precious is space. Even with the addition of space overlay technology, the space within the solar system is still not infinite. Around the time human civilization reaches the A4 level, space within the solar system will become insufficient. However, by then, other solutions will naturally exist. In short, human civilization has finally truly entered the upper echelons of the known universe, no longer merely relying on Shinshur forcibly controlling a power far greater than himself. And Shinshur, unusually, remains in the solar system. For the past 1,000 years, he has primarily traveled between several timelines, especially the fourth future timeline. After all, the humans of the solar system don't require much attention, their goal is singular. Even his current arrival is solely due to the grand celebration to mark the completion of humanity's 5,000-year goal. Some major civilizations within the human interstellar empires will be invited. These include the Scythic civilization and the Liliana civilization. Yes, Shinshur no longer conceals the true strength of human civilization. Because the timing was perfect, the two civilizations were in a state of mutual balance, and Shinshur possessed a formidable deterrent. This potentially dangerous situation was resolved remarkably smoothly. At this moment, Sheila was touring humanity's home planet. To have developed to this point in just over 8,000 years is simply incredible, Sheila remarked, surveying the Star Era Memorial Hall before him. It truly is an interstellar miracle. Perhaps it's not a miracle, but an inevitability, Shinshur said, standing before her, also observing everything recorded within the Memorial Hall. From the arrival of Shinshur's first spaceship, to the first war with the Vorin, and then the war with the Dake civilization, the history contained in his mind was far grander than what was displayed before him. Because it wasn't just the history within this main timeline, but also the history constantly corrected, changed, and optimized across countless future timelines. If one day he no longer needed to conceal the existence of Shirling, He would definitely rebuild this memorial, revealing all the hidden, even erased, history. This would become humanity's most precious cultural treasure. At this moment, Sheila, gazing at the presence before him, kept pondering this sentence. Inevitable? Perhaps it really is so. At this moment, he thought of the great ancient civilization. Unlike other civilizations that gradually altered their appearance after exploring ruins, attempting to emulate the ancient civilizations, the human civilization before them inherited the very essence of the ancient civilizations from the very beginning. They even inherited a sacred site that was likely the greatest treasure left behind by those ancient civilizations. Who could guarantee that human civilization's rapid advancement to its current state in such a short time wasn't part of the ancient civilization's calculations? If that were the case, then it was indeed inevitable. Sheila's emotions, fueled by these thoughts, became somewhat fanatical. Regardless, the Zizek civilization's early adoption of this fast-moving ship was perhaps their greatest stroke of luck. Sage, Sheila spoke, not through consciousness, but in human language. After this celebration concludes, do you already have a plan? No need to rush, Sheila, Shinshir said in return. Time is always on our side, and so is the future. Of course, Sheila bowed respectfully. To be honest, after learning the truth about human civilization, he didn't actually feel deceived. After all, everything Shinshir had shown him was enough to support his decision to pledge allegiance. Even if the hidden power was false, it was merely icing on the cake. However, as he learned more deeply, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Because the Zizek civilization was among the first powerful civilizations to join the human interstellar empire, this meant opportunity. Putting aside everything else, weren't the strongest civilizations, like the Thousand Alliance and the Mold, always the first to join? If the human interstellar empire won, its future would far surpass that of the Thousand Alliance and the Mold, and as the first to join, their future would also far surpass that of the strongest civilizations in the Thousand Alliance and the Mold at present. Just this comparison made Sheila understand the immense opportunity this represented for the Zizek civilization. That's why he was even more eager to participate in what was to come. However, since the sage already had a plan, he only needed to wait. Ultimately, this most spectacular celebration in the history of human civilization lasted for a full 50 years. These 50 years were not only for celebration, but also for formulating the next 5,000 years plan. Shinshir set the plan extremely ambitiously this time, demanding that 5,000 years later, the human interstellar empire's direct strength should reach at least one-third the level of the Thousand Alliance and the Mold. Don't underestimate this one-third. This is a standard by which one truly qualifies to participate in the conflict of interests between these two major systems. At this level, neither the Thousand Alliances nor the Mud system can easily resolve their issues, nor can they ignore them. The human interstellar empire will no longer face continuous defeats on the front lines, but will truly be qualified to seize its own territory on the front lines. Therefore, this is actually an extremely high goal. At this moment, the fourth future line has at most only about 1/10 of its strength, and this is only because of the addition of that top 10 civilization from the Thousand Alliances. And there are only 2,000 years left. In just 2,000 years, from 1/10 to 1/3, the difficulty is extraordinary. However, Shinshir is not just talking the talk. He is still confident. For one thing, the development of the human interstellar empire is ultimately different from the development of human civilization itself. It is inherently a path of power expansion, not requiring one to take steady steps, but having the possibility of taking off directly. Therefore, when this plan was announced, everyone was astonished and under immense pressure, but also incredibly motivated. This was 5,000 years from awakening to standing up. We need to start with those weaker civilizations, Shinshir said at the Imperial Conference of the Human Interstellar Empire. Don't underestimate the potential of weaker civilizations. It might not be apparent in the short term, but in the long run, it's about undermining their foundations. Most importantly, neither the Mud system nor the Thousand Alliance system can stop us. Yes, the plan that hadn't even begun in the fourth future timeline was started by Shinshir in the main timeline. After all, the resource pressure in the main timeline wasn't actually as great as in the fourth future timeline. And the human interstellar empires in the main timeline weren't yet powerful enough to warrant attention. Even knowing this was undermining their foundation, from the perspective of the Thousand Alliances and the Mud system, preventing the human interstellar empires with their holy sites from attacking weaker civilizations was incredibly difficult and costly. Even if Shinshir took all these civilizations away, it wouldn't affect their strength in the short term. As long as they eventually defeated the human interstellar empires, the lost foundation could be recovered instantly. Even many times over. They could take this opportunity to dig up the foundations of their old rivals. Based on this very simple logic of self-interest, Shinshur was certain the plan would be successfully executed. Are all these civilizations that were brought back placed in the wasteland? Someone asked. No. Shinshur shook his head, his expression somewhat mysterious. Not in the desolate land, but in a secret place. A secret place. Everyone was stunned. But some people seemed to have realized something, their expressions suddenly becoming excited. This emotion affected more and more people. More and more people realized what was happening. Even those who knew nothing before now realized that humanity had probably unknowingly acquired a new trump card. The reason I decided to start attacking those weaker civilizations now, rather than earlier, is because we already have a new base. Shinshur raised his hand, opening an incredibly vast star map. Hundreds of star systems are scattered across the area. Some are red, representing the mud, others are blue, representing the Thousand Alliance. And on the edge, a small, seemingly insignificant star system is green. It represents itself. After more than 2,000 years, our expeditionary force has finally crossed the boundaries of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system, expanding our known universe by another star system. And after reconnaissance, we have confirmed that there is no fourth-party system there. This means that this is a star system that truly belongs to us, one we don't need to worry about being threatened. Yes, another extremely important institutional advantage of the human interstellar empire is also evident. That is the advantage of expansion. Unlike the Mud and Thousand Alliance systems, although they have been expanding, they haven't been able to expand on a large scale because the new star systems they expanded into are too far away. Transportation alone becomes extremely inconvenient, and when transportation costs outweigh the profits, it means they find it difficult to obtain sufficient benefits from the new star systems. Therefore, humanity was able to successfully reach a new star system that Mud and the Thousand Alliance had not explored even hundreds of thousands of years after their founding, in just over 2,000 years. And for humanity possessing the Holy Land, once they reach this new world, there are absolutely no transportation costs. Chapter 306. Clearly, the emergence of the new star system is extremely important for the current human interstellar empire. It could even be considered a major turning point. However, in the history of the Fourth Future Timeline, the human interstellar empire did not make good use of this new star system. This was not only because many unknowns still existed there, requiring a great deal of time just to explore, but also because Shinshur, in his avatar, hesitated to aggressively recruit weaker civilizations early on due to concerns about these unknowns. But now it's different. Shinshur has decided to make the recruitment of weaker civilizations the primary strategy for the human interstellar empire at present. The status of the new star system will also be elevated to a very high level. Before that, we must intensify our exploration of the new star system, Shinshur said. Although our current investigations haven't revealed any traces of a system within it, that doesn't necessarily mean they're weak. After all, powerful remnants can exist in any star system, so we can't be too careless. I decided that I will personally go there in the coming days to conquer it step by step. Meanwhile, you can begin taking some weaker civilizations and migrating them there for conquest, starting with sea-level civilizations. Shinshur explained the plan in general terms. This time, there was no brainstorming, he finalized the entire plan himself. The reason for this was that, based on future historical explorations of the new star system, it seemed far from simple. Rushing in without sufficient intelligence or strength could lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, as a prophet, Shinshur was determined to act decisively. Naturally, no one present raised any objections. Thus, the now incredibly vast human interstellar empire began its targeted, high-speed operation. From equipment to soldiers, to technology, to operations. Everything began to shift towards the expansion into new star systems. Meanwhile, after settling everything on his home planet, Shinshur also set off ahead of him. In fact, it was only a moment's time before he arrived at the new star system. At first glance, it was no different from any other star system, filled with the same unique cosmic landscapes and the light of countless twinkling stars. However, Shinshur had a unique and strange feeling. It seemed that a sense of oppression was missing, replaced by the freedom he craved. He understood. This was because there was no power more powerful than theirs here. True freedom was based on one's own strength. How many interstellar civilizations have been detected nearby? Shinshur called to the person in charge, who had arrived before him, and asked. We discovered 4 civilizations that have definitively entered interstellar space, the person in charge replied. 2 more than last time? What new discoveries have been made? Shinshur asked directly. We noticed that while these 4 interstellar civilizations have their own development styles, they don't seem to excel in the military field. Furthermore, Although their strengths differ significantly, there's no intense hostility between them. On the contrary, they had frequent contact. We always believe that a relatively peaceful interstellar order may exist within this star system. Shinshur nodded slightly. In fact, he already knew. After all, since the last meeting, the history of the fourth future line had changed again, and the human interstellar empire's understanding of this new star system had increased dramatically. Because of this, Shinshur's intelligence had also increased. First, there was indeed no sufficiently powerful system in this star system. But there was also no chaos. Strictly speaking, there was only one civilization here, the Noah Empire. This was a dominant civilization that had repeatedly gone through 4 phases of destruction and reconstruction. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, the entire empire had been constantly destroyed and rebuilt, directly resulting in the absence of other civilizations or races in the entire star system, only different branches of the Noah people. And now, the fourth Noah Empire had only been rebuilt for a little over 10,000 years. Given the historical characteristics of this Noah Empire, it was still very young. There were even many territories lost in the last destruction that had not yet been recovered. So war still exists, but not here. It exists on the Empire's frontiers, on the other side of this star system, encompassing dozens of different kingdoms. They fight among themselves, yet also unite to resist the Empire's invasion. When Shinshur first learned of this interstellar situation, his first reaction was, impossible. The reason is simple. In this interstellar world, civilizations are extremely fragile, and could easily be destroyed for various reasons. However, the more powerful a civilization, the less likely it is to self-destruct. This is because if a civilization has internal problems, it can never truly become powerful. Furthermore, the existence of primal energy makes it easy for individuals within a civilization to unite into a cohesive whole. The vast majority of individuals will spontaneously protect the interests of this whole, as these are also their own interests. Therefore, after learning about the characteristics of the Noah Empire, Shinshur felt disbelief. This civilization's strength had reached approximately B6 level. How could such a powerful civilization repeatedly engage in self-destruction? Yet, that was the reality. Behind every incomprehensible fact lies a discrepancy in information. Shinshur came this time to investigate this discrepancy. Tell me the location of the most powerful of the 4 forces you discovered, Shinshur commanded. Yes, the person in charge quickly provided the coordinates. Thus, Shinshur set off alone. Facing a B-level civilization, he didn't need to use any legions. Just himself, and the UN could theoretically destroy this civilization. The rancher had done just that. The intergalactic jump took only a few hours, and Shinshur arrived at the outer edge of a planet. Looking around, it was a typical life-bearing planet, but artificial traces were visible everywhere. For example, there were enormous, enclosed cities, their internal temperatures, climates, and air clearly regulated to the most comfortable environment. Even in the wild, one could see creatures that clearly defied the planet's natural development, such as some incredibly huge behemoths, whose artificial traces were almost impossible to conceal. But Shinshur also keenly noticed that the weaponry on this planet was extremely outdated. Yes, despite the spaceship possessing a fairly robust warp system capable of long-distance jumps, Shinshur hadn't even discovered a single decent antimatter weapon. Restricted? No, it's more like a lack of demand. Shinshur quickly realized this. He continued to delve deeper, and from the memories of some intelligent life forms, he learned about the rulers, or rather, the ruling forces, of this star system. The Herta family. Yes, a family, not a civilization. Combined with information gathered later, Shinshur understood the institutional structure of the native civilization of this star system. Countless families under the control of the Empire, similar to an interstellar version of a feudal system. In that case, the lack of sufficient military force is understandable. It seems that private feuds between families are absolutely forbidden here. Military power must be controlled by the Empire. Shinshur's gaze returned to the family's research base. But he found nothing. Yes, absolutely nothing. There was no research base here, not even a spaceship maintenance base. Shinshur felt as if it were the very beginning of human civilization. All the devices and technological products were brought by Shinshur himself. Humans couldn't research them, they only needed to know how to use them. So, this was also a method of control? The more Shinshur investigated, the more astonished he became. The civilization on this planet felt like an Earth civilization wielding interstellar weapons. He even discovered that the intelligent life on this planet didn't learn scientific knowledge from childhood, but rather imperial etiquette, imperial rules, imperial laws, and ancient martial arts, swordsmanship, and the use of various cold weapons, etc. Yes, Without physical modifications, powerful armor, or advanced weaponry, the way people resolved their irreconcilable conflicts was to fight bare-chested, using swords and various other melee weapons in a life-or-death duel. No wonder, for hundreds of thousands of years, the technology of the entire galaxy hasn't developed at all, Shinshur muttered to himself. Without development, simply avoiding regression was a remarkable achievement. It seemed that this so-called Noah Empire wasn't the Noah Empire that had gradually developed its technology to this level, but merely a weak civilization resurrected from its corpse. Too weak to control its power, hence its repeated destruction. Too weak, but it doesn't seem untouchable. Shinshur keenly realized that the civilization he was preparing to bring here wasn't a powerful one either. If those sea-level civilizations were to wage war against this Noah Empire, without the intervention of the human interstellar empire, the outcome was truly uncertain. So, should they brutally destroy the indigenous civilization of this star system? Or, Shinshur's figure appeared on the planet in an instant. He easily altered his appearance, and effortlessly replaced a seemingly noble young man of considerable status. From his memories, he knew that this young man, named Calvo Herta, was the sixth in line to inherit the family fortune. But even with such a status, his understanding of the Noah Empire and this interstellar space was still extremely shallow. His worldview was incredibly narrow. He only knew how to enjoy the conveniences of his noble status, and how to constantly train to fulfill the responsibilities that came with it. Yes, training in the use of melee weapons. Fortunately, this identity was about to travel to the Empire to receive true noble training, which was why Shinshur had switched identities. It saves me time on exploration, I can directly obtain the star map, Shinshur muttered to himself. Young Master Calvo, a muscular, one-eyed, burly man approached, carrying several melee weapons. This is your last training session. Remember, if you die in a noble duel like your brother, the entire sacred Herta will suffer humiliation because of your incompetence. Yes, I understand. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. He keenly noticed that the burly man before him was entirely of his own kind. He hadn't undergone any modifications. Not even skeletal strengthening. This aligned with Shinshur's understanding of so-called noble duels. It wasn't about brute force but skill, the courage and composure displayed in the face of life and death. Although Shinshur didn't know how this would help the development of an interstellar civilization, he did know that, in a sense, it was the rudimentary form of primal energy. Yes, if an intelligent life form's physical body, in terms of strength, reaction speed, and thought speed, were all weaker than its enemy, how could it possibly display formidable power? Naturally, only through consciousness. A calm consciousness, instinctive thinking, and sharp reflexes, these are precisely the rudiments of primal energy. It's actually quite strange. How could a civilization that's already at B6 level in some areas show no trace of primal force? The Empire must hold the answer Shinshur seeks. After living peacefully under this identity for half a month, Shinshur boarded a spaceship bound for the Empire. The speed was extremely fast. In just 6 months of travel, after hundreds of jumps, the spaceship arrived at coordinates uncharted by human exploration. During this process, Shinshur completely copied the originally classified star map. He discovered that it contained very little. Only the coordinates of 8 families and the so-called Empire. This was undoubtedly far too sparse considering the scope of the star map. Secrecy? That was the only thought that came to Shinshur's mind. This so-called Noah Empire, really, it's not even close to an interstellar civilization, let alone a rudimentary information age. A nobleman's son has a pitifully small number of star systems under his control, and the entire family only maintains contact with a few neighboring families with whom they have business partnerships. So scattered, so weak. Looking out the window at the approaching planet, Shinshur increasingly realized that the current state of this so-called Noah Empire was absolutely inconsistent with the normal development of a civilization. And as far as he knew, what caused a civilization to deviate from the normal logic of interstellar development was often the presence of a more powerful external force playing a unique role. Chapter 307. What Shinshur needed to do now was to uncover the secrets behind this extraordinary interstellar empire. Time passed quickly. When Shinshur finally saw the so-called imperial capital before him, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This isn't the real imperial capital at all, it's just a false disguise. Although the city floating in space did look spectacular, compared to a civilization with B6 level technology, a mere planet-sized space city seemed far too weak. It didn't fit the identity of a so-called imperial capital at all. Moreover, Shinshur could tell at a glance that the technology on this spaceship was extremely rudimentary. It was a crude disguise. Even though Shinshur wasn't a technician, he could easily see through it. For example, A protrusion resembling a signal tower is clearly a directional energy weapon. Its cannon-like characteristics provide its operator with a very clear concept of direction, allowing their will to drive the energy, ultimately creating such an effect. But this enormous spaceship before them is different. The protrusion on it truly is a signal tower, used to transmit long-distance signals in a specific direction. However, in reality, such primitive signals don't need to be made in this form. It seems the emperor of this empire is very worried about his true location being exposed, or perhaps, he's worried about exposing something else, Shinshur observed, able to uncover the hidden secret through simple logic. After all, a true space city from a B6 level civilization would inevitably possess a powerful military force, strong enough to crush this weak star system. However, it was so carefully concealing itself. This could only mean that within that true space city, that true imperial capital, there existed something that could be stolen, something extremely important, perhaps even threatening the emperor's very existence. Shinshur began to develop an increasing interest in the so-called imperial capital of the empire. Let alone a civilization that merely inherited B6 level legacies. Even a B6 level civilization at its peak would be insignificant to Shinshur at this moment. But if it were a relic device, it would be different. Shinshur had an almost innate intuition that this relic device would bring him immense joy. So how can I find the empire that has gone to such lengths to hide? Shinshur murmured to himself. Despite the current strength of the human interstellar empire, finding an artificial planet, a space base within a star system, is still no easy feat. The size of the universe is perhaps the most unrealistic thing in this world. Of course, a thorough, meticulous search, expending immense effort and time to find nothing, would likely yield results, but Shinshur naturally wouldn't choose such a cumbersome method. The Fantasy Legion isn't just useful in fantasy. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. In a corner of the spaceship unnoticed by anyone, a phantom figure slowly materialized beside him. It was a young man, bare-chested, draped only in a white robe, his body enveloped in divine radiance. A lamb, the symbol of the god of shepherds, perched on his shoulder, and his winged sandals alone were enough to confirm his identity. Hermes. As a god in Greek mythology, Hermes has long been known as the god of shepherds and protector of shepherds. However, in Shinshur's mind, as an Easterner, Hermes is more often seen as Zeus's messenger. He always manages to find everyone accurately at crucial moments. Now, as a part of Shinshur's consciousness, when Shinshur materializes Hermes, this ability is amplified. Ignoring concepts and the rules of matter, this ability should easily find any being Shinshur seeks. That's how it should be. However, when Shinshur actually materializes Hermes, he discovers it's not so simple. The ability is limited, materialization isn't omnipotent. Fortunately, I haven't abandoned my current identity, Shinshur sighed inwardly. The Hermes materialized with Shinshur's enhanced ability to find people does indeed possess this power, but only if there is information about the person in question. The more information, the more accurate the prediction, from voice to identity, from appearance to personality. In most interstellar civilizations, this would be quite simple, because Shinshur was looking for the ruler of that civilization. But in the Noah Empire, it had become incredibly difficult. The lack of information, the Emperor's caution, the closed system. Fine, let's investigate the fake capital, and see if we can find anything. Shinshur maintained his disguise, and entered the capital with the spaceship. As soon as he entered, he noticed that everything here was imbued with strict etiquette. From their gait to their tone of voice, even their manner of communication, everything adhered to an ancient, complex, and even inconvenient set of rituals. Let alone interstellar civilizations, even a civilization currently in the Earth Age, once it has liberated its thinking and broken free from feudalism, would be far more efficient than this Noah Empire. However, Shinshur easily guessed the reason for this phenomenon. This is the shackles of thought, the limitation of primal energy, Shinshur murmured to himself. No wonder. An interstellar civilization of such longevity couldn't possibly have failed to develop primal energy technology. Most intelligent life forms, after surviving for more than 10 times their original lifespan, would begin to contemplate the essence of life and thought, subsequently discovering the mysteries of primal energy and venturing into its realm. But the Noah Empire shows no trace of primal energy technology. They are suppressing thought with these oppressive rituals, releasing emotions through primitive hand-to-hand combat. The Emperor is consciously suppressing the birth of primal energy technology. He is indeed panicking. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. Having recognized this reality, he knew what he needed to do next. For the next period, Shinshur behaved like a true nobleman's son. Except for a few minor violations. Perhaps it was a lack of proper etiquette. Perhaps it was the emotional outbursts he displayed during battle. Or sometimes, he would suddenly exhibit abilities far exceeding his usual capacity. He was deliberately creating a trend of spontaneous awakening of primal energy brought about by an unstable mind. Unsurprisingly, some people appeared before him under the guise of doctors. "Doctor, am I sick?" Shinshir's deep voice carried a half-hearted politeness. "Yes, you are sick." The doctor before him, dressed in a black uniform, resembled a priest more than a doctor, according to the customs of Blue Star. "But I feel better than ever before." Shinshir's voice grew even deeper. "This is an illusion, it's dangerous," the doctor said. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "That's because you haven't truly experienced this feeling." Shinshir suddenly raised his head, his eyes swirling like mist. His body seemed to split into two parts, one half representing standard self-interest, the other half laughing wildly, unrestrainedly, as if freed from shackles. Mind invasion. Such a simple mind invasion, carried out personally by Shinshir, who was likely the strongest being in the entire known universe, was something the doctor before him, even the entire civilization, could be proud of. And the result was just as clear. The invaded doctor finally understood the feeling Shinshir had described, a liberating exhilaration. Everything he had done and believed in the past seemed utterly foolish, so foolish that he could never return to that level. Yes. The doctor's eyes, like Shinshir's, seemed to have turned misty, as if he too had split into two parts. And both parts spoke simultaneously. "I understand." Shinshir smiled, saying nothing more. A very simple mind invasion, yet with the effects of a virus. In this world where primal energy technology was incredibly weak, almost non-existent, no one could escape, no one could resist. Perhaps resistance was futile, for it was an evolution of thought, a rebirth of consciousness. The essence of primal energy is a profound self-awareness, an unchangeable reality. Shinshir returned to his place with light steps. He wanted to know what the Emperor would do when he discovered that this disguised space city had become the reality he feared most. But whatever he did, it would expose his information. Each exposure brought Shinshir a little closer to the Emperor. This was the crushing power of a higher civilization over a lower one. Even Shinshir alone could easily change everything in the Noah Empire. Next, it was time to wait. The wait wasn't long. One day, when Shinshir noticed people walking on the streets with slightly impolite movements, he knew it was almost time. On the same day, piercing alarms blared throughout the pseudo-imperial capital. Everyone was ordered by automated armed machines to remain in their residences. The Emperor's voice rang out alongside the alarms, issuing supreme orders. A mysterious and terrifying virus was spreading in the capital, forcing them to use the most primitive methods to contain it. This was undoubtedly laughable, yet absolutely necessary. A mind virus is still a virus, and even such a powerful civilization cannot stop its destructive power, or rather, its forced evolution. As the mind virus spreads, Shinshir can easily manipulate the cognition and emotions of some people. More and more voices of discontent with the Empire, the Emperor, and the rituals are rising. The Emperor has been deceiving us all along. Those superfluous and useless rituals are wiping out our power and restricting our thoughts. Mind is so powerful, hand-to-hand combat is so laughable. The Emperor is nothing but a thief who stole the power of his ancestors. Kill him. Kill this so-called Emperor. Even if these thoughts initially only existed in minds, or were merely the mutterings of one person in a deserted corner, as time passed and more people shared them, a resonance of consciousness would emerge with the activation of primal energy. Everyone would realize that they were not alone in this thought, but that everyone's power would be united like never before under the influence of the mind virus, ultimately forming a storm that would sweep across the entire planet. If Shinshir's prediction was correct, the Emperor at this moment was panicked, terrified, and furious. "I will destroy that place. I must destroy that place." This was a person who looked no different from the other Noahs, not wearing the elaborate clothing filled with aristocratic rules and etiquette, but rather a simple and comfortable bodysuit. However, if someone were to come here, they would discover that in this true imperial capital, this true Noah's palace, apart from the Emperor, there was not a single truly intelligent life form. There were only countless, densely packed intelligent machines, their thought processes and consciousness completely under their absolute control. Yes, the Emperor forbade anyone to come here. Only robots with weak consciousness, virtually no primal energy, and easily controlled even if they did develop primal energy, were qualified to exist here. But at this moment, the Emperor's anger, along with his emotions, had traversed countless light years, reaching the pseudo-imperial capital where Shinshir was. He wanted to destroy this place. Activating the pre-programmed destructive weapon would have been a simple press of a button, utterly annihilating this being that had inexplicably awakened countless primal energy controllers. That's how it should have been. But the reality was that even though the Emperor had pressed the button, made the decision, this planet-sized space palace remained completely unchanged. This was to be expected. With Shinshur here, how could he possibly fail to detect a self-destruct device? Even relying solely on the devices on the Ivan, he could easily discover and control everything here. Everything about the technological products in any field, most importantly. Finally, I found you. Shinshur's lips curled into a smile, his light voice traveling back through the primal energy link, carrying a hint of surprise, yet bringing the Emperor boundless terror. Who are you? He shouted frantically, but received no response. To be honest, Shinshur's emotions at this moment were indeed tinged with surprise. Although he didn't yet know what kind of relic device the Emperor controlled, he had already witnessed its effects. That distance was thousands, even nearly 10,000 light-years. Such a vast distance meant that even someone as powerful as Shinshur could only communicate in real time through the Holy Land. Yet the Emperor controlled more than one pseudo-imperial capital, and could easily transmit his voice and consciousness over. Chapter 308. This reminded Shinshur of the Holy Land's communication function, but with significant differences. The Holy Land merely concentrated everyone's consciousness in one place. One could enter, but not teleport avatars or consciousness to other locations. The Emperor before him, however, clearly possessed the ability to teleport avatars. In some ways, this ability was even more powerful than the Holy Land's communication function. A single person could manage different locations across an entire star system, greatly increasing efficiency. If humanity could master this relic, and use it extensively, the human interstellar empire would undoubtedly be more closely connected. Fortunately, in Shinshur's eyes, this device was already practically his. Let's leave. Shinshur stood up, no longer needing to feign anything. He summoned the Yuan and vanished instantly, performing a truly seamless jump. This undisguised act was naturally captured by the Emperor. This instilled great fear in the Emperor. You can't find me. Impossible. The true capital, the massive space city, also began a random jump. Just as Shinshur had guessed, the Emperor had hidden the true capital of the Noah Empire very well. From its discovery to its reconstruction, no one knew of the capital's true existence. There was a reason for this. The Emperor had never been able to obtain supreme power in the capital. His abilities, temperament, and especially his primal energy, were all insufficient. He could only utilize it at a very rudimentary level. Even a random Noah who found him could potentially gain the same authority, and someone with greater primal energy mastery could even obtain a higher level of authority. At that point, the Emperor would lose everything. This is why the Noah Empire's performance was completely inconsistent with its actual technological level. The Emperor who rebuilt the Empire was simply too weak to truly possess such technology. It can only be said that in this infinitely vast universe, nothing seems impossible, always offering something to amaze. Unfortunately, no matter how the Emperor fled, Shinshur eventually reached him. A very ordinary civilization base. Shinshur directly controlled the Emperor's body, forcing him to stand in fear at a distance, his gaze already surveying the true imperial capital before him. Low strength, but well preserved. It seems to have been destroyed in the primal energy war, likely related to this device. You use this device to spread your primal energy clones throughout the other imperial capitals? This Emperor wasn't even a primal energy master, but merely an ordinary strong individual capable of condensing consciousness clones. Yes, a strong individual from a D-level civilization. After all, he hadn't inherited any technical knowledge related to primal energy, and the development of primal energy within the entire civilization was restricted. Everything had to be figured out on his own. In fact, in Shinshur's view, if he had unleashed his primal energy cultivation and drawn experience from the civilization, he might have already become a primal energy master, truly controlling this base, and even the ruins before him. It can only be said that weakness of spirit is true vulnerability. However, Shinshur no longer cared about any of this. He didn't even give the so-called Emperor the right to answer, instead focusing his gaze on the device before him. The device's appearance was extremely peculiar. It was just an ordinary bronze mirror. Yes, a bronze mirror. This gave Shinshur an extremely strange feeling. He was certain that this thing belonged to a relic civilization and was integrated with the bronze altar, that is, the sacred site. However, its ancient appearance also led Shinshur to a strange speculation. Perhaps this is the real relic of a relic civilization. The others that obtained it were merely products created by an ancient civilization using the ruins. It's no wonder Shinshur thought this way. The style of the bronze altar and the bronze mirror was indeed very different from the other relic devices. Those relic devices were at most technically incomprehensible, but still exhibited a certain level of material technology. But these things before him were completely products of the primal energy realm. What exactly is that ancient civilization, whose history is nearly identical to that of humankind? Shinshur doesn't know yet, but as human civilization grows stronger, surpassing Mud and the Thousand Alliances to become the strongest force in the entire known universe, there will be ample time to collect ancient artifacts and explore ancient civilizations, inevitably bringing them closer to the secrets. For now, he should carefully study how to use this device. With just a touch, Shinshur understood the device's true function. Projection communication. Yes, projection communication. It can project its own image to any known location in the entire universe. It doesn't even require the Holy Land. Wait. Shinshur suddenly remembered that the Holy Land also possesses projection capabilities. Everything can be projected into the Holy Land and used normally within it. This was typically used in the past to determine the value of goods in trade, but Shinshur clearly understood that this function was actually a power of analysis and research. Whether it's relics or other devices, the Holy Land can virtually expand and decompose them for easier research. While some virtual reality technologies can do the same, the simulation of things rarely reaches the precision of the Holy Land. But this thing... With a thought, the bronze mirror in Shinshur's hand vanished, reappearing within the Holy Land. Within the Holy Land, Shinshur held a projection, his heart filled with shock. It really works. The bronze mirror's function is to project a clone onto any known region in the universe, and even this function can be practically used within the Holy Land. As a result, with this thing, every owner of a personal terminal in the Holy Land can project their consciousness clone, or even an avatar, anywhere in the universe. That's impressive. Shinshur already understood the extent of this thing's benefit to the current human interstellar empire. That's efficiency. Improving the efficiency with which the human interstellar empire establishes contact with other civilizations. In the past, if the human interstellar empire wanted to establish contact with other civilizations, it had to first risk sending people with personal terminals to the vicinity of these civilizations, then find a way to sneak in, and then find a way to secretly make contact with targets who were capable and qualified enough. For a weak civilization, it would be easier. But for a powerful civilization, achieving this level of capability is far more difficult, and the process is extremely risky and easily exposed. In the history of Future Line 4, this has happened more than once. Having personal terminals and being dispatched to establish contact with other civilizations became a high-risk, high-sacrifice profession. Later, the Mulder and Thousand Alliance systems even went so far as to send people specifically to infiltrate and monitor weaker civilizations, causing significant losses to the human interstellar empire. The loss of personnel alone wasn't enough to cripple the empire. The main problem was the significant impact on the development efficiency of the human interstellar empire. But now it's different. Sending his clone directly not only eliminates the need for personal terminals and risky operations, but is also incredibly efficient and clandestine. He could even infiltrate powerful civilizations, and even if discovered, it wouldn't matter, he could simply send more, or even more clones. No matter how powerful a civilization, it couldn't influence the main body through a single avatar. In the arena of infiltration, communication, and negotiation, wouldn't this make him virtually invincible? Shinshur had already realized that when he obtained this, the fourth future line would likely undergo another significant change. He glanced at the Emperor one last time, then turned and immediately ordered the rest of his people to come. Once the Emperor was found, completely conquering and controlling this star system would be an extremely simple matter. It didn't require much attention. As for himself, he was somewhat impatient to enter the fourth future line. Upon arrival, he was able to sense many things from the memories of his avatar. As expected, this time, the human interstellar empire has undergone tremendous changes. It's not just about becoming more secretive and acquiring more civilizations. The most crucial thing is that we establish rapid communication paths between unknown star systems. Shinshur could barely contain his joy. How many star systems are there in the entire universe? Even those currently observable number in the tens of thousands. And how many star systems do the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system control? Only a few hundred. Previously, the human interstellar empire could only reach these star systems by using spaceships carrying personal terminals, enduring long voyages. Even so, relying on the power of the Holy Land provided a significant advantage. Now, this advantage has expanded even further. The bronze mirror's projection function doesn't require sending people over first. Even with just projection, it can still establish communication and exchange with countless star systems in the shortest possible time. This means that those infinite star systems have already revealed some of their secrets to humanity. In the fourth future line, the number of civilizations joining the human interstellar empire in unknown star systems far exceeds that of the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system. Keep in mind that these star systems contain many powerful civilizations. Even 2 powerful interstellar social systems have been discovered. Although these 2 are not as strong as Mud and the Thousand Alliance, they surpass the so-called A9-level civilizations. With the human interstellar empire friendly showcasing its technology and strength through projection, it has already established certain relationships with these 2 systems. Even though the vast distance prevents the establishment of true material connections, the technological exchange alone has already brought immense benefits to the human interstellar empire. For example, Shinshur saw a technology called primal energy armor, also originating from an ancient device, which was excessively powerful, no less than primal energy spores. This technology uses both the catalysts of primal energy spores and the Fantasy Legion, but its accessibility is extremely high. Any intelligent life form can use this technology to overlap primal energy with existing armor, unleashing tremendous power. Powerful intelligent individuals can even use this technology to fight head-on against an A9 class warship legion, and even achieve victory. While it hasn't reached the level of the Ranchers, its high accessibility is undeniable. Not to mention, this technology can at least greatly improve the survivability of warriors on the battlefield. Imagine this. The enemy painstakingly destroys our warship, only to find that the soldiers emerging from it possess power even greater than the warship itself. Such a scene, while not necessarily instilling despair in the enemy, would at least significantly enhance our military advantage. In the fourth future line, the human interstellar empire has already begun, under strict secrecy, selecting powerful individuals to conduct small-scale trials of this new technology. Combined with primal energy spores, it can become even more powerful. And what if we could directly bring this technology to the main world? Wouldn't we no longer need to exchange primal energy spore technology with that force system? We could simply get it for free. Just thinking about the advantages filled Shinshur with immense confidence. Moreover, the human interstellar empire, having mastered the bronze mirror, has begun its full-speed advance towards those star systems. When formal contact with the material world occurs, the benefits derived from the connections established through projection will truly explode. Those civilizations persuaded to join the human interstellar empire by the projection, those that have established friendly relations with the human interstellar empire, and even those that are at odds with the human interstellar empire, can easily launch invasions and plunder using the Holy Land. 10,000 years. No, not even 10,000 years. Shinshur silently calculated. With this foundation, within 10,000 years, the human interstellar empire will very likely possess a force on par with the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system. At that time, the curves of power will officially intersect, and the balance of power will truly shift. Humanity's status as the interstellar hegemon will also be officially established. Just thinking about it makes Shinshur wish those 10,000 years would pass immediately. No wonder he, with his current strength, is still so excited. It's simply too long. From the moment he first obtained the time crystal and learned of the brilliance of the interstellar space, Shinshur had constantly hoped that human civilization could escape its insignificant, ant-like reality, achieve a future surpassing all that was known, and attain a true position of cosmic dominance. Unexpectedly, this day arrived both so slowly and so quickly. I can't be too happy yet. Shinshur slowly calmed himself, narrowing his eyes slightly as he reviewed history once more. This time, however, he focused his gaze on the danger lurking behind his power. Chapter 309. Shinshur wasn't naive enough to believe that the human interstellar empire would simply pass through these 10,000 years smoothly, and then become the strongest interstellar system surpassing the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system before they could even react. In reality, even before that, the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance's attention to the human interstellar empire hadn't diminished at all. All actions were based on self-interest, and all analysis of self-interest was based on intelligence. Without sufficient intelligence, two such powerful systems naturally wouldn't underestimate humanity's strength. The reason they hadn't directly attacked was simply because doing so might allow the other side to gain even greater benefits. However, given the current situation in the fourth future line, the human interstellar empire's rate of development was already enough to threaten the security of these two systems. And Shinshur's review of history confirmed this. In the current fourth future line, the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system had almost completely ceased hostilities. Contact between the two systems had also become increasingly frequent. Meanwhile, an increasing number of unknown warships began appearing in the desolate areas, subtly searching for and sealing off the solar system. Clearly, someone within humanity had been controlled. It might not be intentional betrayal, but given Mold and the Thousand Alliance's expertise and primal energy technology, they only needed to silently plant an influence, then let it spread and disperse without a sound. Even Shinshur would find it difficult to locate them in a short time. Furthermore, some civilizations that had allied with humanity were also beginning to experience various problems. Some were facing internal annihilation crises, while others were seeking assistance from the human interstellar empire due to various issues. All signs indicate that the Mulder system and the Thousand Alliance have set their sights on the human interstellar empire, and may even be secretly collaborating, beginning to probe its strength. Only 3,000 years have passed. If things continue like this, it's almost obvious that the human interstellar empire will likely never reach its planned 10,000-year future. The more Shinshur observed, the more alarmed he became. Behind these seemingly minor probing tactics, a far more powerful technological foundation was subtly revealed, even showing traces of numerous ancient devices. It is indeed a system with hundreds of thousands of years of history. The foundation it possesses cannot be judged by ordinary standards, Shinshur muttered to himself. He knew that the most crucial 10,000 years were about to arrive. First, some technologies obtained from the expanding known universe can already be deployed 3,000 years in advance. Shinshur quickly began making some basic arrangements. Also, in the next 3,000 years, the human interstellar empire will explore many unknown star systems. Some of these can facilitate establishing friendly relations, and these can be dealt with as soon as possible. For civilizations that haven't been handled well, preparations can be made in advance. Of course, the most important thing is the speed of the Holy Land spread, which directly determines the development speed of the human interstellar empire. Shinshur listed all the things that could be used to gain an advantage by leveraging future information, and then announced them. After all this was done, he clearly saw that the human interstellar empire in the fourth future timeline had become even more powerful. However, the pressure from the two major systems was also becoming increasingly apparent, to the point that even some relatively weaker B-level civilizations could sense it. This made Shinshur realize that besides accelerating the development of the human interstellar empire, finding a way to slow down the oppressive pace of the two major systems was of paramount importance. Perhaps, we can migrate the entire race. Shinshur thought of this method again. When direct confrontation is difficult, and there is the potential for rapid development, a temporary retreat is indeed a clear way out. Especially after humanity has created a new system. However, given humanity's current scale, migrating the entire solar system is not an easy task. The Holy Land's one-time relocation range is ultimately limited. Even relocating the Zisic civilization took hundreds of years. Relocating the current headquarters of human civilization would be difficult to accomplish without thousands of years. These thousands of years would severely hinder the development of human civilization. Perhaps, we can do it simultaneously? Shinshur frowned. However, matters like this require high secrecy. Even the members of the Supreme Council cannot be informed. In future Line 4, the Avatar Shinshur suspected that some members of the Supreme Council had been subjected to a consciousness intrusion and had infiltrated the system, making them difficult even for the Supreme Council to detect, yet allowing them to periodically transmit crucial intelligence. Ultimately, Shinshur used a laborious method, probing and identifying several suspects, then controlling them one by one. This intense search of their consciousness resolved the intelligence leak crisis. However, no one can guarantee there isn't a second infiltrator. After all, the problem isn't with the members themselves, but with their subconscious. Therefore, the best solution is to reduce the number of people involved to a minimum. Are there any spies among humanity now? Shinshur suddenly realized. For the bronze mirror to truly be effective, it couldn't be used in isolation. And once used extensively, without addressing the issue of spies, there was a high probability of leaks. If the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system became aware of the bronze mirror's existence, they would elevate the threat level of the human interstellar empire to its highest level. And how could they allow the human interstellar empire to leave? A vicious cycle. Fortunately, Shinshur finally understood the crux of the problem. Having found the key, the remaining task was to find a solution. In short, first, assemble an absolutely safe team, Shinshur thought to himself. His primal energy power ultimately surpassed that of this universe, reaching the level of the remnant civilization. If he spent enough time, he could guarantee fairness for a small group of people. So, the next step was selecting the number of people. Shinshur chose Gong Chu, Gong Mo, and other members of his direct lineage. Because he was certain these people would cooperate with him, allowing him to scan the depths of their consciousness. Moreover, these people were capable enough to use the bronze mirror to establish contact with some powerful civilizations. Once everyone was confirmed safe, Shinshur then turned his attention to the infants. After all, in a project that was bound to last for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, raising them from scratch was perfectly feasible. One advantage was that those chosen to assist in this project could simply use the bronze mirror to descend into countless worlds and avatars. At the very least, they could avoid being influenced and secretly controlled by enemies again without having to personally go out. After all this was done, decades had passed since Shinshur obtained the bronze mirror. A mysterious organization, codenamed Bronze Shadow, appeared within the human interstellar empire. Officially, Bronze Shadow was a secret agency tasked with investigating civilizations joining the human interstellar empire, identifying any spies or traitors. It was under Shinshur's direct supervision. If it weren't for the explicit statement that Shinshur had no intention of dictatorship, many would likely have perceived this as the beginnings of one. Therefore, before truly taking effect externally, this organization had already created unease within the human interstellar empire. But this was precisely the effect Shinshur desired. The structure itself couldn't be concealed, but its effects could be obscured. After this organization began its formal operations, Shinshur once again turned his attention to the fourth future line. Human civilization had developed to the point where observing the future and correcting its actions had long become Shinshur's greatest trump card, even surpassing the importance of interdimensional transactions. This further highlighted the crucial role of intelligence. This time, Shinshur discovered that the Mutter system and the Thousand Alliance were indeed a step behind in their reactions. This proved that neither side had truly ceased hostilities. However, faced with this outcome, Shinshur felt little surprise. Even after going to such lengths, something was still discovered. Although the Mutter system and the Thousand Alliance had not ceased hostilities, they still showed signs of intensifying their investigations into the human interstellar empire. This meant that they had still discovered something. Once such a trend emerges, it becomes virtually impossible for humanity to survive the next 10,000 years. Shinshur quickly discovered the reason. It turned out that the Bronze Shadow's operations within the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system had revealed traces, which intensified their speculation about the human interstellar empire's trump cards. Yes, speculation. They didn't have enough evidence, but the unknown was the greatest evidence. Shinshur realized that beneath the seemingly nonchalant surface of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system, they had actually been maintaining a high level of vigilance towards the human interstellar empire. There can't be the slightest bit of luck. Shinshur frowned slightly and decisively ordered the Bronze Shadow Department to cease all missions within the known universe, and to project all avatars into the unknown universe. After this order was given, the situation in Future Line 4 indeed returned to its initial state. While the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system maintained a high level of vigilance towards the human interstellar empire, neither was willing to take action. This will provide the human interstellar empire with a crucial period of development. It seems we can get through 3,000 years, Shinshur thought with a slight sigh of relief. To a span of 10,000 years, 3,000 years is merely the beginning, but this beginning is the goal Shinshur can currently be certain of. Next, he maintained a high level of attention to the fourth future line, while continuously pushing forward the development of the human interstellar empire, perfecting the framework of the entire system, and ensuring that its superiority would not be lost. The passage of time seemed to accelerate. 732 years after acquiring the bronze mirror, a new crisis appeared in the fourth future line. The Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system, this time, even forewent a ceasefire. Instead, as if by unspoken agreement, they dispatched their armies to the human interstellar empire, launching a devastating attack on all civilizations relocating to it, and initiating a more intense invasion of the two known star systems controlled by the human interstellar empire. This is forcing us to resist, trying to drag us into this dangerous systemic war, Shinshur said, narrowing his eyes, easily discerning the intentions of the two systems. Clearly, even though Shinshur had concealed the bronze mirror, the human interstellar empire's rapid development had still alarmed them. These two systems no longer wanted the human interstellar empire to continue its rapid expansion as a bystander in this war. While they hadn't let their guard down, they had both unanimously chosen the human interstellar empire as their enemy, aiming to weaken it. We have no way to avoid being drawn into the war. At the highest meeting of human civilization in the fourth future line, human counselors unanimously confirmed this fundamental judgment. With both major systems determined to attack them, they could no longer remain neutral in this war. A moment's retreat would be met with ruthless destruction and the fragmentation of everything the human interstellar empire possessed. Faced with this situation, Shinshur didn't hesitate for long. Because before him, there was essentially only one path left. Since fighting is unavoidable, then let's fight, he said. Our hidden strength is something even these two systems can't possibly perceive, otherwise, they would have already made their move. Therefore, we reveal a portion of it, using force to achieve balance. In the current fourth future timeline, the human interstellar empire nominally controls only 2 star systems and 1 A8 level civilization. However, in reality, they control 32 star systems, 1 A9 level civilization, and 2 A8 level civilizations. The sheer magnitude of this difference is something that even if both systems anticipated some aspects, they could never have fully calculated. This immense power is entirely due to the bronze mirror, and the intelligence provided by Shinshur in the main timeline 3,000 years ago. This intelligence detailed which unknown star systems contain powerful entities that could be quickly controlled. The A9 level civilization currently under human control is one that controls over a dozen star systems, has already shown the rudiments of a system, but is threatened by the 5th interstellar system discovered by humanity. Given the strength displayed by humanity and the external threat, they swiftly seized this unique opportunity after the arrival of the human interstellar empire's personal terminal delegation, becoming the most powerful force in the human interstellar empire's arsenal. In other words, at this point, the human interstellar empire and the mud system are only differing in size and a few fundamental aspects. Even in terms of scale, it has reached about 1/3 of the level of the mud system. This is the speed of development brought about by the advantages of the system. This should be a big surprise for the mud system and the Thousand Alliance system. Shinshur silently calculated in his mind the power he possessed, the purpose of this war, and the strategy to maximize his advantages. This was ultimately a future that could be changed, so Shinshur wasn't under too much pressure. Chapter 310. If they truly can't win, they can try to change things from the main timeline. Moreover, Shinshur felt that with the advantages of the human interstellar empire, defeat wasn't inevitable. At the very least, by combining timeline changes, prolonging the war shouldn't be difficult. Abandon these 2 star systems first, prepare for retreat, Shinshur ordered first. Disperse to new star systems. This single order would take thousands of years to complete. And only the human interstellar empire could issue such an order. Systems like the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system simply didn't have the option of retreating during a war. Doing so would inevitably lead to attacks en route. Retreating forces from a star system would require at least several times the strength to maintain it, otherwise, the only option was to fight to the death. After the order was given, all civilizations began preparations. Even knowing the enemy was 2 powerful systems, there wasn't much panic or wavering. On the one hand, most civilizations that joined the human interstellar empire over the years understood that war with the 2 major systems was inevitable, and they were not without a chance of victory. On the other hand, interstellar civilizations of this era had long been accustomed to war. The speed needs to be increased, Shinshur said to Gong Chu, who had been transferred to his side, as he watched the retreat footage from various locations. Since we decided to abandon these 2 star systems, the faster the retreat, the lower our losses. We can decide to abandon some lower value supplies as appropriate. Understood, Gong Chu nodded. There was no need for special preparation. Once Shinshur issued the order, countless people would naturally carry it out. With such powerful budgeting and control, even such a vast force could execute commands with near-perfect precision, like a finely tuned machine. It practically pushed the civilization's war potential to its limit. The entire retreat and preparation lasted a full 700 years. Fortunately, the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system seemed to understand that expending a great deal of effort to besiege these 2 star systems was actually not very meaningful, bringing little loss to humanity or much benefit to themselves. Therefore, they were no longer in a hurry to attack. This was the main reason why the human interstellar empire was able to complete its migration. However, just when Shinshur thought he could successfully delay for some time, he suddenly received an urgent message from the evacuation site. The message was very simple, just one sentence: the ranchers are attacking. Shin Fei was momentarily unable to determine the meaning behind this message. He wasn't surprised the ranchers could locate their star system outside the 2 major systems, but the question remained, what was the point of the ranchers launching a surprise attack? Even with the Fantasy Legion, the ranchers' role was limited to crucial battlefields. However, the attack star system was merely one of their retreat bases. Unless the ranchers could destroy the entire system, which was clearly impossible, the situation was dire. Mobilizing a large army takes time, and cannot be done silently. Even with the Fantasy Legion launching a frenzied attack, how much could the rancher possibly destroy? Are you sure it's the rancher? Only him? Shinshur didn't rush over, but instead inquired. Confirmed. No trace of a large-scale fleet jump was detected. So, this is a challenge. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly understanding. A challenge to me. If we can eliminate the rancher, the mud system will be in trouble in a short time. With our superior system, we can easily annex at least half of it, securing victory. The temptation is simply too great. The rancher's actions were tantamount to offering himself up, asking if he wanted to fight. Winning would mean the endeavor was complete. To boost humanity's and Shinshur's confidence, he didn't even choose the two retreating star systems, but instead chose a rear star system belonging to the human interstellar empire, the true human stronghold. Adding the power of the Holy Land, a massive army could be mobilized for a siege in a very short time. Even Shinshur could only conclude that the chances of victory were extremely high, with an exceptionally high cost-effectiveness. So, the question arises. Where does the rancher's confidence come from? A lack of sufficient intelligence. Shinshur's mind raced, calculating frantically. After the renovation of the Bronze Palace and the birth of the fourth future line, my apparent strength is no less than what the rancher demonstrated in the previous war. The rancher himself may not be aware of this, but the fact that I possess the Fantasy Legion should have been exposed. It's almost certain that the rancher has the confidence to defeat me, or at least easily retreat. But what exactly is this confidence? To be honest, if this were the main timeline, or some other fixed future, Shinshur would absolutely not consider taking action. There's just too much unknown information. Unlike most interstellar civilizations, he doesn't act solely based on self-interest. Even if the apparent benefits are immense, he won't take excessive risks, a decision based on his confidence in his own potential. He'd rather wait 10,000 years to achieve absolute victory with overwhelming power, rather than launch a risky attack. However, this is a future that can be altered. If he sends an avatar to attack, even if he fails, he can return to the main timeline and make different choices, thus changing the timeline of defeat. This makes this an excellent opportunity to test the rancher. Activate the Heroic Spirit Legion. Shinshur decisively ordered. The Heroic Spirit Legion is the strongest and last legion of the human interstellar empire. They are to assist in the escape of humanity's last remaining spark when it is utterly defeated. In terms of equipment, technology, and strength, they are all the most powerful. It not only incorporates the top-tier technology of an A9 level civilization, but also integrates numerous relic devices and technologies, some of which even originate from 4th and 5th interstellar social systems, a realm unreachable by the Mud system, and the Thousand Alliance system, representing the true trump card of the human interstellar empire. However, for this test, Shinshur directly unleashed this trump card. If this war is defined as a test, then naturally, the opportunity must be seized and maximized. Upon receiving the order, a degree of panic emerged among the high-ranking officials of the entire human interstellar empire. Clearly, many among them felt it unnecessary to take such a great risk with the rancher. Simply letting things unfold would suffice, and even if there were losses, they wouldn't be crippling. However, Shinshur couldn't explain, nor did he need to. For the first time, he fully exercised his authority, pushing forward this choice opposed by the majority. After this, whether they liked it or not, the entire human interstellar empire could only concentrate its forces. Even the powerful civilizations that had allied with humanity unleashed their most powerful trump cards. According to their calculations, humanity's chances of winning this war were also extremely high. In this tense atmosphere, like a final battle, Shinshur finally arrived at the star system attacked by the rancher. While setting up encirclements, he used the bronze mirror to project his avatar, observing the rancher from afar. On the surface, it seemed no different from their previous meeting. The rancher had still summoned his powerful fantasy legion composed of various warships. The human interstellar empire's defenses here offered absolutely no resistance. After all, this is the strongest legion in the known universe. Even an A9 class fleet is far inferior. No matter how technologically advanced a warship is, it must still adhere to the rules and theorems of this material universe, an unchangeable foundation. However, the Fantasy Legion has distorted this foundation, naturally exerting a significant restraining effect on warships. In other words, without Shinshur, without the Thousand Alliance's primal energy spores, and without any other weapons or technologies in this field, the rancher truly has the ability to wreak havoc forever anywhere in the known universe. The only way to deal with him might be to develop at a rate that exceeds his rate of destruction. The only way to suppress them is through sheer numbers. It must be said that the existence of such intelligent individuals in this universe has, to some extent, shattered the understanding of the cosmos held by many powerful civilizations. It's as if a clear barrier surrounds the entire universe. Breaking through it would expose a revolutionary new world, yet no civilization, except for the ancient civilizations, can reach it. This has had a significant impact on many civilizations encountering it for the first time. However, Shinshur was quite natural in this regard. After all, a mere rancher, strictly speaking, is nowhere near as incredible as Shirling. Eliminate all the weak defensive forces. Directly send out forces exceeding the rancher's recorded strength, then gradually increase the intensity, pushing his demonstrated strength beyond its limits, at least forcing out some previously unrevealed power, Shinshur ordered. This is practically risking the lives of the warriors to test the waters. But that's the point. Since the rancher has given them this opportunity, they must seize it. After Shinshur gave the order, clearly visible on the star map, green-marked warships appeared around the rancher. Their numbers increased, each maintaining a safe distance while carrying extremely powerful weapons. Enormous primal energy spores even emerged and unfolded. These warships housed primal energy masters from countless races, including humans, and primal energy spores accumulated over thousands of years. This power was so immense that even Shinshur had to take it seriously. If the rancher continued to rely solely on his past demonstrated strength, he would be no match for them. However, just as Shinshur was making all sorts of guesses, the unexpected still happened. The rancher, along with his entire fantasy legion, vanished from his spot. Yes, despite being heavily surrounded, he simply disappeared. No detectors, not even Shinshur, who was intently watching him, detected him. Rancher spotted. Rancher spotted. Warnings were already being issued from within the Holy Land. The rancher was still in this star system, but he and his fantasy legion had instantly teleported to another location. It was a place that, under normal circumstances, could not be reached instantly using warp drive. Even Shinshur could only achieve this with the help of the Holy Land. The rancher possessed the Holy Land? Of course not. It seems this is one of his trump cards, Shinshur said softly. Although I don't know the specific method of warp drive, forcing out this new technique is already a victory. Notify everyone to prepare for the Holy Land warp drive. Yes, Gongchu ordered. Within a very short time, the heroic spirit fleet surrounding the rancher vanished one by one. Compared to warp jumps, Shinshur wasn't really afraid. This time, however, he gave the rancher no chance, launching a frenzied attack and interference. The result was the same. The rancher disappeared again. Conventional interference was useless. It's safe to assume the relic's power is uncertain and doesn't require prior preparation. Shinshur knew that the rancher's reluctance to leave the star system was likely a way of forcing him to intervene personally. Compared to the rancher alone, even for humans who also possess long-distance warp jumps, it was far too difficult to warp up a massive heroic spirit army to catch up. However, if it were just Shinshur alone, it would be entirely possible. The rancher had clearly already obtained some intelligence about the Holy Land jump. No rush, continue, Shinshur ordered. Use the primal energy spores to interfere with the jump. Yes. For the third time, the massive primal energy spores immediately distorted the jump rules in that area. The rancher's jump finally had some effect, showing a noticeable hesitation. But he still jumped away. This time, Shinshur saw it more clearly. The opponent didn't disappear instantly, but rather created distortions around him before vanishing. Some kind of fantasy legion rule? Shinshur's eyes grew brighter. Continue. But this time, the rancher didn't stay put waiting for the heroic spirit legion to pursue him. Instead, he performed a second jump first. This performance, however, was another kind of victory for humanity. They had once again pushed the rancher to some of his limits. The fourth, fifth, and sixth jumps, the rancher's jump speed increased rapidly, and the human legions followed closely behind, with even more and more legions beginning to deploy across this star system. Shinshur and the rancher seemed to possess ample patience, as if this game of cat and mouse was utterly enjoyable. For Shinshur, it was indeed endlessly entertaining, because each attempt yielded more intelligence. If all this intelligence could be brought back to the main timeline, it would definitely give the rancher a huge surprise. Chapter 311. The entire game lasted for over a decade. But for both Shinshur and the rancher, this amount of time was insignificant. They had ample time to continue their antics. Unfortunately, as time passed, not only did the technology used by the heroic spirit fleet constantly evolve, but the rancher also grasped the key to maintaining balance. He added a concealment ability to himself. Shinshur wasn't sure if this stemmed from his fantasy legion or some kind of ruin, but the humans could no longer easily detect the rancher's presence. Each time they found him, it was after he had caused destruction. The rancher definitely has enough confidence to deal with me, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such persistent methods. Shinshur became increasingly certain of this. And he must have guessed that I also have hidden trump cards. If Shinshur didn't have any trump cards, facing the rancher's obvious confidence, he would never have acted rashly. Thus, the problem returned to its most fundamental point. In the absence of sufficient information, all choices seemed to be left to fate. Leave it to fate, then leave it to fate. Shinshur was prepared. However, my fate is not unchangeable. Within a short time, the heroic Spirit Legion, and even all the second-line legions throughout the entire star system, received the same instruction. The sage is going to take action personally. Yes, Shinshur was no longer prepared to wait any longer. Continuing to delay would prevent him from gathering more information. The abilities the opponent had currently displayed were completely capable of ignoring the encirclement and suppression of conventional legions. Next, Shinshur wanted to personally experience the power of this overlord, who had dominated the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. The commotion of the human army clearly couldn't conceal the rancher's presence. The rancher finally stopped at one place. A once-inhabited planet. This planet had once been home to an intelligent race, but due to irreversible decline, they were forced to leave and eventually vanished from the universe, leaving only faint traces. It was neglected by the former rulers of this star system as a planet of little value. But that was before. From now on, the name of this planet was destined to resound throughout the entire known universe in a very short time, because the rancher was waiting there, and Shinshur had come alone. The moment he stepped into the atmosphere, the rancher's appearance appeared before Shinshur for the first time in reality. He was a burly man over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a bald head. Yes, apart from his extremely tall stature, he looked no different from a human. So the renowned rancher is also in the form of us humans. Shinshur's consciousness transmitted from afar. This was also his first interaction with the rancher, but Shinshur's emotions were as natural as if they were from a longtime friend. This is the closest image to that of a god. The rancher's consciousness echoed from afar, "You are indeed beings that all intelligent life in the universe envies, born with the blessings of the gods, possessing a culture and image closest to that of the gods. I didn't expect that you would also respectfully refer to the ancient civilization as gods?" Shinshur seemed somewhat surprised. This isn't a title of honor, but a fact. The rancher opened his mouth, and what came out was surprisingly pure Eastern Mandarin. Even as powerful as you and I are, we cannot be called gods. There are far too many things we cannot do, but they can, or rather, one of them can. All the power we currently possess, including this power that disregards all the rules of the material universe, was left behind by that one and only God. He changed this universe and left behind the path to godhood. Shinshur silently digested this information. The rancher truly lived up to his reputation as a ruler who had dominated this universe for hundreds of thousands of years. If there was anyone in this universe who understood the ancient civilizations best, it would probably be him. After all, over countless years, the mud system had mastered countless ancient artifacts and excavated countless ruins. Even a casual remark like this, revealed in seemingly casual conversation, was a secret that humanity had no way of knowing. A certain deity? Changed the universe? Left behind a path to the divine? These few words were enough to stir up a tidal wave in the heart of any intelligent individual with even a modicum of understanding. The more powerful the individual, the more awe-inspiring it was, and this naturally included Shinshur himself, because he had every reason to believe that the so-called path to the divine didn't refer to some vague concept. Most likely, it was the time crystal he possessed. Over the years, the time crystal had been continuously and subtly transforming him, making his connection with time even stronger, allowing him to more easily access the river of time and its dimensions. What could be more godlike than mastering time? Those are still too far away for me. Shinshur slowly calmed himself, speaking in return. What I need to do now is simply defeat you, defeat the Thousand Alliance, and then, as the sole overlord of the interstellar space, pursue the mysteries of the ancient civilization over a long period of time. If one day I finally obtain them, perhaps I will tell you, as long as you surrender. Yes, Shinshur was trying to persuade him to surrender. Although the probability was slim, he still did it. Unconsciously, Shinshur had also adapted to the rules of interstellar space. Never let go of any possibility of gaining greater benefits when necessary. You are very confident, the rancher said calmly, but your chances of winning are not high. All you can rely on is the seamless teleportation that spans the entire universe, but we also possess such power. At this point, Shinshur's emotions were somewhat out of control. The other side also possesses relics with a similar function to a holy site? How is that possible? A basic logic dictates that if Neod possessed such a thing, they could establish a far superior system than their current one. They could have developed to countless times their current level in these hundreds of thousands of years, possessing thousands, even tens of thousands of star systems. Forget a mere 1,000 alliance, the entire universe would eventually belong to them. The power I wield isn't as convenient as yours. It's a gate that can traverse endless starry skies. Each opening and maintenance requires a massive amount of primal energy. This cost prevents its widespread adoption, but it's sufficient for short-term sniping, the rancher explained to Shinshur in detail. If that's the case, it's understandable that they hide it instead of using it directly for development. When transportation costs are too high, the goods being transported become a significant limitation. However, as the rancher said, with the foundation of the mud system, using this power to wage a war in a short time is more than enough. This means that Shinshur's original plan of using the power of the Holy Land for interstellar guerrilla warfare has no room for maneuver. Under encirclement, the probability of failure increases greatly. So, the most suitable path for humanity is actually only defeating the rancher? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. The importance he placed on this battle rose rapidly. That's right, exactly. The rancher clearly sensed Shinshur's lack of reservation, which was precisely his intention. I have over 97% chance of defeating your entire human interstellar empire. However, I only have about 3% confidence in capturing you. But I know that the greatest treasure the ancient civilization left to their inheritors is actually on you. That is very likely the path I always pursued, becoming a god. Shinshur understood completely. Sure enough, the so-called Star Sea support excuse, at this level, was becoming increasingly flawed. Not to mention enemies like the rancher. Even within humanity itself, there was growing skepticism about the existence of the Star Sea. This was unavoidable. A lie is ultimately just a lie. That's why the rancher saw something extraordinary in this lie, in Shinshur. He might not have yet suspected Ling's existence, but he certainly understood that Shinshur possessed a tremendous secret, no less significant than the secret of the Holy Land itself. It was this secret that allowed human civilization to repeatedly defeat seemingly invincible enemies, and it was this secret that enabled human civilization to develop to its current state in just 10,000 years. Combined with the identity of the inheritor of the relic civilization, the rancher's conjecture was perfectly understandable. This was why he was so determined to force Shinshur to act personally. Without doing so, he was only confident of destroying human civilization, not of capturing Shinshur. Coupled with the watchful eyes of the Thousand Alliance, all these calculations made it the best choice to directly approach Shinshur and use immense temptation to force his action. And this time, the rancher had indeed guessed correctly. The greatest treasure of the relic civilization, the greatest opportunity for human civilization, even the path to godhood, truly lay within Shinshur. He only needed to defeat Shinshur and seize everything. The rancher would become the true overlord of this universe, but unfortunately, this Shinshur was not the Shinshur who possessed the time crystal. In this fourth future timeline, Shinshur was merely an avatar. If that's truly your opinion, then come on, Shinshur said, narrowing his eyes slightly. I can tell you, you are no match for me, because you know nothing about the greatest treasure of the ancient civilization. You know nothing about the hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation of the mud system either. The rancher raised his hand, and a massive phantom appeared before him. But just as the virtual reality solidified, everything froze. Yes, the fantasy army that would normally condense in an instant was now taking shape bit by bit at an extremely slow pace. The rancher's powerful consciousness, capable of processing countless thoughts in a single moment, had become incredibly sluggish, even stiff, and he himself was completely unaware of this, even his emotions remaining in a state of heightened excitement. Shinshur didn't hesitate at all, immediately activating his ultimate move. Time Domain. After tens of thousands of years of modification, even though his current avatar didn't possess the time crystal, Shinshur still wielded the power of time. This was his greatest killing move, his biggest trump card, and within this frozen time, a gigantic gourd appeared. The Immortal Slaying Gourd. Shinshur once used this power to defeat the Thousand Alliance's Primal Energy Spore Legion head-on. This was the most lethal fantasy legion he had manifested to date. With a single turn, the treasure would annihilate everything at its source. Please turn around, treasure, Shinshur proclaimed. A flash of light appeared, and both the rancher and his emanating avatar shattered instantly and vanished. Did he win? Shinshur desperately hoped so. But unfortunately, he had already foreseen what would happen next from the future. The rancher's figure reappeared from the void. Truly powerful strength, truly terrifying speed, the rancher stood far away in the void. The storm raged on the planet's surface, yet it had no effect on the two of them. However, Shinshur could clearly sense that the rancher's emotions, like the raging storm, were fluctuating wildly. I see how many avatars you can slay, Shinshur explained. Everything repeated itself, time froze, and the treasure turned. From Shinshur's observation of the brief future, what appeared before him, strictly speaking, was not the rancher's true form, but an avatar, manifested through the power of the Fantasy Legion. However, it was different from Shinshur. His true form wasn't hidden in other timelines, but within his own consciousness. Yes, the rancher's true Fantasy Legion wasn't what was displayed, but himself. In his fantasy, he was a god, the entire world. The entire Legion. This information was all known to Shinshur through his glimpse into the future. Unfortunately, with Shinshur's current avatar strength, he could only see a few decades into the future, and even then, his war with the rancher was far from over. This initial clash, this constant repetition of attacks, had lasted for 4 or 5 years. After Shinshur lost count of how many avatars the rancher had shattered, the opponent finally, during a brief lull, used unknown means to leave his location and leap directly into space, his massive cannons aimed at the planet. Time! It's time! His cry, originating from the depths of his consciousness, swept across the entire space like a storm in an instant. Even the human legions light years away could clearly hear his consciousness, clearly feel the shock and a hint of fear in his emotions. Chapter 312. So it was discovered after all? Even slower than expected. Shinshur raised an eyebrow. Since deciding to take action personally, he had no intention of hiding his power to control time. Ultimately, the greatest threats in the entire universe right now are only the mud system and the rancher before him. Initially, he worried that his control over time would attract powerful enemies, but things are different now. Moreover, this is just a future timeline. It's not the unchangeable main timeline. Even if Sherling's existence were exposed, let alone the power to control time, it wouldn't be the worst situation. In fact, knowing this crucial piece of information about time, combined with some inexplicable information from his past, it would be easy to guess the truth. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The rancher's emotions were incredibly turbulent. He stared intently at Shinshur, his emotions filled with disbelief, but gradually revealing a fanaticism. So this is the true power of the ancient civilization. Time. The ancient civilization can actually control time. He shouted wildly, like a mad scientist who had finally cracked the secret he had been pursuing his whole life. I understand now. This is why you can always unleash power far exceeding that of your weak civilization, always seeming to know everything in advance. You possess the power of time, and the so-called Star Sea is merely a resource from other timelines. Is it the past? Or the future? Just as Shinshur had thought, after knowing this crucial information about time, the rancher's calculation abilities allowed him to understand everything in an instant. The thing Shinshur had feared most, exposing Sherling's secret to the rancher, seemed to have truly come to pass. But so what? So what? Shinshur walked forward step by step, his pace seemingly slow, yet strangely quickening. Time formed a barrier around him, and even blurry avatars began to appear, phantoms created by the distortion of time. Now that you know my secret, what can you do? What trump card do you have that can resist time? This was the first time Shinshur had truly displayed his power since acquiring Sherling and gaining access to the dimension of time. To be honest, it was so powerful that even he himself was somewhat surprised. Although it seemed impossible to deliver a fatal blow to the rancher who had hidden himself in the world of consciousness, in reality, he had been completely dominating the rancher, and in a sense, he was already invincible. Indeed, I didn't expect this. The rancher seemed to have regained his composure, but there was still no panic in his emotions, only fervor. I considered all the possibilities, but I never thought of time. It seems that the ancient civilization may not have truly disappeared, but rather sublimated. They may appear in every place in the dimension of time, perhaps in history, perhaps in the future, perhaps in mysterious places that an existence like mine can never reach, or even in other universes. They might even return one day. This is not good. If they return and find that their successors have been destroyed by me, there may really be a crisis. Still believing he can destroy humanity? Shinshur's brows furrowed. This was indeed bad news. Even after witnessing the power of time, the rancher still seemed full of confidence. However, in the end, it was just an avatar. Enough talk. Show me your trump cards. Shinshur mobilized his power to the maximum, even distorting the surrounding space, and even his transmitted consciousness showed an impossible double image. From now on, I will not give you any chance to regain your senses. I will completely annihilate you in the endlessly repeating time dimension. Yes, this was indeed an effective method. The rancher couldn't possess an infinite number of avatars. After all, Unlike Shinshur, who used the time dimension to create avatars, the rancher needed to build his avatar's power upon his fantasy army. Each avatar was essentially a fully formed fantasy weapon. From this perspective, Shinshur might not need to kill him too many times. 1,000? 10,000? 100,000 would be the maximum. It's important to understand that even with Shinshur's fully transformed power from the Bronze Altar, it would take him over 10 years to materialize a single Fantasy Legion weapon. Saying 100,000 is an extreme overestimation of the rancher's capabilities. As long as the rancher isn't given any chance to resist, like cornering an opponent in a game and unleashing endless combos, the rancher can be ground down to death. This is a shortcut that Shinshur can clearly see, the true shortcut to making human civilization the cosmic overlord. Of course, I have a trump card. Aren't you curious? The Mud system has harvested countless primal energy batteries over the years, and the vast majority of them are concentrated in my hands. What exactly is this immense power used for? The rancher raised his hand, and an enormous phantom instantly appeared before him. Even Shinshur was momentarily stunned, because this phantom was none other than a sword. A bronze sword. Shinshur now possessed an almost instinctive sensitivity to bronze. Whether it was the bronze altar related to the Holy Land, or the bronze mirror he had only recently acquired, these bronze-colored relic devices seemed to be the highest level among all relic devices, and judging from its appearance alone, the purpose of this sword. Shinshur instinctively attacked. However, the moment his temporal domain touched the rancher's sword, it was instantly torn apart. This even made Shinshur tremble slightly. In all the countless years he had controlled time, this was the first time such a thing had happened. This sword strike is the culmination of 700,000 years of my accumulation. The rancher's emotions reached their peak as he swung the sword down fiercely. In that instant, Shinshur even saw his body continuously crumbling, one avatar after another being torn apart, until only the last one remained, his true body. Even this true body was becoming incredibly weak, its eyes dimming, as if everything had been absorbed. But at the same time, Shinshur discovered that his own avatar was also collapsing. It was unstoppable, even freezing time couldn't stop it. Not only him, but countless cries of agony echoed throughout the Holy Land at the same time. Within Shinshur's sight, all the humans on the spaceships light years away were collapsing in the same way. Even Ivan, who was also half human, couldn't stop it. Shinshur even saw Ixiner from this timeline send him her last message through the Holy Land. This moment felt like the end of humanity. So that's how it is. Shinshur understood. He glanced at the rancher one last time. No wonder you have such confidence. The effect of this sword is to erase everything at its source. Maybe you and Thanos can even have a common language. Can you still have the mind to joke? Humanity is finished. The rancher was so weak that he couldn't even send out his consciousness. He spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. He even had to wear outer armor, otherwise, even the storms on this planet could easily kill him. The rancher walked step by step towards Shinshur. Although doing so might incur retaliation from the ancient civilization, as long as I possess the time-controlling device you have, and given enough time, there's always hope of surpassing them. The rancher chuckled at the end. You probably can't imagine that I, like you, watched those seemingly invincible opponents rise from humble beginnings to defeat everything. I didn't have your luck, I achieved everything through my own efforts. That's truly remarkable, Shinshur sighed softly. Without the ancient relics, I would just be an ordinary person who accomplished nothing. It's a pity you didn't succeed. In his final moments, Shinshur activated the final procedure through the sacred ground, sending a final message to all of humanity. I'm sorry, I failed, but we have a second chance. I won't fail again. After uttering these last words, Shinshur's avatar also completely collapsed. Nothing was left behind. Only the rancher remained, his face filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Shinshur had already returned to the main timeline, back to his original body. After a long silence, he slowly sighed. I failed. Strictly speaking, this wasn't his first failure. In the first future timeline, there was a future where Shinshur would die. Even his son and wife died. Therefore, Shinshur didn't feel much sadness about that final farewell. With his current state of mind, he wouldn't be saddened or despair over a tragedy that still had a chance to be averted. However, strictly speaking, this was humanity's first extinction. Even in the worst-case scenario, humanity still survived. Even with cultural extinction and utter darkness, human form still existed in this universe. But this time, the future holds the prospect of complete annihilation. That sword is too overpowered. It's a sword hanging high above all of humanity, hanging over Shinshur's head. This means that the rancher, if he's willing to risk everything, has the power to destroy humanity at any time, no matter where humanity hides or escapes. So the problem Shinshur faces now is, with something like this, how can he win? I still have to numb them, while simultaneously strengthening humanity. This was the only solution Shinshur could think of. The rancher said that Sword Strike was the culmination of 70 years of accumulation. Looking at his demeanor after unleashing that strike, it's clear he's exhausted all his power. This means that if humanity becomes stronger, even with that sword, the rancher can't destroy humanity like that. His consumption won't be sustainable. In that case, does the rancher's intervention at that moment mean he already understood the power humanity possessed, and knew that his attack was his last chance to destroy humanity? Shinshur frowned deeply. This final hurdle before dawn was truly difficult to overcome. Moreover, strictly speaking, his combat power with Ling was completely different from his avatar without it. With Ling, he could drag the rancher into an infinite time stop immediately, preventing him from using the sword and killing him instantly. However, this method was impossible to test. Because Ling could not be taken to other timelines, it could only be used in the main timeline. Placing all hope on this would mean utter failure if anything went wrong, and he would never have a future again. It was far too dangerous. Even with some confidence, Shinshur didn't want to gamble on whether Ling's direct power could surpass that sword. Speaking of which, how did something clearly left to humanity by the ancient civilization end up in the hands of others? That's so unfair. Shinshur rubbed his head, looking utterly exasperated. However, after sensing Ling within his consciousness, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to travel to Future Line 4 once more. Theoretically, since he knew he was no match for the rancher, he wouldn't choose to fight him in the new Future Line. Therefore, humanity in that future line wouldn't be destroyed, and everything would recover under the distortion of time. But in reality, this was the first time humanity had suffered total annihilation. Considering the existence of timeline convergence, it was plausible that Future Line 4 would maintain the status quo of human extinction. If it's the latter, then that's indeed quite bad. That's the strongest timeline currently available. With this worry, Shinshur arrived in the future timeline. But even upon appearing, he was still stunned. Because this wasn't a future of total annihilation, nor was it a future that still existed. Or rather, he doubted that he had even appeared in the future. Before him was a grand hall. A grand hall entirely constructed of bronze. It was far larger and far more complex than the place where the bronze altar was located. For Shinshur, who already had some bronze-related stress reactions, the scene before him was truly stimulating. Where is this? Is this the future? Or has something happened to Ling? Various thoughts flashed through Shinshur's mind. But before he could verify them one by one, a voice suddenly rang out. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you here for almost 10 years. Shinshur's pupils contracted slightly. He saw a young man in front of him, dressed in a long, black, fitted robe with an unknown emblem embroidered on his chest, standing there without him noticing. But that wasn't the point. The point was, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from this man. This power, it's not primal energy, is it? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 313. Shinshur quickly understood what this familiar feeling he had discovered was. It was that special primal energy. To be precise, it was a power derived from primal energy, but actually vastly different from it. This was precisely the power Shinshur possessed after the bronze altar. But now, the man who had suddenly appeared in this place seemed to possess a similar power. Coupled with the strangeness of this place, Shinshur was beginning to sense that things were changing beyond his comprehension. Before that, please allow me to introduce myself. The man before him bowed slightly. My name is Chu Lin, and I am an 8th level Doomsday Special Agent of the Pan-Humanity Guardian Association. Pan-Humanity Guardian Association? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. This was an extremely unfamiliar term to him. But the next thing the other party said sent a storm raging through Shinshur's heart. Or to put it another way, I come from what you call the Relic Civilization. Relic Civilization. It was actually a relic civilization. No wonder Shinshur, at this level, couldn't control his emotions. Ever since he learned the term Relic Civilization, it had become inextricably linked to all of humanity, even the entire universe. Whether it was the Bronze Palace, the Holy Land, the Bronze Mirror, or the Bronze Sword the rancher used in their decisive battle, all of them came from the Relic Civilization. Even the Fantasy Legion technology, the Primal Energy Spore technology. And even the Time Crystal he possessed also came from this Relic Civilization, and right before him. A person claiming to be from the ancient civilization appeared before him. How could Shinshur not be shocked? However, Shinshur was, after all, the leader of a civilization that had existed for nearly 10,000 years. No matter how turbulent his heart was, he remained outwardly calm, not revealing even the slightest emotion. Even though, according to his deduction, the ancient civilization was very likely the creator and promoter of human civilization, a fact evident from the other person's appearance and the human history inscribed on the bronze altar. He dared not place all his hopes on this. So Shinshur, still expressionless, asked, "How can you prove it?" "It's difficult to prove," Chu Lin sighed softly. "We can't do much in this universe, not even leave our coordinates. This time, it was only because we detected a near extinction of humanity that we were able to relock onto this universe." "What do you mean?" Shinshur frowned inwardly. The other person's words contained too many elements he didn't understand. The only certainty from their words was that they had indeed left this universe. And indeed, during the excavation of traces of the ancient civilization, no signs of its destruction were found. Therefore, the prevailing narrative was that either they simply left, or the entire civilization was utterly destroyed overnight. In short, we are an organization formed by countless human civilizations from multiple universes to uphold the survival of humanity. Approximately 1.33 billion years ago, our leader discovered and visited your universe while exploring the endless cosmos, but an accident occurred during the transformation of this universe. With a flick of their hand, the surrounding bronze hall vanished instantly. Instead, a desolate universe lay before him. Yes, desolate. In the universe, the light of stars is ubiquitous. Even in barren regions, the brilliant galaxies are clearly visible. But this place is different. Looking out, the entire universe is dotted with points of light. The omnipresent, dazzling sea of stars seems to have never existed. Shinshur could easily determine that everything before him was an illusion. "This is what we first arrived here," Chu Lin's voice echoed. "Desolate, primordial. There are no rules here, not even the curvature of space, let alone curved nodes. If you were born in this era, your entire civilization would forever be confined to a small area." Shinshur understood what the other was saying. But it was precisely because he understood that he was involuntarily shaken by the fear implied in those words. For him, and for all civilizations in this universe. From the very beginning of their study of the universe, they discovered spatial curvature, warp nodes, antimatter, and warp bubbles. All their related technologies and devices are built upon the fundamental rules inherent in this universe. But what if there were no curvature, no nodes, no such things? Then, even if they spent their entire lives trying, they would never be able to get close to a beam of light, let alone achieve long-distance travel. The limit of their entire civilization might not even be able to leave the Milky Way galaxy. The most terrifying thing is, when their research reaches a certain point, the civilization will discover that there is nothing in the entire universe that they do not know. This also means that technological development and the exploration of the universe have reached their limits. Just thinking about it makes Shinshur feel a sense of horror. Beyond these limits, the despair of a dead end will inevitably lead to destruction. "It seems you understand," Chu Lin said softly. "This is why we want to transform this universe. This world is vast, and beyond this universe lie countless more universes, endless wonders. Civilization, especially our human civilization, shouldn't be confined to one universe. If we succeed, this universe will become increasingly wonderful, and civilizations will continuously grow stronger until one day, following the path we laid out, they will finally break out of the universe and come to our side, exploring the infinite beyond with us." Shinshur truly understood. If it were him, he would do the same. In fact, his establishment of the human interstellar empire and the sharing of technology with joining civilizations were largely for this purpose. When the human interstellar empire one day defeats Mold, defeats the Thousand Alliance, defeats all visible enemies, and truly becomes the sole overlord of this universe, then the next path for human civilization, the next enemy, will be exploring the unknown. Exploring the truth of the universe, exploring all the unknown secrets. And this requires companions, the power of all civilizations. If not, then create and cultivate them ourselves. Shinshur firmly believes that this is the most correct path, the only hopeful future for this universe. Therefore, he can completely understand the actions of this so-called panhumanistic guardian association, if they have truly transcended the universe, if they truly possess such power. "So what do you mean by failed modification?" Shinshur steered the conversation back to the main point. Deep down, he already believed this person's identity and words to a great extent. Because the power and information the other party displayed seemed to leave no reason for deception. "We overlooked the rules that were originally being created in this universe," Chu Lin sighed softly. "It was a power based on the soul, based on emotions. Primal energy?" Shinshur immediately thought of this. Yes and no, Chu Lin shook his head. Primal energy is the best result of the modification we achieved after discovering the conflict in the rules. But it's not the original power of this universe. Its original power was what united the entire universe, forming a unified, conscious life form. What do you mean? Shinshur's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. To put it in terms you can understand, it's the heavenly Tao of this universe, Chu Lin said. In our terminology, it's a naturally born level 8 life form. You should understand, right? If human consciousness is composed of interconnected nerves, then when countless forces similar to primal energy permeate the entire universe, could they also constitute a true cosmic life form? Indeed, there is such a view. Shinshur recalled related arguments. Some believe that primal energy avatars can receive information instantly even when separated by countless light years, implying the existence of a sea of primal energy that no one can perceive within this universe. Or rather, the sea of consciousness. If we consider the universe as a single, vast, self-aware living entity, then the sea of consciousness is the consciousness itself of that entity. The primal energy of all intelligent life is, in fact, a part of this consciousness. In other words, just like the existence within the consciousness world of the primal energy master, everyone simply lives within the cosmic consciousness world. And now, if what this man is saying is true, is this truly how the universe originally was? So, you killed this universe? Shinshur said slowly after a long pause. Your understanding isn't wrong, but strangulation is actually a better word, Chu Lin said. Because when the rules clashed, the consciousness of this universe hadn't actually taken shape yet. Of course, it could never take shape afterward. However, the clash of rules was so chaotic, so intense that our mere existence would cause a cataclysmic destruction. Therefore, we could only hastily patch things up and then hastily leave, not even daring to leave behind any remnants, anything imbued with the rules. The timeline of human extinction you experienced was likely destroyed by one of those things. Indeed, that thing wasn't easily dealt with, Shinshur nodded, recalling the bronze sword. He now understood the general idea from the other's explanation. However, there was still one crucial thing he didn't understand. So what's going on with us? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. According to you, you left as early as 1.2 billion years ago, but the birth of humankind only happened tens of thousands of years ago. So why are we so similar? Or are we actually a backup plan you left behind for your return? Shinshur had no choice but to inquire about this. From the very beginning, the other party had been communicating with him in standard Eastern language. They hadn't used any mental communication at all. The familiarity and naturalness in their communication were completely different from other races. Shinshur couldn't be mistaken about this feeling of using one's mother tongue. So not only is their history the same, but even their language is the same? The reason is simple, Chu Lin explained casually, as if it were a trivial matter. The birth of humanity is also inscribed in the rules of other universes. These rules include the birth of the Milky Way, the birth of the solar system, and the birth of humanity and its earliest history. However, this only lasted until the modern era, which is what you call the Earth era. Human development after that was entirely a matter of free choice. What? Shinshur was stunned. It's easy to understand, Chu Lin said. Since it's about cultivating fellow practitioners, it naturally means cultivating our own people. A shared culture can shape shared understanding, naturally bringing us closer. Besides, we originated from the Pan-Humanity Protection Association, which itself stemmed from a super-large universe with countless parallel worlds. Even now, we haven't abandoned our duty to protect humanity. Didn't we rush over as soon as we detected the extinction event? Although the difficulty exceeded my expectations? Shinshur fell silent once more. The birth of humanity was inscribed into the rules? Even the birth of the Milky Way? The birth of the solar system? So, the other person actually comes from a galaxy, solar system, or even Earth in some other universe, and might even be from the same eastern land. Shinshur had to admit it. Once this realization was confirmed, he did indeed feel a natural affinity for the other person. In this universe, culture is the most powerful force that connects an immense interstellar power into a unified whole. I think I believe what you're saying, Shinshur said somberly at the end, then stared intently at the other man. So, you come here to solve the future of human extinction? What's your method? If you really are from a remnant civilization, you should be able to easily resolve the danger, right? What will destroy humanity is what you left behind. Theoretically, that's true, but unfortunately, we can't intervene directly, Chu Lin sighed. Haven't you noticed? I don't even dare to go to your main timeline. Even in this world that still exists within the timeline, I only dare to use this void artifact like this, just outside the cracks of the remaining world. This universe still retains traces of us, easily resonating with our power, then breaking the fragile balance and stepping into an abyss of irreversible destruction. That's why I said it's troublesome. Chapter 314. Shinshir's brows furrowed deeply as he listened to Chu Lin's words. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, thinking about those incredible artifacts, especially the bronze sword capable of wiping out entire human civilization, they were indeed beyond his understanding of this universe. It was a completely different realm. However, since I'm here, I won't just sit idly by, Chu Lin said again. I am indeed here to offer you assistance. Just assistance? Shinshir asked. Letting humanity, facing a cataclysmic crisis, strive to save the world itself has always been our fundamental principle, Chu Lin said. Besides, hasn't the greatest assistance already been given to you? Shinshir naturally knew what the other was referring to. Shi Ling. This incredible device. He opened his mouth, but Shinshir still managed to ask the question. Was there a particular reason for choosing me? That was the chairman's choice. Chu Lin shook his head, but then turned to look at Shinshir and said softly, however, in my opinion, the main reason is probably because you and the chairman are very similar. Very similar? Shinshir didn't understand this, but he remembered it firmly. For him, the most important thing right now was to eliminate the rancher and make human civilization the true overlord of this interstellar space. As for the Pan-Humanity Guardian Association, that was a matter for later. So what kind of help did you provide? Shinshir asked. Technology, knowledge, devices, Chu Lin said. That bronze sword actually has many shortcomings and isn't as powerful as you saw it. Aren't you curious why the rancher would directly use that bronze sword to destroy the entire human civilization? If we only eliminated you, human civilization would eventually face destruction anyway. I naturally noticed that. Shinshir couldn't possibly miss such an obvious problem, but he still shook his head. But without enough information, I can't gamble. Now I can tell you the specifics, Chu Lin said. That bronze sword was originally created to exterminate a certain race. During that period of chaotic rules, some terrifying beings were born in this universe, so we created that sword. Therefore, it's not that the rancher didn't want to target only you, but that he couldn't. Shinshir's eyes brightened slightly. This was indeed crucial information. It meant that as long as he strengthened human civilization to a point where even the rancher couldn't annihilate it at all costs, the sword would be meaningless. The problem now is that the rancher is clearly maintaining a high level of surveillance on human civilization. His appearance in the fourth future timeline was obviously premeditated. He only acted after confirming he could eliminate human civilization at that time. In other words, to successfully overcome this crisis, one must find a way to influence the rancher's judgment, causing him to miss his last chance. The help offered by this man named Chu Lin was technology, a device? Is the device you're providing more advanced than the enemy's technology? Shinshir asked. More than just a little, Chu Lin replied affirmatively. The Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system are actually close to mastering all the truths of this universe, but they stalled in the final stages because they focused too much on the so-called relic devices. The technology I'm providing you, however, has reached the limit of what this universe can achieve, a level that no civilization can surpass. You could say that once you fully digest this technology, you will be the absolute overlords, at least within this universe. Even so, developing and utilizing technology takes time. Shinshir narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not safe enough. It's already very safe. Chu Lin shook his head and sighed. Have you forgotten the power you possess? That thing wasn't originally something this universe could possess or bear, but it cleverly distributed the pressure to other universes, gradually integrating into this universe through continuous evolution. It's something that can be used freely. Everything you sacrificed along the way hasn't been in vain. Shinshir completely understood. He knew the path before him. He knew where absolute victory lay. At this moment, everything around him changed again. In future line 4, this universe remained empty. The fate of human extinction had not been prevented. Clearly. Even though Shinshir hadn't accepted the challenge, the rancher, realizing that further delay would make it difficult to destroy humanity, still used that sword. The only path. Shinshir's figure slowly disappeared. He had returned to the main timeline. Then he stood up. Convened a Supreme Conference. This order was issued simultaneously to Future Timeline 1, Future Timeline 2, Future Timeline 3, and the main timeline. Across 4 universes. At the same time, he saw his boundless personal space filled with warships and devices, seemingly without end. In the Snow White Supreme Conference venue, Shinshir stood alone, facing everyone. Meanwhile, his avatars were also in the Supreme Conferences of the other 3 future timelines. At this moment, Shinshur faced the complete human civilization. Humanity's path to interstellar dominance is about to truly begin. This was his first statement. You all understand, I have a secret, a tremendous secret. This was his second statement. These two sentences alone caused everyone present to tense up. Their sages had a secret. This was no longer a secret within human civilization. Because that secret was the Star Sea. This force, which from the very beginning only appeared in the sages' tales, was known to no one except the sages themselves. Yet it existed. It existed in the powerful devices brought here, in the crucial support that could change the fate of humanity time and time again. In fact, for some, the existence of the Star Sea was not without trace. They knew that in some of the support provided by the Star Sea, there were obvious human design elements. A researcher could see their unrealized research reflected in these devices. Some politicians could see their own thoughts reflected in these devices. Some combatants could even see their own fighting style reflected on these devices. The answer seemed to have always been here. But no one dared to speak, no one dared to ask. This secret was like one that had swept across all of humanity, a secret whose memories had been deliberately sealed, whose understanding rewritten, and which all those who were aware of it had collectively protected, and now, for the first time in thousands, even tens of thousands of years, it was being spoken of by a sage. What did this mean? The counselors did not know. But they knew. Everything was about to change. The Star Sea is real. This was Shinshur's next sentence, but at the same time, it doesn't exist, because the Star Sea has always been ourselves, and only we ourselves would help us so selflessly, without regard for loss, even at the cost of everything. It was spoken. The sage spoke. The emotions in the meeting instantly reached their peak. Everyone looked at Shinshur with immense excitement, filled with worry, tension, and shock. But there wasn't much disbelief. Even those who hadn't noticed the increasing number of clues, even those who hadn't guessed the truth, could quickly react under the powerful primal force after Shinshur recounted everything. And then, Shinshur began his narration. He recounted it from beginning to end. It was a day in the Earth era. An ordinary boy received the most precious prize from fate. Although it happened nearly 10,000 years ago, in Shinshur's mind, it felt as if it had just happened yesterday. He, too, felt an indescribable joy. He had kept this secret for far too long. Lies time and again, worries time and again, struggles time and again to change his fate alone. Now, he could finally stand here openly, as a sage of humanity, a savior of humankind, before everyone. No more lies, no more deception, only glory and epic proportions. Everyone present, even those in the second future line, where the sage's prestige was lowest, all the counselors listened silently. They were deeply moved. It was as if they were seeing the man before them in a new light. They, too, found their own place within the story. But what they cared about even more was the stories of other worlds. The suffering they had never experienced, the tragedies erased by sages single-handedly. How many people had endured such torment? Human civilization, in such a short time, had reached this point, the blood and tears shed far exceeding those of any other civilization. They deserved glory. Now, everything has reached its final moment. Shinshur's voice, in this scene that would forever be etched in the memory of human civilization, came to its end. When I failed in the fourth future timeline, I realized that this might be the final hurdle, the last stand. Therefore, there is nothing to hide, nothing to fear. I will concentrate all my power, power from within our history, yet power independent of our history, to overcome this final obstacle. From this day forward, regardless of the timeline, regardless of strength or development, all of humanity will converge on the main timeline. This is true human civilization. Yes! All the counselors from the three future timelines stood up. Even the power of primal energy could not suppress their emotions at this moment. That was the release of nearly 10,000 years of repression in one day. They could no longer contain their desire to rush into the future, to meet their past selves in the river of time. Even though the greatest crisis still lay ahead, it could not diminish their yearning for the future. A fully realized human civilization, one that embodies all suffering and glory, will be unparalleled. After the Supreme Council concluded, an unprecedented epoch began across the universe. Human civilizations from three future timelines embarked on an unprecedented mass migration. Some knew the truth, others remained oblivious, but all followed the instructions of the Supreme Counselor, leaving their dwellings in a grand procession and entering hibernation pods, awaiting awakening after losing all consciousness, to avoid being discovered by the ranchers beforehand. Almost at the moment everything was ready, Shinshur, through a one-time transaction, brought all the remaining three future timelines of human civilization to the main timeline. In that instant, He seemed to sense that the power of the bronze sword had lost all effect before human civilization. In the entire universe, nothing can now support the power to erase human civilization. Perhaps at this moment, human civilization can truly be called the overlord. This day has finally come. Shinshur floated alone in the vast universe, gazing at the boundless expanse, the day humanity will demonstrate its power. He had lost count of how many times he had hidden, how many times he had worried, how many times he had been forced into powerless situations over the past 10,000 years. But he knew that sooner or later, human civilization would be able to disregard power, to be unafraid of any oppression based on strength. Now, that day has arrived. The concentration of human civilizations from the 3 future timelines only strengthened the foundation of human civilization and limited the power of the bronze sword. But what would truly unleash its power on the battlefield ahead would depend on the technology and devices provided by Chu Lin. Some of these devices even made Shinshur tremble with fear. For example, the super-large interstellar portal that the rancher had boasted about possessing, humanity now also possessed it. For example, there are conceptual weapons that delve deep into the rules of the universe. Shinshur is certain that even the Fantasy Legion, capable of distorting concepts, would be utterly unable to affect these weapons. The most terrifying one could even wipe out an entire star system in one fell swoop. Even though the amount of primal energy required to subdue it each time is enormous, the deterrent effect of such a weapon, even a single use, is unimaginable. Especially for a relatively loose alliance like the Thousand Alliance. Besides these, there are all sorts of powerful technologies. Just considering spaceships alone, humanity's current fleet strength surpasses the hidden trump cards of the Thousand Alliance and Mud. Under this power, facing the encirclement of the Thousand Alliance and Mud system, humanity is no longer afraid. Right. Shinshur seemed to have thought of something, muttering to himself, before venturing deeper into the time crystal, arriving at the 4th future line. As expected, this place was no longer empty. The human civilization here was incredibly powerful. Chapter 315. At this point, the 4th future line was 3,000 years after the main timeline had fully developed. After Shinfei roughly understood the history, he also understood the current situation of the 4th future line. After Shinshur gathered all of humanity from the other 3 future lines, the rancher could no longer wipe them all out with that bronze sword. Even with the weapons provided by Chu Lin, the human interstellar empire was fearless against either the Mud system or the Thousand Alliance system on the front lines. Only when the two systems joined forces could humanity retreat. And this was only temporary. As human civilization absorbed more and more technology, the human interstellar empire's growth rate would inevitably far exceed that of the 2 major systems. In the 4th future line's timeline, the situation had completely reversed. The human interstellar empire had truly become the most powerful entity in the known universe, and even the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance had to join forces to resist its attacks. Any civilization with even a slight understanding of the situation could see this. The human interstellar empire has seized the future, achieving the greatest possible victory. Of course, it's still only a possibility. Shinshur also realized that the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system still possess hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated resources. Perhaps relics like the bronze sword wouldn't work, but with other devices, they could occasionally turn the tables and bite humanity. The closer they got to victory, the more cautious they needed to be. Speaking of which, almost all the crises facing human civilization in this universe stem from the Pan-Humanitarian Guardian Association. Having grasped this point, Shinshur understood why the man named Chu Lin had so hastily dumped a bunch of advanced devices on him, and then left. This is clearly a sign of guilt. And they even said they came to save humanity. If it weren't for them, human civilization wouldn't have been saved by Shirling alone. It's time to launch a counterattack. Shinshur left Future Line 4. In Future Line 4 now, apart from having more civilizations joining and a larger scale, it's not actually much stronger than the main timeline, so there's no need to obtain resources from there anymore. Shinshur only needed to collect information about the future ones, which was enough. Shinfeng, have your troops train and adapt to the new warships as quickly as possible. Shinshur directly summoned all the commanders, stating the key point from the outset: the Thousand Alliance and Mud want to surround us, but our counterattack has arrived as well. Yes. The 4 Shinfengs responded simultaneously. Only now did Shinshur realize that not only had the population increased by nearly 4 times, but the number of commanders had also increased by 4 times. I should give each of you a suffix. Shinshur couldn't help but chuckle. The 4 Shinfengs exchanged glances and smiled as well. Although initially, they felt somewhat unaccustomed to, and even wary of, their other future selves, They ultimately shared Shinshur as their common linchpin. Moreover, through their interactions, they quickly realized that while seeing another version of themselves would be terrifying for selfish individuals, for them, this other self was someone they could fully trust. Because of their different timelines and experiences, their understanding of each other was not entirely the same. However, their inner personalities and choices are remarkably consistent. So this doesn't really feel like themselves. It's more like several brothers with the same understanding and extraordinary tacit understanding. Some counselors have even suggested that they work with their counterparts from other timelines to achieve greater synergy and efficiency. Even these key figures are engaging in a tacit competition for teamwork. Only they themselves can bring real pressure. Alright, let's get down to business. After a light laugh, Shinshur's expression turned serious as he opened the star map. Although we've seen the dawn of victory, it's precisely at this moment that we cannot afford to be careless. We must realize that falling at the last step is not a glorious defeat, but a shameful act of carelessness. Everyone's expressions also turned serious. Yes, their emotions were extremely high. Especially when Shinshur spoke of the counterattack. What a moving phrase, so moving that they had longed for it for nearly 10,000 years. But this is also the most crucial moment. Having struggled for so long in the darkness of despair, how could we fall before the dawn? First, we must recognize that this time we are facing an alliance of two major systems, Shinshur said, pointing to the star map. Yes, nominally they are not allied, but in reality, they already consider us their greatest enemy, especially the ranchers. For the ranchers right now, perhaps eliminating us is countless times more important than eliminating the Thousand Alliance. Is this intelligence obtained by the sage from the future? A collector from a future timeline couldn't help but ask. Of course, Shinshur nodded, pointing to the star map. This area, and this whole area, are the forward bases set up by the ranchers and the Thousand Alliance. Look at this layout. Do you really believe they don't share information or have strategic cooperation? The group consisted of true elites from various timelines of human civilization. They naturally saw it immediately. The sage was right. This wasn't simply a one-on-two situation. It was a power struggle involving two star systems sharing resources and constantly shifting between offense and defense. The increased difficulty was immeasurable. However, looking at the exceptionally precise and detailed star map before them, a strange feeling stirred within them. How so? Was this the sage's joy? Even knowing the enemy's impending reaction before they even took action? The star map even accurately marked the time the enemy arrived and made their preparations. My sage, if we lead the team and ambush them here before the time runs out, Gongchu said, pointing to a spot on the star map, wouldn't that give us a chance to shatter the plans of both major alliances in one fell swoop, and then press our advantage to annihilate them? You saw that? Shinshur wasn't surprised by Gongchu's keen observation, but he still shook his head. This location is well chosen, but too well chosen. You should understand that our current strength is no match for the two alliances. Although we can achieve a great victory with the help of future information, it's not enough to reverse the balance of power between us. Therefore, we must recognize that this battle will inevitably be protracted. It was my oversight, Gongchu understood and nodded. Therefore, we must do our best to avoid letting the enemy guess that we possess this intelligence about the future, and avoid causing too much damage to the future. In that case, I suggest using this location as a breakthrough point. He pointed to another direction. Breaking through here, we can still win, but it won't be perfect. Perhaps this is better. Gongchu from another timeline suddenly pointed to another location. This is a very common breakthrough point, and the corresponding civilization actually has some connection with us. If we use this as a breakthrough point, we can pin the source of the intelligence on this civilization, and still have a chance to achieve a complete victory. For the rest of the time, Shinshur hardly spoke. Or rather, he only spoke to provide intelligence. He watched as this large group of generals engaged in a heated discussion, gradually forming the best option. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. To be honest, Shinshur had actually been anticipating this scene for a long time. He understood perfectly well that even with information about the future, he couldn't necessarily maximize its use on his own. He could only secretly issue commands that seemed utterly incomprehensible to others, using this information in crucial situations. This was completely different from those who knew everything and willingly cooperated in carrying out orders. Perhaps, only when Shinshur was unafraid to reveal Shirling's existence to everyone could he truly unleash the power of time to the fullest extent. Shinshur had a premonition that this would be an unprecedented and exhilarating battle. Star Era 8121. The human interstellar empire officially declared war on both the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system simultaneously. This declaration unleashed an unimaginable wave throughout the known universe. Most civilizations were pessimistic about the human interstellar empire's chances. The widely renowned Gus civilization even believed that the human interstellar empire's chances of ultimate victory were less than 11%. The reason they believed it was over 10% was based on the information that the human interstellar empire is not a fool. Perhaps it has some unknown trump card. Star Era 8448. After more than 300 years of preparation, and under the close watch of the entire known universe, this battle, seemingly unequal in strength, officially began. The result, however, shocked the entire known universe. Because the human interstellar empire displayed a fleet with a technological level surpassing that of the two major interstellar systems, calling itself the Star Sea Fleet, and with the help of an undercover civilization, it obtained crucial intelligence. Utilizing its overwhelming direct force, it swiftly crushed the combined forces of the two systems and launched a pursuit aimed at annihilation. The human interstellar empire's first battle seemed to have already grasped the tail end of a massive victory. Star Era 8956. In the more than 500 years of war, the human interstellar empire, leveraging its initial advantage, repeatedly gained the upper hand, constantly acquiring greater advantages. It even forced the Mulder system and the Thousand Alliance system to temporarily withdraw and regroup, while simultaneously announcing that they would formally ally and destroy the human interstellar empire at all costs. Also in the same year, the land of Gus changed its prediction of the human interstellar empire's victory to 18%. Star Era 9725. During these nearly 800 years, no large-scale war broke out between the three strongest interstellar societies in the known universe. All three sides constantly adjusted, recuperated, and gathered intelligence amidst small conflicts. The most significant change during these 800 years was in the former human interstellar alliance. Thanks to its previous victories, more and more civilizations wanted to seize the opportunity to join the human interstellar empire. Even some powerful civilizations from distant star systems made their choice in the face of the human interstellar empire's expeditionary force. The size of the human interstellar empire increased dramatically, at least nearly tripling. Also in the same year, the land of Gus changed its prediction of the human interstellar empire's victory to 28%. Star Era 9836. Some internal turmoil occurred within the Thousand Alliance system. Two of the top 10 civilizations believed they had no reason to be hostile to the human interstellar empire, and were subsequently accused of treason. Star Era 1008. After over a century of wrangling and the forceful intervention of the human interstellar empire, two of the top 10 civilizations in the Thousand Alliances announced their withdrawal and joining the human interstellar empire. The winds of war are blowing once more. Unlike the last time, which was centered around the Mult system, this time the war's epicenter is within the Thousand Alliances themselves. We made this decision based on a reasonable understanding of the future, and with the highest respect for the human interstellar empire, but we must recognize that we are already surrounded by the Thousand Alliances. Under these circumstances, a complete migration would only bring unacceptable consequences. On the blue planet of the solar system, in the highest level reception hall of the human interstellar empire, an envoy from the Lyra civilization respectfully addressed Shinshur. This was one of the civilizations within the Thousand Alliance system attempting to lead some civilizations to join the two major tenfold ranks of humanity. Their joining would significantly enhance the strength of the human interstellar empire. The human interstellar empire, naturally, would not miss this opportunity. Please rest assured, we will provide our full assistance, Shinshur promised outright. However, in the subsequent top-secret meeting, he displayed a different demeanor. The other civilization's defection is real, but the Lyra civilization's defection is merely a trap, Shinshur calmly stated, conveying information from the future. Instantly, some of those present were deeply shocked, because they hadn't seen anything amiss. All the intelligence, all the knowledge, pointed to the Lyra civilization as having no other choice but to defect to humanity, and they had already demonstrated astonishing sincerity, making them trustworthy. If these words hadn't come from a sage, who could believe that Lila was actually an undercover agent? If that's the case, this could be an incredibly important opportunity. Someone else exclaimed, their eyes gleaming. If we seize this opportunity, we likely win the second large-scale war. Perhaps, Shinshur replied, seemingly less than pleased, his voice even carrying a hint of melancholy. But if we really do that, both systems will inevitably realize that we possess the power to foresee the future. Chapter 316. Exposing Shirling's power, to some extent, is indeed beneficial for fully utilizing future information. However, overutilizing it brings another drawback. That is, their enemies might also guess that humanity has mastered the power of time. At least guessing the profit aspect wouldn't be a problem. In interstellar warfare where intelligence is equivalent to power, possessing such intelligence means being able to use various means, and humanity's advantage in controlling future information will be greatly affected. In this situation, even winning the war might not be beneficial. Even if it must be exposed, it should be done when victory is assured and the enemy has no ability to resist. In short, Shinshur still decided not to go too far this time. As for the reasons, they weren't without a plan. Gentlemen, I decided to use this opportunity to first consolidate the internal strength of the human interstellar empire, increasing the cost of betrayal for these civilizations, especially for newly joined powerful civilizations, and implementing comprehensive wartime surveillance, Shinshur said. In that case, many people's eyes lit up. This is indeed one approach. Prior to this, in order to attract more civilizations and allow the human interstellar empire to grow rapidly, the internal atmosphere of the human interstellar empire was actually quite relaxed. Almost every civilization that joined benefited and saw advantages. However, this also led to the risk of betrayal from many civilizations. Under normal circumstances, implementing such a policy would obviously face unanimous opposition and even hinder the development of the human interstellar empire, but in times of war, there are ample reasons to do so. Some powerful civilizations should be able to understand this. After all, what they're really eyeing is the long-term interests of the human interstellar empire, and only by winning the war against the Thousand Alliance and the Mold system can they possibly obtain such interests. Under such circumstances, sacrificing short-term interests is acceptable. Actually, 2,000 years ago in the fourth future timeline, that is, 1,000 years in the future, we already implemented such a plan, and this time, we can implement it even earlier, Shinshur said. The relevant plans have already been verified and improved in the future, without major problems, and some minor issues can be resolved calmly. I suggest that we secretly target this newly joined civilization. Once their traitorous identity is confirmed, we can even use this to push this regulatory policy to a new level, achieving multiple benefits at once. Everyone understood Shinshur's meaning. It was to use this traitorous, or rather, undercover, incident to strengthen internal management and concentrate the power and capital in the hands of human civilization, rather than to win the war. This would indeed eliminate the suspicion of hostile civilizations, and take the opportunity to solve the undercover problem. The only cost is that this war may become even more arduous. However, victory should still belong to humanity. Thus, in the year 10,432 of the Starry Era, the human interstellar empire promulgated a new interstellar law, defining the entire human interstellar empire as an interstellar civilization and classifying all participating civilizations as races within that civilization. This systemic shift was met with opposition from many civilizations, causing some turmoil and even division within the human interstellar empire. As a result, the Gus civilization lowered its prediction of humanity's chances of victory by another 5 percentage points. Meanwhile, the second round of the three-system war erupted within the Thousand Alliance. The remaining civilizations of the Thousand Alliance joined forces to suppress the two traitors, while the human interstellar empire intervened comprehensively, striving to protect the two civilizations during their retreat. The well-prepared Mud system seized the opportunity to intervene, and the war quickly escalated to a fierce, white-hot stage. Because humanity was on the defensive this time, it could no longer utilize its superior mobility, and was forced into direct combat. Almost every blue star year, hundreds of millions of lives perished on the battlefield. However, this also led to a new integration within the human interstellar empire. The connection between all races and the entire empire grew increasingly closer, and external pressure and immense sacrifices rapidly propelled the growth of the human interstellar empire. Glory and belonging were forged in blood. This change was naturally noticed by the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system. After a war that lasted for 1,400 years, in the year 11,892 of the Star Era, the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system launched a joint surprise attack on the pre-war command headquarters of human civilization, utilizing a powerful relic device. However, just days before the attack, a comprehensive investigation of the Lyra civilization was also launched within human interstellar space. With prior preparation, this investigation easily obtained evidence of the Lyra civilization's betrayal and preemptively prevented them from transmitting messages. Subsequently, an ambush was laid, and a targeted counterattack was launched against the Thousand Alliance and Mud System's surprise attack. This battle completely destroyed the last hope of the Thousand Alliance and the Mud System. Thus, after a mere 1,400 years, the Second Great War of the Three Systems ended in victory for human civilization once again. Following this, the name of the human interstellar empire resounded throughout the known universe. For the first time, the predictions of the ancient civilization raised the human interstellar empire's chances of victory to over 50%. For the next 2,000 years, the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system launched targeted attacks time and again, attempting to suppress the growth of the human interstellar empire, but all ultimately failed. Initially, the human interstellar empire would feign occasional defeats to lull its opponents into a false sense of security. However, later, realizing that the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance had foreseen what was to come, the human interstellar empire simply stopped pretending. In the Star Era, in the year 14,472, the Third Great War of the Three Systems erupted completely. This time, it was the first time the human interstellar empire had proactively initiated a war. Yes, we have finally waited for this day. Shen Fei delivered his final war mobilization speech at the Supreme Conference. From the initial despair of being trapped within the Mud system, from the despair of cultural severance at the beginning of Future Line 1, from the despair of having to flee the Milky Way with all of humanity, to today, we finally have the ability to tear all of this apart, reclaim everything we have, and truly reshape the entire universe. I believe that, both now and in the future, the entire universe's evaluation of this war will be glorious, just, and full of light. Everyone listened silently. This speech, which seemed full of formalism, was, at this moment, incredibly sincere. Because the interstellar universe needs no formalism. Darkness is darkness, cruelty is cruelty, there's no need for concealment, no need for shame, because this is the true face of the universe. And now, the universe's dominant theme has finally returned to the form familiar to humanity's earliest civilizations. It speaks of light, of justice, of the correct path of development. All darkness, all cruelty, all brutality may exist forever, but they will never again appear openly in the open. This will be the cheer of all the weak, the cheer of all subsequent civilizations. The war has begun. The first war in the known history of the universe worthy of being called the War of Justice. Compared to the previous two wars involving the three major systems, this war is significantly simpler. Because the human interstellar empire's strength is now sufficient to directly unite with the two major systems. The roles of offense and defense have reversed. Furthermore, given the systemic and institutional advantages possessed by the human interstellar empire, ultimate victory is almost clearly foreseeable. With this trend, everything becomes incredibly simple. So simple that every day, countless hostile civilizations seek the opportunity to join the human interstellar empire. Shinshur naturally chose to forgive and forget. Under the oppressive internal control system, the joining of these civilizations was, in effect, a surrender. In the name of justice, the human interstellar empire could no longer exert oppressive pressure on these civilizations, otherwise, it would simply restore the universe to its past state. Among these joining civilizations, those within the Thousand Alliances system were the most prominent. After all, the Thousand Alliances system lacked the cohesion of the Mud system. As for the Mud system, it was still awaiting the Rancher's decision. The Rancher had ruled the entire system for hundreds of thousands of years, and even now, relying on the prestige accumulated over the past, he still possessed a powerful ability to oversee the entire civilization. Until the human interstellar empire completely surrounded the Rancher's territory, this war, which determined the development of the known universe for hundreds of thousands, even millions, of years to come, finally came to its final end. And at a certain moment, Shinshur, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them. There's no need to wait any longer, he said to the people who had been waiting around him. The future has changed. The Rancher has escaped. Escaped? The others were all taken aback. That's right. Knowing we could explore the future, the Rancher made corresponding changes. He must have controlled his will, choosing between fighting and fleeing, thus interfering with the future's course. In other words, he won his gamble with a 50% probability. He should be alone now, having escaped to a star system in this universe where no one can find him. That should be his last trump card, prepared for himself over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Frankly, Shinshur couldn't help but admire him after learning all this. On the surface, the Mud system didn't have sufficient resources to explore the unknown universe. But in reality, for hundreds of thousands of years, they had been sending people with interstellar long-distance jump portals, relentlessly heading to unknown lands. The location he escaped to in an instant is probably unknown even to himself, but it must be unimaginably far away. Even with the power possessed by human civilization, it would be difficult to find him in this vast universe. By the time they finally find him, he will likely have already established another powerful system. Even facing human civilization, they might still have a fighting chance. That's how it should be. Unfortunately, while the opponent considered everything within the universe, They ultimately failed to consider the situation outside of it. The rancher is in my hands. Shinshir stood up, and the surrounding space began to distort. It's time to end all this. After speaking, he vanished from his spot. The others could only exchange bewildered glances, because they could naturally sense that the sage hadn't relied on the power of the Holy Land. The Holy Land's teleportation had been completely ineffective. The sage still has secrets. That's good. Indeed, the development of a civilization ultimately needs a truly powerful leader. Gentlemen, our journey, the journey of human civilization, has only just begun. In fact, these people were right. Shinshir at this moment did indeed have a secret. Just as the rancher chose to leave, Shirling underwent her final transformation. It wasn't the emergence of a fifth future timeline, but a complete fusion, as if a specific program had been activated. The entire Shirling had completely merged into Shinshir's soul, transforming him into a higher dimensional being in that instant. Shinshir could clearly sense this. This was achieved by drawing upon the power belonging to him, and to humanity, from countless future years. The essence of a higher dimensional being in time is to merge oneself across countless timelines into one. And yet, it drew upon the power of this universe. That is, primal energy, a vast amount of primal energy provided by human civilizations across countless timelines. If humanity did not have an endless future, it could not truly become a higher dimensional being. Everything was prepared. From the very beginning, my future was bound to this universe, to the entirety of human civilization. At this moment, Shinshir no longer existed in any corner of this universe. He felt as if he were standing in the cracks of time, or perhaps in the cracks of countless parallel universes. Wherever his gaze moved, everything in the entire universe, from the smallest speck of dust to the largest galaxies, was within his consciousness. It was as if with a mere thought, he could easily change everything. As simple as changing a picture on paper, a character in a book. He didn't rush to find the rancher. Instead, his expression suddenly shifted, and he looked towards a place also situated within a crack of time. Chu Lin. He called out the person's name. As expected, you are also a high-dimensional being. Actually, calling you Eighth Order would be more appropriate. Chu Lin's voice accurately transmitted into Shinshir's consciousness, but I'm different from you. My strength is built on the foundation of the Humanity Protection Association, on the foundation of its president. Reaching this level is already the limit. I'd never be able to step into the Ninth Order, let alone experience anything more powerful. But you're different. No matter how difficult it is, your path forward is still open. So, are you interested in joining us? As fellow humans, we should be natural allies. Chapter 317. Chu Lin's invitation was somewhat unexpected for Shinshir. Join the Panhumanistic Guardian Association? To be honest, he had never considered it. After all, in his view, this organization, which called itself the Panhumanistic Guardian Association, but was actually an organization of remnant civilizations, was far too mysterious. But now, thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be a way out. Currently, he had become the only high-dimensional life form in this universe, and could be said to have completely mastered everything within it. Whether in the past or the future, with the eternal power of human civilization throughout the river of time, let alone a rancher, even all the civilizations in the entire universe combined might not be his match. This was the power of a high dimension. However, should it end here, if he stayed here, this was probably the limit. For the next 10,000 years, 100,000 years, even 100 million years, 1 billion years, he would live the same life. And not only himself, but even human civilization would be the same. When human civilization completely mastered everything in this universe, it too would lose its way forward. This seems to be my only choice. Shinshir gave Chu Lin this final reply. Believe me, this might be the best decision you ever made. Chu Lin laughed, then his figure faded, leaving only his final voice. 1,000 years is enough for you to handle all the remaining matters of human civilization. I will come back for you. This time, Shinshir could clearly see that Chu Lin's disappearance wasn't just the disappearance of his physical form, but a complete vanishing from all dimensions of time. It was as if he had never existed in this universe. For no reason at all, Shinshir began to feel a certain anticipation for the days to come. He had lived as a human sage for over 10,000 years. Even the most beloved profession would become tedious after such a long time, and one would occasionally crave something new and exciting. And now, such an opportunity seemed to be right before him. I wonder if I can bring AI Xiner with me, Shinshir thought of his wife. Over the long years, he had lost track of when he and AI Xiner had started spending less and less time together. It was only because they were both masters of primal energy, possessing strong self-awareness and emotional regulation, that even the deepest feelings couldn't withstand the ravages of time. But after this, it seemed there was plenty of time to adjust. However, Shinshur suddenly realized that after he gathered all the humans from the other future timelines together, Ixioner would also become more than one. A headache immediately struck him. And in this unconscious contemplation, Shinshur had already arrived before the rancher. Yes, without warships, without any trace of warp, it appeared silently and abruptly, like a ghost, before the rancher who was preparing to start anew in a new star system. Even the rancher, who had traversed star systems for hundreds of thousands of years, fell silent at this moment. After a long while, seemingly accepting his fate, or perhaps resigned to his fate, the rancher slowly spoke. It's not that I can't accept my failures. Since I established the mud system, failure has always been a constant companion. But this time, I truly cannot understand it. It's as if an invisible yet enormous hand has been constantly changing everything, easily erasing my efforts and my advantages. Tell me, is that hand called fate? You can understand it this way, Shinshur said, also looking at the rancher before him. Regardless, this was a powerful figure. In Shinshur's view, without his appearance, the war between the Thousand Alliance and the Mud System would have undoubtedly ended in the Thousand Alliance's defeat. How could the Thousand Alliance compare to the Mud System? They lacked a highly cohesive core, a sufficiently powerful bronze device, and, most importantly, the rancher's decisiveness and ability to easily abandon everything and start afresh. Even if the rancher had temporarily failed, he would have simply fled, disappeared, started anew, and returned hundreds of thousands of years later. How could such a person fail? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. The fate the rancher spoke of existed. Perhaps, from the day Shinshur obtained the time crystal, this outcome was already predetermined. Moreover, there was the existence of the Pan-Humanitarian Guardian Association. The mere existence of a timeline where human civilization was completely wiped out allowed the Pan-Humanitarian Guardians to re-arrive in this universe, which speaks volumes about their power. No, it should be said, the power of humanity. So, should we say you chose the wrong opponent? While humanity in this universe is weak, are humans in the multidimensional universes very strong? Unleash your most powerful abilities, Shinshur said finally. I have a lot of things to deal with after I get back. If you don't act now, you won't have another chance. The rancher didn't say anything more, even though he already knew his fate. And so, at that moment, he made his move. There were countless warships, far more than he had seen on the battlefield before, accompanied by numerous powerful ancient artifacts. Even the bronze sword was now in his hand. Although the sword might be useless now, in this situation, every sliver of the unknown held the hope of victory. However, hope and miracles, these words are always the cruelest comforts in this universe. Countless civilizations destroyed by the Mult system, countless wailing lives, had desperately longed for a miracle. Yet, in the interstellar realm, where anything is supposedly possible, only humanity had ever witnessed a miracle. Even humanity's miracle wasn't a miracle at all. So, the moment Shinshur made his move, everything vanished. The ranchers, all the fantasy warships, they all disappeared abruptly. Shinshur had erased their very existence from the temporal dimension. This is the power of dimensions. Shinshur looked at his palm. He had so easily dealt with the enemy that had haunted him for over 10,000 years, but Shinshur felt little joy. Instead, a faint sense of loss lingered. It was too simple. While such a simple ending might seem like the best reward for his efforts, struggles, and anxieties over the past 10,000 years, it also made Shinshur realize more clearly that there was truly nothing left in the entire universe worthy of his attention. Even if the Pan-Humanitarian Protection Association didn't extend an invitation, expanding into a wider world was something he would inevitably have to do. In an instant, Shinshur's figure returned to human civilization. At this moment, all of humanity was cheering loudly for their victory. Not just them, but all the civilizations that had joined the human interstellar empire were also cheering. Even some of them had previously been members of the Thousand Alliances, or the Mult system. But regardless, they had won this time, and they would have a brighter future. Knowing just these few points was enough. When some counselors noticed Shinshur's figure, the cheers gradually subsided. All eyes turned to him. At first, there was excitement, then admiration, and then, seemingly from nowhere, a sense of fear and awe suddenly appeared, growing stronger and stronger. The ranchers had been defeated, but a new interstellar overlord was before their very eyes. Without enemies, this was the next being who could control their lives, their future, and even everything they had. Gentlemen, Shinshur's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, we have won, but the journey of human civilization is not over. Now, I announce that I will gradually relinquish my daily duties and, on behalf of human civilization, explore the unknown territories beyond the universe. This will be the next step in our plan for the entire human interstellar empire. After these words, everyone fell into a brief silence, until they truly understood the meaning behind Shinshir's words. Then came gasps of amazement, followed by even louder cheers. The slight fear they had felt earlier had vanished without a trace. The reason is simple. They saw the road ahead, they didn't need to be lost. More importantly, this meant that humanity's sages would cast their gaze towards the future, not on themselves. While this news spread like wildfire, Shinshir quietly arrived at AIXINR's side. Even after more than 10,000 years, every time he saw AIXINR, he felt a sense of first encounter, because she seemed unchanged. But who can remain unchanged for 10,000 years? Human perception, human growth, everything changes. AIXINR simply understood her greatest role for her husband. She understood that she was bound to Shinshir's original intention. This, in fact, was her wife's greatest love for her. I'm back. All the words in Shinshir's heart ultimately became these one sentence. And AIXINR's face also lit up with a radiant smile. But just as Shinshir was about to step forward and embrace her, he heard a sound that seemed to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. You dare come back? Shinshir's tenderness instantly froze on his face. Back then, it was a crucial time, so I didn't hold it against you. Now that things outside are finally resolved, look at this, tell me this, and this. How are we going to resolve this? With one hand on her hip, and the other pointing rapidly, several AIXINRs, almost identical in appearance, walked out with unfriendly expressions. 4 of them, maintaining the same posture, all staring intently at Shinshir. Shinshir suddenly felt a strong urge to use the power of time to escape. Speak, what do you have to say? The AIXINR from the main world had already put her hands on her hips. Sigh. Shinshir sighed deeply, his face darkening. I just want to say that love between higher dimensional beings and lower dimensional beings is indeed doomed to failure. What the hell? It turns out that even the human sages and newly crowned cosmic overlords, who completely changed the fate of humanity and the entire universe, couldn't fool their wives. In short, after all the fighting and bickering, the human interstellar empire began a brand new future. In the preceding centuries, besides the transformation of related industries, Shinshir's greatest achievement was that he had made friendly contact with every system he discovered in the entire universe. In reality, the number was not large, because the deep rules of this universe seemed to have only fully stabilized about 1 million years ago. Before that, although some civilizations could be born, very few were able to leave their star systems. Coupled with the instability of the primal energy rules, the vast majority of them perished in their own chaos. Those who survived mostly became the initial rulers of the universe. Of these, many were gradually destroyed over the long years. Ultimately, only 11 interstellar societies remained, not only surviving but also becoming extremely powerful. Shinshir did not choose to conquer all these interstellar societies. He even signed peace treaties. He needed to exert some competitive pressure on the human interstellar empire as a driving force for continued progress. And, fortunately, the rules of this universe were actually still evolving. New rules are constantly emerging, even faster than the pace of civilization's research and development. This means that the human interstellar empire doesn't need to worry about its future in the short term. Of course, developing as rapidly as before is no longer possible. Human civilization has been learning for a long time, resulting in extremely weak independent research and development capabilities. This weakness will likely require an even longer time to overcome. Fortunately, the one thing human civilization has in abundance is time. As for Shinshir, upon arriving at the 1,000-year mark, he waited quietly alone. He had already inquired. Joining the Panhumanistic Guardian Association doesn't actually mean completely leaving this universe. The distance across the universe seems to be no problem for the Panhumanistic Guardian Association. In other words, Shinshir can come and go at any time. This made some of his previous worries meaningless. There was even no need to bring AIXINR along. Even this time, it was really just a formality visit. Then, when the Golden Gate appeared before Shinshir, he slowly stepped forward. Before him stood a woman dressed in ancient attire, her beauty almost unreal. Hello, my name is Dingxiang. The woman, who called herself Dingxiang, bowed slightly with a smile. The president has prepared a banquet, and is awaiting your arrival. Shinshir peered through her back up the golden steps, and vaguely, at what seemed to be the top, he saw an ordinary-looking figure,